Yeah, this is the one I'm really excited about.
Oops, sorry. Good morning, AGE. Welcome everybody to the May Open. Sitting here with my partner in crime, Marcus Brown. Good to have you here today.
Good to see you, man.
And I, Michael Murray, will be your commentator today. We've got a lot to talk about this morning.
We do.
Starting off with Kayo's dominance, which is actually an interesting kind of way to phrase that because we were just speaking about this before we went live. Mm-hmm. I'm not so sure how dominant he is.
I mean, the living legend points don't lie. He's got 517 on the board in 4 months. Like, he's done really well. He's done really well in ProQuest season as, like, the standout deck for all those wins. But the point we hit on is that the larger the tournament, sometimes the worse the conversion rate for Kayo. So he's somewhat targetable, but still has like a strong numbers theme to the deck.
Yeah, I like the way that you put it. You know, living legend points don't lie, and throughout these last couple months, he has accrued a lot. But the sort of caveat there is that those were smaller tournaments, less turnout per tournament, and part of this kind of discussion or the meta that I've seen is that he's targetable. Specifically, I've seen Azalea can do a lot of work into him, and you know, some sleeper decks. We've seen, you know, Warsaw's not over yet. But we've seen Bolton is doing some really interesting
apparently
things.
some axe fatigue Bolton as well, so that's pretty fun.
Yep. So I think the question on everybody's mind is how long will Kayo last, right? We just got the new, what's it called, the Armory deck.
Yep.
And maybe there's a little concern that the new players get that deck, they get their hands on it, and then before they know it, it's gone. So
that is the worry there, yeah.
Right, right. But what I'm hoping and what I'm kind of seeing right now is that because of the popularity of Kayo and his glaring weaknesses, what I'm hoping is that maybe he gets targeted and isn't really able to convert on some of these larger tournaments. But we'll have to wait and see. Does that bring us to Nationals season?
It kind of does, because Nationals involves Mistveiled Draft.
Yeah. We've got Mistveiled Draft, and of course, we've got Classic Constructed. Nationals will be taking place in Minneapolis, Minnesota.
For the U.S.
Yes, for the U.S., excuse me. Nationals in the U.S. June 14th through 16th for those who qualify. Looking forward to that. Any news or anything to expect for Nationals?
Well, it's interesting because Nationals will take place before a new format. So everybody has the tail end of heavy season to basically come up with what they think is the strongest pick. You've also got a split format. So, you know, in some cases, you can just pick a hero you're really confident on and just pray that your draft goes well. And then you make it through the Swiss portions, you top 8, and you've brought a dark horse. And, you know, you don't necessarily need to be on the most meta deck. Like, that's how Charles won last year with Kranis's Briar.
Right, yeah. I mean, with the open meta that we've seen, you know, it's been lasting. How many months have we been talking about an open meta?
I'd say the past 2.5. Like, it took some time to coalesce, but even towards the Pro Tour, like, nobody, because everyone kept a tight lid on it, nobody had the expectation of Dorinthea hatchets in the force that we saw at the Pro Tour. So, there are still some surprises here.
Yeah, so Nationals will be where we see the Mist meta unfold. The first big tournament, I believe. We do have a couple, you know, not to the Nationals level tournaments in between there where we're going to get to see.
No small potatoes.
Yeah, exactly. AGE, for example.
Exactly.
Huge tournament today. Speaking of AGE, Arcane Games and Events Open Series. We've got the April Open that already happened, April 6th. And then today, the May Open. Coming up, June Open, June 29th, with a Mist draft. So make sure to get your tickets. You can get those at age.events. Yeah, looking forward to that.
Yeah, and another thing to mention about our AGE Open in June is that it's going to take place after Nationals and after pre-releases, so people have had the chance to sort out strategies towards the draft format, figure things out, be comfortable with the card pool. A bit more known towards that format, so it should be interesting.
Now, is the entire tournament a draft, or is it a split format? Two drafts.
It's going to be like a ProQuest draft, you know,
Got
two rounds of Swiss draft.
2 rounds of Swiss draft. So get your tickets for that. Very exciting. Get your teeth sunk into the new Mist card pool, which is looking incredible. We'll get to that soon.
With Fang Strike.
Yeah. Looking forward to talking about some of these new cards. But first,
absolutely, we
have Battle-Hardened San Diego.
Cannot forget.
This is happening August 24th and 25th, hosted by Arcane Games and Events in San Diego. Tickets are available now. You can get those at age.events as well. I think we've got, the whole Arcane Games and Events cast is going to be putting that on. It's the last AGE Open. On Sunday, I see. So the 24th is the Battle-Hardened, and the 25th is the last AGE Open. This will be the tournament where the top 16 players get to fight it out for that first place Arcane Games and Events prize.
Lot on the line.
And then we have Part the Mist Veil. And I don't even think we have enough time this morning to talk about all the different cards.
No, but
I'm
we'll have
looking
more
forward.
time across Swiss
Yes.
and top 8 to chat about the spoilers. I think our first order of business, this was spoiled this morning by friend of the cast and better caster than I, Mitch
We're catching up.
Leslie.
We're getting there.
Mask of Recurring Nightmares. This is a Mystic Assassin equipment head with Blade Break 2. And a once per turn attack reaction, picture Chi. Target defending hero banishes a card from their hand. So he already compared it to Coronet Peak in that you pitch a whole blue. But this one has to be Chi.
Right.
So it has a stipulation and a restriction on it.
You know, I was looking at the new classic constructed deck that I wanted to build, putting it together on online on Fabtcg.
Yep.
And I didn't have very much chi in that deck. I was
Really?
thinking, it's a late game play, right? Once you've banished all those blue cards,
It is, yeah.
then you can go off with the hero power. And then I saw this, and now I'm thinking about adding some more chi to that deck.
Do I need every Chi I can play in
Well,
this deck?
so many of these cards care about whether or not you've played an attack reaction, and the fact that this is an additional attack reaction on your equipment that you can use repeatedly really adds a lot of value to some of these cards that we've seen spoiled.
Absolutely. There's definitely going to be a case of how is the deck found and what will it truly contain and what will be the plan, because there's a whole host of Assassin core cards in the contracts. You know, of course, the class was introduced in Dynasty with the Majestics contracts, Leave No Witness, Surgical, Eradicate. It will probably use nearly all of those to start with, but who's to say what like the reaction, the chi count will be by the end of the format?
Right. I think new, especially, all of them are so exciting, but new has so many different directions I can see players taking her, from going into some kind of deck damage fatigue plan.
Absolutely.
Pure aggro. These attack reactions are huge amounts of damage that you can surprise your opponent with. They say no blocks. You might be able to throw out an extra 8 to 10 damage that they don't even see coming.
Even when you give blocks, like she's banishing cards from you. So it's a catch-22. It's a lose-lose. Some people are going to really hate new in the same way that they hated Dromai.
I can't wait. I'm excited for that. Yeah. Do we have any other spoilers? Maybe we'll just go to the very next one.
Yeah, let's take a look at this one. Chase the Tail is a 1-cost red pitch, attacks for 4, blocks 3, majestic in Ninja.
1 for 7 go again potential. That sounds way above rate.
Combo, when this attacks, if Crouching Tiger was the last attack this combat chain, this gets go again, and the next Crouching Tiger you play this combat chain gets +3 power.
Yeah, this is the card I was hoping to see spoiled for Zen, because at first, you see the Blitz decks, they're a little bit on the underpowered side. Great for new players, not something the classic constructed players are really going to, we'll use a couple cards from that, but what we're really looking for are these Majestics, and this is a power card. This is the kind of thing when you're looking to build Ninja, you're hoping for all of your cards to be this good.
Actually,
this is great.
Yeah, and also another thing, as soon as I read this card's text and I saw the image for the card art, I was like, this is like insanely good flavor and mechanics tied together in like a one nice package, because when you chase the tail, you need one tiger to start the chain. You need the attack in this middle, and then you need the other tiger on the other
That's a cool
end.
little play on
So
words.
you're between tigers. You're chasing the tail, literally.
Props to LSS for the naming of these cards. I'm always I love the way that they name all of their cards, the sort of play on words that they like to do. It's very fun, very kind of, tricky puns, all that fun stuff. Let's take a look at the next one. This one we've already seen for a couple weeks now, maybe a week and a half.
Made some waves.
Shadow Realm Horror. As an additional cost to play this, banish 3 random cards in your graveyard. And then it does a lot of really powerful things. Without reading it, what was your first impression on this card when you saw it?
I mean, it's pretty fantastic connective tissue for Levia. It's practically the Swarming Gloom Veil for her.
Yeah.
Because it's modal, and it doesn't matter how many you turn on. You mainly want the first 2, because at worst, this is only going to banish 1/6, and then it's a Hungering Slaughterbeast red, which
Not bad. We already play that.
it still banishes, so probably Slaughterbeast makes its way out of the deck for Shadow Realm Horror, but, you know, I won't call any shots right now. But the other two, another Source of Go again, and a bonus card from your banished. So people have said, you know,
draw a card and be able to play it with Go again.
Play a Shadowpede, play a Graveling Growl.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Now, I'm a little bit curious if you feel anything along the lines of power creep with this card. Now, we have a comparison, Hungering Slaughterbeast. Was that a concern for you? Is that something that you're worried about? In fact, it actually seems like right now we're in the era of a little bit of power creep. I think that word gets thrown around a lot as a bad thing, but then when we sort of think about the way that the game evolves and the sort of metas that evolve,
I don't think it's too much of a problem because we're currently in an era where we haven't even, well, we're just about to have new talented heroes printed, and it was not since Vincent that a new talent hero, Vincent and the New Prism, were printed. So it's been a while where LSS has printed non-talented heroes, focused on the non-talented card pools, and like the quality of those heroes, and they're still doing good. Like Kayo is incredible.
Yeah. I mean, I think the thing that I noticed was during this sort of Fab 2.0 shift when LSS started powering everything down, there was how would I say? I think the player base was a little bit sad that they didn't get to just jump right in and play the new heroes that were coming out because they were coming in a little underpowered. You know, we still had Lexi, we still had Dromai, we still had all of these super powerful heroes that people felt like they sort of had to play if they wanted to do well. But as a result of that sort of shift down in power, once those heroes left, what we ended up with is what is, in my opinion, one of the best metas we've ever seen in this game, this open meta we've been talking about. And so, and I will preface this, I have a lot of faith in LSS's ability to balance because they've been able to create this meta intentionally. I'm not so worried, but when I see a card of this power, I go, are we going to start to see Levia take in, slot into that Starvo slot and just start destroying people? I don't think so, but it's the very first thought I think of, like, I actually liked it when we drew
you
back.
said the buzzword, Michael.
Right.
You said Starvo. We don't talk about
be careful
Starvo,
about
apparently.
that.
I don't necessarily think so because the power level coming down is sort of plateaued somewhere around the middle, so that every hero that was around that level gets a fighting chance, whereas they were always a dark horse compared to like a Lexi or an Aldid.
So it's really great to see a card like this for someone that maybe, I think Levi is sitting at like 160 Living Legend points right now. So she can use the help, and she is getting it. Shadow Realm Horror.
She's still in the 200, if not just shy of 200 zone. So.
All right, maybe she picked some up while I was on vacation last week.
She might have.
All right, let's go to the next one. We've got the Weakest Link. When this hits a hero, look at their hand and choose a card without base defense. If you do, they discard it and you draw a card. What do you think about this one?
This one's very interesting, and I think it was what Brian Gottlieb said was his favorite generic popper. So I can see why now, because it's very turbo precise. It's like a silver bullet. It will hit decks like Prism, KO, and anyone that actually loves to run like a main board Remembrance or like a gem. So a heart, or if you can take someone's Heart of Fyendel out of their hand and you draw a card before they got the chance to pitch it,
that is
they're down tremendous. Exactly, yeah.
I love the art on this card as well. There's this giant, like, troll, goblin, demon, just these knights stabbing into it from the ground, jumping on top. Very, very cool art.
Given the Asian motifs and setting of Mysteria, I feel like this might be an Oni, like a Japanese ogre.
Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah, I like it.
I've seen some other horns on creatures in this set, so it could be.
Yeah. I will say that it seems unlikely to get the trigger unless they have 3 cards that don't block, but if you catch them in that hand, this will do a lot of work. We've also got these new Evos.
What people have been waiting for Teklo,
Arcane Barrier on Teklo. I think so. This is really interesting. 0 cost blue, 0 block, and each of them has, in this case, it says put up to 1 mechanologist action card from your banish zone on top of your deck. So the use case isn't all that powerful, but this arcane barrier on an Evo equipment.
Definitely something.
This is something a long time coming, right? What do you think?
I wouldn't actually say that the ability that it has when equipped is actually anything to write off, because when it says put up to 1 mechanologist action card, that can be your singularity.
Ooh, that is a
If
really
it
good
unfortunately got banished by a certain mystic assassin.
Okay.
You put that back on top and say, right, I'm back in this.
All right, so this one is huge. I saw one that said it dealt 1 damage, and I was like, okay, that's, it's 1 damage. This one might actually be auto-include, now that I think about it. And what do you think about Arcane Barrier? What does that help with in the matchups? Which matchups?
I mean, it turns a Kano from basically a buy into something salvageable.
Sure.
The real question is that because you have so many main board Evos that are your blue base in the Steel Souls, these don't block.
Right.
But they're still blues that you have to include in the deck. So how many copies you run of each is going to be something of like a contention.
Right.
Building Teklevossen, but
it doesn't matter if they don't block into Wizard, obviously, but into, say, a Rune Blade, that could be a liability. Rune Blade's not necessarily only doing arcane damage.
And we've seen, I think there's 3 of these at Majestic, so if you were running a full playset of each in a sideboard, that's 9 slots. I don't think that's practical. I don't think anyone's going to do that.
Right.
But, maybe you run 2 of one, 1 of the other, 1 of the third copy.
So maybe it's not quite the answer to Kano. Helps, but I don't see the matchup improving a whole lot from this. It's not like it flipped it from Kano favored to Teklo favored.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah.
But it's more of a fighting chance than was, playing Rusted Relic as the only source of arcane barrier.
And maybe they still bring Rusted Relic. Maybe Rusted Relic makes it into the deck for Kano, and then you also have some Evo options.
Relic and Achilles, because Achilles has built-in arcane barrier.
Well, Achilles you can't put an Evo on, right? So you sacrifice your singularity.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Let's take a look at the next one. Visit Goldmane Estate. Victor specialization, create a gold token. Then if you control 3 or more gold, create that many might tokens. Go again.
It's an exciting one.
Yeah, I tried playing this card, and oh boy, is the ceiling high. It didn't actually help. This is, I found really interesting. It didn't seem to help in the matchups that Victor already struggled in.
Oh, really?
Right, yeah. So it's nice to make a gold. It's nice to draw a card. But if you don't already have quite a few of those gold tokens, it's not a cast bones anymore.
It's true.
And so I found playing into Brute, it's not like you had just won 4 clashes and you're sitting on 5 gold and then you play this and it's a cast bones. It was like maybe you had like 1 or 2 and then, you're still losing your clashes, so you don't get that card advantage. So I found it to be sort of interesting in that sense. It really can hurt matchups that you were already winning all your clashes in.
Interesting. I haven't played a single piece of Talashar with this card.
Yeah.
I'm kind of waiting for it to become legal so then I can give it the paper play and the reps.
Yeah, that's fair. But I know that a lot of, I think the first impression of this is like, why is Victor getting this card? But I think the good news is that for the decks that could already beat Victor pretty consistently, it doesn't swing that matchup. So I like the card design, and I also think that it's very thematic for Victor to sort of, once he amasses all that gold, he's just unstoppable.
It's also very well designed as a card, because if you noticed, it costs 1, and so you're making a gold, and you're drawing a card, and you have to pitch 2.
For the gold, right?
Yeah.
So
it's modeled on gold's resource cost, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I like that. Visit Goldmane Estate. Very powerful. Next up, we've got Supercell.
This one I was interested in.
Yeah, this one looks really, really cool for Max specifically.
Because if you read all of this text, it's kind of modal based on the X cost, but if X is 3 or greater, you may shuffle a Construct Nitro Mechanoid from your banished zone into your deck, which was a main problem for poor Max, because once 2, Lord help you if all 3 end up in the banished zone to boost, like
You really want to have that Nitro Mechanoid online.
The game plan
finish
makes you like a
games.
worse boost dash.
Right.
And no one wants to be in that position when
Yep.
your whole deck was like, oh, I'm assembling the Mechanoid and
Right.
I'm trying to outvalue and pop off with, what's the card called? Not Max Velocity.
The Moonshot?
No, not I don't think Moonshot is played.
I was.
It's the one that generates action points per boost.
Oh yeah, of course, High Octane.
High Octane.
Yep, that's a great one. Love High Octane. I like Dash IO.
Can you tell I don't play enough Mechanologists? Despite the fact that I would like to play more Max.
Sure.
But I need to own more of his cards.
Yeah, I think this card is huge for Max. I think for those people who have enjoyed playing Max but found it difficult to get off the Nitro Mechanoid, this card is going to make it not only easier to get your Mechanoid if you've banished it, but like, look at this. X Steam counters on X target hyperdrivers you control. You can just have hyperdrivers for days. You don't need to worry about that cost anymore. They're going to stick around, and you create one.
It's also pretty helpful that you can sink some blues and bonus resources. Like, say that your hand is like 3 blues and 1 red.
Yeah.
And the red is the obvious one that you boost.
Yep.
But everything else has to like serve a function to actually accelerate your game plan towards hyperdrivers and the mechanoids. So you have like a resource sink in this. So you pay like, I don't know, X equals, the 3 or the 4.
Right.
You net a hyperdriver. You can possibly return a mechanoid that you already boosted.
Yep.
And the fact that it goes into your deck.
Yeah, that's phenomenal.
And you get a shuffle, which is helpful if you did not like your pitch deck.
Yeah. Well, I think maybe we should save the rest of these cards for in between
We've got plenty
matches.
to
We've
talk
got
about,
a lot to talk about today. Coming up on 12 o'clock. We're going to go to break here, and we'll see you all when the first round starts. Looking forward to it.
That's half an hour, buddy.
Where'd break go? There it is. Welcome back, everyone. We've got round 1 pairings, starting out with Iaali on Kassai versus Talon Stradley on Riptide. Talon, absolutely insane good Riptide player. I've played against this guy. Actually, it was down at the, I want to say at the Pro Tour, Los Angeles. I just happened to get paired against his Riptide in a triple-headed dragon. Is that the correct name for that format?
Oh, was it the Team Blitz?
The Team Blitz, excuse me. I played him in Team Blitz and he destroyed me. And I have a lot of respect for his Riptide play. Very, very knowledgeable. And he was just telling me about how when that hero came out, he fell in love with it and hasn't played anything since then. So he's probably one of the best Riptide players in Southern California, if not in the world. I haven't seen any other personally that are as good as he is. So he's awesome. And then, of course, we've got our reigning champion from last month, Iaali. Today, he will be playing Kassai, which is, I don't know, he's been kind of hopping between heroes, but with a man of this talent, he can do that. He can just pick up anyone and maybe pilot them all the way to the top again. Unfortunately, he was not forced to choose this one, as far as I know, through a bet. So maybe not as likely when he's picking his own heroes. I hear he doesn't do quite as well.
Yeah, he probably should have left it to the Ducks this time as well, but, you know, maybe he can make it work.
Yeah, and of course, Iaali, very decorated player. I think his best accolade being
runner-up at Worlds 2022.
Thank you. 2022. That's the year that I was hoping you would tell me.
World's #1, baby.
There we go. Awesome. And here they are on your screen, just getting ready for the game to begin. And we've got... Great.
Okay, that's excellent. Yeah, if there's anyone that knows Riptide inside and out, it's Talon.
Absolutely.
I played him multiple times. We talk about the minutiae of the hero. It's very good. He basically exclusively plays the Dreadball, like actual fatigue version, which I appreciate because I prefer that way.
Yeah.
I know what I'm in for. If they whip out Death Dealer, I'm like, oh no.
And there's the Dreadbore. So we've got Bo here. Tell me a little bit about what Dreadbore does and why it's a good choice into Kassai.
Okay, so Dreadball allows you to prevent your opponent from playing defense reactions from hand. Plus, any arrows you load with its bow ability get +1 when loaded face up.
Okay.
So you attach a break point that people don't expect sometimes out of Ranger. You're down the card neutrality from Death Dealer, of course, but like that 1 damage pretty good.
Yeah, and the really important thing is, yeah, that it prevents defense reactions from being played from hand, and Kassai loves playing defense reactions.
Absolutely. And even more than defense reactions, attack reactions.
Yep. So getting into the game, I believe this is turn 0. We've got a Ravenous Rabble. I'm actually not sure if this is turn 0 or turn 1, but he's playing all his cards out, which leads me to believe this is turn 1. Nope. And a full block. Okay. So now we start the game.
No. Yeah, that was Chris's turn 0.
Okay. Great. So draws back up. We've got, looks like a blue overpower in hand, and we're just going to kind of figure out what to do with
Slice
this
and dice, a Blade
here.
Runner, everything he wants.
Yep. Playing out the red slice and dice. 4 value. First attack gets +1. Second attack gets +3. We'll see what Talon decides to do here after the attack comes through.
So the nice thing about this matchup that Talon has mentioned on his player profile is that Kassai is going to use a lot of pumps and is going to use a lot of go again. So it's ticking all those boxes for Riptide. So those 1 pings are going to start stacking plentifully.
Yep. Centauri Saber coming in for 3 damage. And a red Blade Runner giving it go again. And his next attack will have +3. Ah, but what is this? A tar pit trap?
Tar pit indeed. Pings for 1. Chris can't prevent that.
All right, takes 1 damage, and this attack does have go again. Is that the trigger on tar pit?
Yeah. And this follow-up one shall be 8 because it's Blade Runner and Slice and Dice.
Yep, coming in for 8. No on hits. Just a vanilla 8.
Talon isn't too concerned with the on-hits most of the time, apart from Kassai activations and copper generators, but the 1 damage ping is definitely the game plan, the reason you play the hero. So he's happy to get that chip whenever he likes.
Oh, and he blocks with an attack, which pumps the Centauri up to 9.
Interesting.
So he will take 6 damage on that attack as Chris arsenals and ends his turn.
Probably a card Talon wasn't able to use on that cycle, so... Oh, that should be fine.
Okay.
Oh, he
Pitches to the Battering Bolt. This is 6 damage. And I'm not sure what the text says on that. Do you know that one?
It's not going to connect regardless, but it looks for everything that isn't an action.
Okay.
And discards it if it hit. So quite mean into Warrior, but given that Chris could block it evenly with 2 cards, because this wasn't loaded in with Dreadbore, no problem for an easy 2-card hand.
Okay. We've just got a Centauri Saber for 2 coming in. Blocking with the Virulent Touch.
Yeah, brings it to a 3.
And another red Blade Runner. 2 of his most powerful attack reactions we're seeing here early. Great start for Chris. And another 5.
Yeah, decent damage coming through. Talon, a little bit of an awkward hand. Remembrance and Endless.
Is that 2 endless?
Yeah.
So he'll give 1 of those up, pumping the Centauri up to 6, taking 3 damage. Great start for Chris. Already at a 10 life lead.
So I guess we're seeing some of the problem with playing the taller deck as Riptide is that unfortunately, sometimes you're just going to have like a bunch of arrows in hand, and this is really bad into Kassai because then they get that incremental 1 value per weapon swing that you have to block him with.
Right. Yeah, we haven't seen him punish Chris yet for the go-agains. I know that Talon, or rather Riptide, is very good at punishing players who have additional text on their attacks. If they have go again or if they've gained attack, there's a lot of things that Riptide can do to punish you for doing that.
Absolutely.
So we have Endless Arrows coming in for 5, loaded with the Dreadbore, which means that Chris can't use defense reactions from hand. And looking at his hand, we'll try to see if he has any.
Outland Skirmish. Oh, those are all reactions.
Like
so this is exactly what I was talking about, where Chris isn't able to utilize dynamos efficiently when Talon loads in an arrow because of that +1 breakpoint.
Right.
Because if it was a 0 arrow that didn't have Dreadbore in the equation, it's simply just like a card.
Sure.
Dynamos.
So he opted to give up 2 cards but did not get the Dynamo's value.
Exactly.
And we've got it coming back again. 2 Centauri Saber for 2. This time Blue Blade Runner, pumping the
Talon says no
next one
blocks.
by 1. And he uses his Tunic resource to send that second attack, hit the second Centauri Saber, coming in for 3. This time we have a defense react. This is a inertia trap.
Yeah, this is really good because though Chris held on to the card for Arsenal, it's going to get denied to inertia. So
Yeah. This says when this defends an attack action with attack greater than its base, create an inertia token under the attacking hero's control. So, I'm sorry, an attack with attack greater, which Centauri was. So he gets an inertia and he cannot keep an arsenal after that.
Pre-med from Talon into a Ravenous Rabble. Unfortunately, it flips a yellow, so it gets a -2.
Ravenous coming in for 3 because of that.
The good thing here about playing the pre-med first is that he gets the reload from Riptide, but in addition to that, even though this is just a measly 3, a head jab or a Ravenous Rabble, it still threatens the on-hit of pre-med.
Yep. That is a good point. So far, I haven't seen any defense reactions in Chris's hand. I wonder if he
might have just sided them all out, yeah.
thought about the Dreadbore and decided not to bring anything in.
Okay, so this is a really good little play. We've got Codex from Talon, breaking up the chain. And this will force a discard out of Chris.
Yep, Chris
and Frailty
discarding.
onto him.
I couldn't see what he discarded, but it looked like he grabbed a Nourishing Emptiness. Fantastic attack. One of the best that you can do in Kassai is when it hits, it gives you +1 intellect for the following turn, allowing you to draw up to 5 cards instead of the
Talon
4.
Actually opting to get his back his Virulent Touch.
Oh, interesting. Okay. So he only runs 1 of this card, and it's because of how good of a target it is for the Codex. Says if you don't block this, it deals 4. If you do block this, it's
it's the inverse. It cares about being blocked.
Right, so the base attack is 4.
Yeah.
But then if you decide to block it, it'll still do 4. Well, it'll still do something. And this time it's coming in for 7, thanks
Yeah, because the pre-med's on hit, yeah. Or the pre-med's text was delayed.
Only from Arsenal, right? It gives +3. So block 7 from Chris, preventing the on hit. But
using a shunt, yeah.
Yep.
And that's because Chris was able to play the shunt out of hand.
Yeah.
Because this wasn't an arrow. This was just an attack action card.
So Chris will just go ahead and pass the turn, drawing up, giving Talon full tempo. A 5-card hand to work with.
Yeah, interesting. I guess Chris didn't want to send the Nourishing for just the 5 because he was under a Frailty, and like Sabers are out of the question.
Yep.
It's pretty poor to be missing 2 damage off both the weapon swings in total.
So just sending a, what is that, a Remorseless?
Yeah.
For 6.
Interesting.
Not the greatest. Riptide can sometimes struggle to utilize 5-card hands thanks to all the D-reacts that he tends to play. And it looks like he had a couple in hand, which clogged him up there, not being able to utilize as much tempo as he would have liked to.
I think that's what Chris was counting on, and now he sends the Nourishing for the full value of 6 Dominate.
6 Dominate, and if it hits, he will gain an intellect.
And most importantly, he's got a sink below to put an Arsenal, so he doesn't have to play around Dreadball for the next turn.
Yep. So it looks like he did bring some defense reacts.
But Talon came prepared. Doesn't matter that he won't ship to Riptide. Chris will stick with the 4-card hand.
Yep, full block from Talon.
Ooh, pitching a Plague Hive.
Okay, we'll take the dice out
Putting
and
that on
see
the
what
stack
kind
with
of
Dreadball, yes.
Yep. Plague Hive is an interesting.
He definitely wants the Frailty. Inertia can be helpful.
Yeah, so this card, for those of you who don't know, is a legendary. Well, it's a fabled and a legendary, which means that you can only have 1 copy in your deck. When you pitch it, for each opposing hero, choose Inertia, Frailty, or Bloodrot Pox token at random and create that token under their control. So it looks like he got the Inertia token off of that die roll randomly, which is a pretty good hit for Plague Hive.
He definitely wants as many Frailty tokens in this matchup because each copy is at least 2 value.
Yeah. Yeah, the the Centauri Sabers being affected by that, as well as the Arsenal, means 2 to 3 value. But the inertia, you know, we're not really upset about any of them. Inertia's probably the worst option, like you said.
In certain matchups, inertia is actually the best, but
Yes.
this is not one,
I
given
see.
that Chris is on Warrior.
Okay. So Chris just thinking a little bit about what to block with. We see he's got 2 go-again sources and an attack reaction that cares about reprise. And another attack reaction. So pretty good hand to send.
Iron Song, pitch, lead the tide. Oh. There isn't a proper go-again source in this hand, because shift the tide requires something to be better than its base.
True. So he may not...
And I guess there's Glint, but Glint doesn't get as much value.
Yeah.
Because the card draw is entirely tied to reprise.
I've noticed Talon avoiding blocking that first attack. So just a sink below, allowing 1 damage to sink through, and he decides to get rid of one of the cards in his hand. I didn't see which one.
Okay.
Likely...
Talon gets you the option to reload, but I think he has opted to just pass.
Yep.
Yeah, he's cleaning up. Okay.
So it looks like he got rid of the blue. Looking for something a little bit better. Starts with activating Kassai's hero ability. Kassai's hero ability says that if you banish 2 yellows and 2 reds from your graveyard, the next weapon attack that hits will create a gold token, which is a huge deal for Kassai. She really wants to build up those gold tokens because of the other part of her text, which says if you've drawn a card this turn, your sword attacks are free. Actually, I think it's just 1 less, but in this case, they cost 1, so free.
Okay.
Starting off with +3, create a copper on a hit, Outland Skirmish.
Copper and gold here, yeah.
So he was able to find that pump, like you mentioned, with the sink below, which means that his Shift the Tide of Battles is online if he decides to use that. And this prompts 6 block and 6 attack.
Chris is going to respond with Iron Song.
Pumping it up to 9.
Another
Does
hand,
Talon
I think.
have a D-react response? Does not appear that way at the moment. So he gets... there it is.
Oh no, he went with Boulder Drop.
And what does this one do? Do you know?
This one cares if something has power greater than its base. And so he gets to place a -1 counter on a piece of opponent's equipment.
Very good.
He puts that on the Brave Forge, which is really good.
So he gets 2 value out of that counter. Since
Absolutely.
He would have otherwise been able to block for 2 and then 1. Now he can only block for 1 time.
Interesting. Talon says, I will sink below instead.
Okay.
Chris did manage to use all of his cards, but unluckily did not hit, did not connect.
Yep.
Was also threatening an agility if he hit with the other saber, but Talon came prepared.
Yeah.
And also has a 1-card retort in Endless.
Yep. Sending in that 0 for 4 that says if this hits, put it back in your hand. It's like a snatch that draws a snatch, is how I've seen it described. 3 block 2, very strong card in Ranger.
3-block snatch.
Yep. Chris Iaali has the boots available, those Valiant Dynamos, so the breakpoint won't be very threatening as he reaches over to grab them.
This is a bit of an awkward hand for Chris because
Yes.
he holds both a Shunt. Though Tunic is on 1, he holds Shunt and a Fate, so...
Right.
Oh, giving a block of blood on her hands.
Yeah, no copper right now, so blocking with blood on her hands seems like the right choice. Not very useful at this point in the match. Something I've noticed is that we've started to claw back that life lead. It used to be 10, and Talon hasn't really moved from 26 since I mentioned that.
No, that's true.
Yep. Chris now swinging 2 attack on the Centauri Saber, 2 cards in hand. Talon says no blocks.
Chris elected to just keep the go-again source.
Okay.
Because he would have spent all 3, no, not all 3 cards, but he would have had to spend his Tunic resource as well to just peel off Dynamos and swing 5, which isn't incredible.
Okay.
It's like rate / just below rate.
I see.
It's not what you want to be doing, so Chris played it patient.
And it looks like Talon is...
Interestingly, he's made use of New Horizons here.
Yeah, did he just pass? He filled up his arsenal. He's got a 6-card hand now, and he recognized that Chris Iaali kept 2 cards in hand, probably seeing 2 D-Reacts and saying, let's see what your 5-card hand looks like. Chris drew another one. I don't know if he has very much gas this turn. Pitching the Sink Below for a vanilla
another Sink Below
2
hand.
attack. Oh my gosh, Chris, his hands are bricking. All of a sudden, he's drawing all of his.
Oh dear, that's an internet penalty of about 3.
Oh, and we're seeing Talon with his 6-card hand just absolutely getting everything he could possibly want.
Oh, interesting.
Not punished at
Trenching
all.
in Chris's end phase.
Yep.
So he's a plan probably to load something into Dreadborn now so that he can set up Sick'em Shot with another arrow.
Pitching a red.
Interesting.
And the Sick'em Shot just has natural go again, right? It's a 1-for-4 arrow, so he'll be able to play both of these if he has the resources.
Ooh, Spiteful Trap.
Coming in for 4, go again.
So we've had a little bit of a back and forth where either player has said, no, I know you have reactions, so I'm going to give it back to you, and then you get to pitch away your defense reactions as well.
Yep. A little bit of a clunky moment as they both sort of try to navigate as best as they can these hands that don't really operate very well on offense. Now Chris thinking about how to block.
Let's take a peek at his hand.
That's
what
a great
Chris
idea.
Have to work with?
He wants to hide it even from
I think
us.
He's still got that Sink Below.
But he opts to take this.
Yeah.
Oh, he can't play the Sink Below from hand.
No, he can't. He
And
pitched 1 away. He held 2, which was
so it must mean he has the shunt in his arsenal. Probably saving it for the battering bolt.
Oh no. He pitched away his shunt. He's got a Fate Foreseen in Arsenal.
Fate Foreseen in Arsenal. Why do you think he opted not to use it?
I think he wants to utilize Tunic offensively to squeeze a bit more damage.
Okay.
Because he's seen and recognized that Talon has let him hit on some sabers.
Yeah.
So that he can potentially sink that 1 resource into Braveforge.
Okay.
On some terms. And, you know, Shunt is an investment and it's made incredibly awkward. Similar to Staunch Response against Riptide. Like, it costs you more than 1 card to do a defense reaction. So it's always 2 cards. In Shunt's case, you need Tunic as well if you want to make it a 1 card, but...
So getting good value on those last couple blocks. Sink Below from Arsenal, followed by 7 block, 1 D-React from Arsenal, playing around the Dreadbore as well as a 3 block, blocking 7. Clean block there from Chris.
Talon immediately ponders and pockets it to Arsenal, and we go to the next turn.
So Talon playing the defensive game, trying to get value out of his traps. Still a little bit behind, but very close all in all. Saber for 1 because of that frailty token.
Chris says no reactions.
Wow.
Interesting. Yeah. Chris is ground to a halt here. Like, Talon's been chipped maybe 5 life in the past.
Yeah. Chris is really having trouble punching through. I'm curious what the number of cards left in deck. They're both looking very healthy, but if this comes down to...
Ooh, this is pretty nasty. A Premeditate packed with a Heat Seeker. This is a Lexi hand. Because this on hit is threatening to put a card face up for Talon and Ponder. So Chris staring down a possible 6-card hand from Talon next turn.
Yep, 9 damage, 2 on hits to worry about. Both of them very powerful.
And part of me wants to say Chris saw this coming because he's got his Lexi Livewire sleeves for the Lexi threatened hand here. Chris thinking over his blocks.
Blocking with 2 reactions from hand.
Oh, okay.
An additional piece of armor. And
he's gonna
take it on the chin.
Okay, this is really good. Yep, Talon says no reactions. Braveforge is gone now. It only ever gave him 1 health, but it did matter there. Chin allows Chris to do the 1 card 4, if not 1 card 5, with a Braveforge activation.
And it looks like he'll do just that. Coming in with the Centauri Saber for 2 with an agility, so it has go again.
Mm-hmm.
See what Talon decides to do.
Okay, holds a Ravenous Rabble. That looks like a yellow trap there. Does he have a trap in Arsenal? He'll say no blocks.
Taking 2. Chris will come in with his second Centauri Saber. Oh, unless there
Here's
it is,
what I
the
talked
Brave Forward
about, the
Bracers.
reason.
So 1 card 5, pretty good. Coming in for 3.
See, as efficient as this play is, it doesn't really make up for all the lost value he had from previous turns, like a Saber Swing and pass, and then another Saber Swing and pass.
It looks like we see a Pendulum Trap blocking. When this defends the attacking hero has played or activated a reaction this chain, which he did not. So it was not active.
It was just blocking this turn.
Yep. It says put the top 2 cards of their deck into their graveyard. Not active on that block. Coming in for Ravenous Rabble for 4, showing a blue, so it's actually for 2.
This is my experience with Ravenous Rabble.
2 go
Only
again.
reveal my blues. My reds are in the next hand, and it's one turn too late.
Unfortunate for Talon.
Oh, interesting.
Chris blocking with a Hold the Line. Not probably a card that will ever be active in this matchup, so
I was going to say, it's just part of the blue base,
Yep.
so...
just get it out of hand when you've got the opportunity. It's a clean 2 for 2. Might as well use it.
And it's actually the only time he can use it from hand because it's a generic attack action and not an arrow.
Yep. Pitching a trap for Remorseless, coming in for 6.
If Talon just loaded that, I would have thought he'd be floating 1, but that's okay. That's the end of the turn.
Yep, maybe just playing a little quick. They all know what they're doing here.
Chris
Pitching.
says Saber for 2.
His Raise the Army. This could matter coming around second cycle. So far, no gold. In fact, playing with the Crown of Providence, which is maybe a little bit less common than the Crown of Dominion for Kassai's.
So something to note about how we're seeing this matchup play out is that because Chris chose to play Tunic, on all these turns where he's made like a single Saber Swing and passed, he's left value on the table because if he was playing Grains, he can put that extra value printed on the card that he can't use with Go Against because he's making a 1-card play. He can't put that into a Vigor resource, so...
Right.
Unfortunate. His Tunic is sat doing not a lot, plus it's, 3 health at the end of the day. That doesn't mean nothing into Rangers.
True.
The 3rd copy of Battering Bolt making its way to Chris Iaali's face.
7 damage. We've got the Valiant Dynamo, so an easy breakpoint to cover with just the armor. Chris just thinking about what he wants to put down. Is he reaching for a Blade Flurry?
That's a Flurry and a Nourishing.
Okay. Still not sure. Maybe thinking he'd rather get 4 value out of that card if he can.
The problem with saying I want to get 4 value out of Blade Flurry is that you open yourself up to another set of traps because you're above base.
See, this is what makes the good players separated from the great.
Hey, it's from playing like a bunch of Riptide where I'm sat across from Talon. Because he's caught me with Collapsing Trap on Arouse the Ancients, and I had no blue to follow up because he took the last card out of hand.
Here we've got a Spoils of War coming in for 4. Now, this is something that I would have loved to see paired with the Blade Flurry. I can see why he didn't, because he's got a Remembrance in his hand, so there's no way to block with that Remembrance. But I'm sure Chris would have preferred to get some copper on this.
Just a take cover.
Okay.
And then threatening the same thing, but for 2.
Yep. Take cover. Defense react costs 0 and says reload. Not a common card that I see played in Ranger, allowing him to put a card into his arsenal if he does not have one already.
Unfortunate that Talon couldn't afford to let the breakpoint bleed and get inertia traps full value, because that would have put the Remembrance to the bottom of Chris's deck. But now, from Talon's point of view, oh no, my opponent's got an arsenal and I had to cover up the copper, but
yeah, he goes ahead and
Remembrance
grabs
of his own. 2 Codex, 1 Battering Bolt.
3 very powerful cards.
I mean, considering how many times he threw Battering Bolt this game thus far, doing the work.
Yep. He'll just shuffle up here. How do you feel this match is going so far? We're back to that 10 life difference. Can we tell right now who's got the advantage?
I mean, let's be real with what we see on the table right now. Chris has no gold.
Yeah.
Chris has not a single copper to his name. He hasn't connected at all. Talon's made it difficult. Both of the players have experienced odd, sloppy hands in first cycle.
Yeah. So it sounds like the life total isn't telling the whole story, although if Talon gets too low, he may be put into situations that he struggles to get out of. I haven't seen this matchup a whole lot, so I'm looking forward to seeing how this game kind of wraps up. I don't know much about this.
Chris has got 3 cards to work with, and that Remembrance.
So he has the Remembrance and Arsenal. Maybe just saving that for some kind of play. If his Arsenal gets targeted, he can use it at instant speed.
That's very true.
Pitching another red. Coming in for just 2 damage on the Centauri Saber. Talon's life is getting low enough to where he starts to feel like he needs to block these, pumping it up to 3, which also activates the reprise. Chris Iaali should be playing that Glint the Quicksilver, which because of this blocking card will allow him to draw a card in addition to giving this Centauri Saber go again.
That's very true. He wants to peel the Dynamo counters off.
Yep. And there it is. Drawing a card. Looks like he draws a in the swing red.
That's good.
Yep. Allows him to pump the second attack if he chooses to. Coming in for 2.
Now
Talon says no blocks.
You do need to... Oh, pardon me. He does not need to pay for that because he drew a card this turn.
Right.
He doesn't have to give Tunic. He doesn't have to give up a card.
So Glint the Quicksilver, really a fantastic card in Kassai for that reason. Covers the additional resource he needed for that.
Oh, and there we go. He has to remember that so he can put his Fate for Scene on Arsenal.
There you go.
So probably wants to shuffle few...
I'm interested to see what he chooses.
Probably like spoils, actually, to get some copper.
Yep, there's the spoils.
I called it.
Good call on that one.
I don't know if he's chucked any other copies in there. He's just not.
Yeah,
far enough
I've
in
only
his deck
seen...
yet. Oh, there's one. Okay.
Did he block with that earlier?
Oh, that was his turn 0 block.
Turn 0. Okay, great. So he gets his 2 spoils, really hoping to connect with that so that he can have the gas to get over and kill Talon when he's got enough copper for a good, strong blood on our hands turn.
He's also got a Blade Flurry he can count on later into the cycle because he's pitched it here on this turn.
Yep.
But that was more so that he was kind of forced to.
Yeah.
He needed to free up the arsenal to put the reaction there instead.
He got an interesting opening with the in the swing to push more damage, I think, than Talon was expecting. Life lead now 14 to 29.
Yeah, he definitely widened the life gulf now, which is good.
Good if you're Chris, bad if you're Talon. Let's see how Talon plays this turn out. Loading up with the Dreadbore, shooting Bolton shot.
Threatening a reload.
5 damage, go again because it has gained attack power.
Chris with the Whirlwind block saying, I was prepared, buddy. I have a Fate for Scene.
Preventing the reload.
Oh, an Outland Skirmish he sees there. Does he want that? No, he keeps it there. Oh.
Another Codex.
It's really biting in this grind.
Yeah, the Frailty token is a huge deal here, as you mentioned earlier. Going to reduce the amount of damage that these Sabers do next turn by 1 each. Really putting a damper on the offensive potential.
I think
this Kassai player.
Considering Talon has one still engraved, did he choose Battering Bolt?
I did not see it. I'll take your word for it. He has 2 floating, right?
So no, we switched to Chris's hand. Okay, yeah. This is exactly what I thought, yeah. Chris will chuck away the Sink Below because it's in hand. It'll do nothing.
Yep.
It'll get discarded and lose him 1 life. Might as well discard it now.
Sure. Coming in for 6. Did not load this with the Dreadbore, so no +1 counter on this battering bolt.
Chris remembering that
Remembrance is supposed to be banished.
Thank you, Vlad B, for finding that in the chat.
Blocking 6. Chris is one of those players who seems to really value his life total. I've noticed he likes to block a lot and just play this slow, conservative game. And you can see here he's just swinging for 1.
Chris is no stranger to the hands where you definitely fold them versus hold them.
Yep.
It's all about knowing what is the maximum, what the floor is, what the ceiling is.
Something I'm noticing here is even though there was a frailty and he only swung for 1 damage, he's still doing damage to Talon, whereas Talon hasn't really been able to break through a lot.
It's true.
So over the course of this game, it's just been a lot of chip damage that Talon doesn't feel as efficient to stop.
Now we get to talk about one of my favorite topics when it comes to damage is deck damage.
Starting to see these decks thin out a little bit.
Yeah, I think Chris's discard pile is looking a little close to what his actual library is looking like. So Talon leading on some of that deck damage, and
yeah, maybe if we kind of switch the camera over. Oh, okay. What's happening? Let's do this hand cam.
yeah,
So we can see a little bit better. Wow.
yeah.
It looks like Chris has a lot fewer cards in his deck.
If we see to camera left,
It could be
Talon's giant pile versus Chris's little stack.
I'm going to see
this
if
point.
we can see switching over to the left over here. It's hard to tell. And you never know because the sleeves could be thicker on one player or the other. But something to keep our eye on as the game progresses is it's not just the life totals that matter in every game. As Chris activates Kassai ability, threatening gold, and 1... Oh, I'm sorry, those are banished. Or, no, they're not. He is playing those. So, threatening 1 gold and 3 copper on this first Centauri Saber hit, and if it does not hit, on the second as well.
Hit for 7 here.
Breakpoint. This is going to be difficult to stop. Hopefully, Talon's got the defensive reactions that he needs to put a damper on this play, because this play, if it connects, could be huge for Chris.
Oh, I think I see... Is that Tripwire Trap or is that Falcon Wing? I think I see the word trap at the end of it. Oh, the Buzzsaw!
Buzzsaw
Came
Trap.
at the worst time.
So tell me, what does Buzzsaw Trap do?
So Buzzsaw cares also about things being higher than their base. This is a killer against Rouse the Ancients or anything that you pummel, but in this case, shrunk the Saber all the way down to 2.
Yep.
Chris spent 2 cards.
When
they basically get nullified by 1.
When this defends an attack with power greater than its base, the attack can't gain attack this turn. Its attack becomes its base. So, yeah, going from 7 to 2.
Absolutely. And that gave the opportunity for Talon to put the... I was right. It was Tripwire Trap.
Yep.
Put that into Arsenal, because the Crucible Trap can only be played from Arsenal. Put it there. Play it on the chain.
One of the strongest turns Chris has presented thus far turned into him taking 2 damage.
And Talon does another Arsenal pass.
So this is what Talon wants to be doing. He wants to be getting that value from his defense reactions, although...
He's also consulting his own graveyard. He's checking what traps he's already seen, checking what arrows are there. Scoping out the Codex targets, because he's still got plenty in there from the 1 Remembrance.
Chris doing the same, just looking through, seeing what kinds of threats he has to worry about in the remainder of this game. Just past 20 minutes left, or just under, rather.
Yeah. We've got plenty of time in this first Swiss round, but it's feeling a bit more like Chris's game to lose. Just solving the equation of how do I actually close this, given that I hold 14 life over you, but I'm running out of cards versus you.
It's a marathon, not a sprint this round.
Exactly.
As Kassai faces down the Riptide. Another Kassai activation. Banishing 2 reds, 2 yellows. Hoping.
No, you can't banish that, Chris. That's a blue. There we go.
Hoping he can... Oh, there we go. That's one
He's got
yellow.
enough legal targets. Yeah, okay.
There it is.
Keeping a blood on her hands in his grave, should he want to remembrance that.
And here comes that Spoils of War that he remembers back into his deck. The second copy now.
Let's try this time. Can we have gold? Can we have some copper?
4 power. Definitely no Buzzsaw Trap this time, as that card is a legendary, meaning you can only have 1 copy of it in your deck.
Talon seems very prepared. He says go straight to reactions. Ooh. This is one of my favorite traps, honestly. Frailty. Its use cases are so plentiful because action points are probably the most common thing you find in Fab. And weapon swings with action points.
Yes. So when this
All over
defends
this
an
deck.
attack with Go Again, create a Frailty token under the attacking hero's control, which is fantastic in this spot because that Frailty, as it comes into play, will reduce the damage of that Centauri Saber back down to 3.
Absolutely.
Allowing Frailty's 3 block to cover it up completely. Very efficient play, and that Frailty now affects the next Centauri Saber attack as well, coming in for 3 off of
Ooh, and another tripwire trap. Chris will get pinged 1. Does he want to give up that card in hand to dodge the 2 damage?
He loves his life. He plays the attack reaction.
I think he accepts it because
pumping it up 3 extra power.
Yeah. 3
And
power versus 2 damage.
Let's see if Talon has. He does not. So Chris getting his first copper this game. 2 is not a lot, but it's less than 0. Talon taking 3 more damage, going down to 11 life. As we clean up this turn, Chris also taking 2 damage because of the activation of Riptide's ability on those defense reactions, which can't really be prevented without some kind of special effect like Take It on the Chin. And here we have, is this called Headshot, I believe.
Ooh. Yeah, this is just a really good 2-card 7.
Yep. If Headshot is put into your arsenal face up, it gains +2 until end of turn, which it looks like it was. So
when you pitch yellow and you have Dread Boar, 2-card 7.
Fantastic. Beautiful art on this card as well. Just this arrow going straight through this guy's eye. A lot of blood. I love seeing blood. Flesh and blood loves blood.
It really does. I have fond memories of opening that card.
And it looks like we've got a comment in the chat. No copper due to tripwire.
That is correct.
Very good
I was thinking
catch.
of a different trap.
Tripwire trap. Let's see what that one does.
Tripwire is the red, and it's 4, but unless you pay the 1 resource cost, hit
Effects
do
don't
not.
trigger when an attack hits. So not only did he deal 1 damage, he prevented the copper. What a fantastic play from Talon.
It's honestly a huge value swing, denying all of that.
And
probably, yeah.
Still enough life to work with. I think the one thing to consider, even though there is a 10 life gap, a lot of these hits that Talon has taken, he's taken by choice. He's using his life as a resource. Once it gets a little bit lower, he won't have that luxury, but he doesn't seem too phased by this life gap right now as he is.
He's also in such a favorable position, like when you say he's using his life as a resource, because he has all of his equipment.
Yep.
He has Perch Grapplers, he has New Horizons when he wants to cash that in.
So Chris trying once again to make something, some copper. Command and Conquer, blocking, pushing the Centauri up to 6, and then a Blade Flurry, pushing it up to 8 as a reaction. Let's see if Talon has a response in hand, thinking about
I wonder
how he wants to do this. He gives another Frailty trap. So dropping that
Shrinks it
power
to a
down
7.
to 7, blocking 6. So it looks like 1 damage will
this is the
sneak
first gold
through.
Chris has made in 40
1
minutes.
gold, 1 copper. Unless, wow.
We
So-
spoke too soon?
He plays a, is that a tar pit trap or a
No,
tripwire?
this is Pitfall Trap.
Pitfall, okay, Pitfall
This is the
trap.
one that deals damage. It only
Okay.
defends for 3, but it's a yellow.
Uh-huh. So he decides to use an entire card to cover up, really valuing preventing that gold and copper. plus dealing some more damage on the back end. When this defends, deal 2 damage to the attacking hero unless they pay 1. It looks like he went ahead and, well, he's thinking about as it resolves. We'll see if he pays the 1. And he takes 3 from that trap.
He takes the full 3 because it's 1 ping from Riptide and it's 2 from Pitfall if you don't pay.
Wow.
It's very good.
Coming in for 3.
Here.
I almost would have expected Chris to... and
see.
there's the perch grapplers. So he's blocking 5 on that with only 3 coming in. I guess it would have pumped it to 4. So he's just saying, I don't want you to have any gold. I don't want you to have any copper. Keep starving this Kassai of the resources.
The 1-card codex. I wonder. Or if he's just going to go straight to end. There we go. Okay. Oh, thank you, Bagel TCG. Great coverage, by the way. Enjoying this more than the calling stream. Is the calling Warsaw not too great? I saw some of the talent that they have behind it, so I think Roman from France is covering that.
I think
him.
I think we might just be phenomenal. I'm sure they're great, and we're just, Bagel TCG, very great guy, has his own YouTube channel for those of you who don't know.
Yeah.
Puts out content. Go
they
check
had
it
some
out.
audio issues.
Oh, some audio issues. We still have time. Let's not think that we're perfect over here. But we've got Kassai Iaali pitching a blue now, coming in with Nourishing Emptiness. This is, I think, gonna have Dominate. I haven't seen his graveyard. He's looking through to make sure.
He banished the other one yonks ago.
One of the beautiful things about the Kassai activation is that it will allow you to banish attack actions from your card, which allows this to continue to see no attack actions in graveyard, which allows it to have that activation Dominate. And if it hits, +1 intellect.
Oh, here we go.
Talon using the Trench of Sunken Treasures to gain a resource and bottom that arsenal.
So he didn't have a reaction or anything in arsenal. He probably had an arrow.
Going
or
ahead
a non-attack action.
Putting
take cover.
Take
Procs
cover.
Riptide.
Yep. So reloading, which, as you know, allows it to get around Dominate. Putting that sink below, very heads-up play from Talon.
Sink a card.
Clearing the arsenal to give space for that sink below to go in there, getting around the Dominate. Dominate's very difficult to make connect against a Riptide who has this many defense reactions.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, once again, Talon denying the on-hits that Chris is trying to push through. As Chris will pass his turn.
Pitching Boulder Trap. Loading.
Ooh.
Ooh, you fail to load in Codex. Okay.
Interesting. So he only did that so that he could get the card out of his hand.
Yeah, so he could get a 1 cost, exactly.
Interesting play.
It's like a ranger nuance. That you can fail to load an arrow and still play out your turn.
Very good. And he has that 1 floating resource. So putting a Heat Seeker into Arsenal, very powerful on-hit effect. He already has the Ponder, but if this hits, one of the great things about it, I believe, is it puts that card face up. So the Ponder can still Arsenal.
This is another time where the Heat Seeker is threatening a 6-card hand from Talon.
Very threatening here. Chris will have to cover this up completely if he wants to prevent 2 cards being drawn and put in Arsenal from Talon.
It definitely feels like at this point in the game, Kassai is no longer on the sands of Volcor. She is bogged down in the murkmire of the pits.
The murkmire of the pits. Fantastic.
Mr. Riptide.
Looking forward to seeing Murkmire make a showing against Enigma soon. All this ward coming up.
I'm looking forward to actually using Malign and that other stealth card from Mist that does ignore damage prevention effects.
Love me some ignoring damage prevention, especially given the
edge, spike it with frailty or blood rot, and
goodbye Oasis.
Bye-bye Prism.
And we've got a Shunt, no Tunic, which he would have loved to use for those very efficient 1-cost defense reactions when you have the Tunic counter, but instead pitches a card and covers it completely.
Okay, I think I know the play that's coming. He's going to banish the... Oh, maybe he's not.
Is he not banishing the attack action?
I was going to say, he doesn't want to send the nourishing that he has in hand.
Is there a reason that he would choose not to do that?
I guess because you can see that Talon has arsenaled, so he doesn't want to fall into that trap again.
Oh, where I see. he might have the option to grab the Nourishing if it's available from
Absolutely.
the Codex. Oh, no, he made a mistake and he corrected it.
Okay, Chris.
Oh, because he's sending another one right now. Wow, that could have been a huge mistake. Very nice of Talon to, you know, allow that correction. Happened very quickly.
Chris, you can't run out of stamina this early into Swiss. It's game 1. You need to get to that top 8 again.
And so it looks like he pitched a blue, so probably has one floating resource. He has a frailty, but he played this from hand, so it's coming in for 6. Same play. Let's see if Talon can navigate around this dominate once again.
He holds intoxicating.
Hiding that arsenal card from the crowd, we can only speculate that it is not a defense reaction, or this would have been a faster choice.
He still has a density of traps because he's pitched a lot of the yellows.
Sure does, and we can see here these decks are looking about the same size.
Cover.
Take cover, reload. This is a fantastic card in this matchup here.
And then he oases. Okay. Gain 1 life.
The reload on a defense react has actually come in.
If he gives an inertia here, that'll be really good because Chris can't pocket the arsenal.
Rolling the dice. Let's see what he hits.
A Blood Rot might do just as well, actually.
Blood Rot, 2 damage. We love damage. That's how you kill your opponents.
Chris is not paying for that Blood Rot. Oh, he will? Oh, it's a yellow. Pardon me.
And so he simply pays for the Blood Rot and passes the turn.
Okay.
Giving Talon the tempo, but Riptide not a hero that can utilize tempo all that well from what we've seen. Just going to be playing a headshot from Arsenal. Coming in, there's that 2-card 7. Really good value on that card. And a breakpoint to threaten.
Yeah, Talon's really gaining ground here in the latter half of the game.
Yep. It was a 10 health gap. Now it looks to be a 5 health gap. Those traps, one in particular coming in for 3 damage. That was a just huge bomb of a play on defense to be doing that much damage.
Yeah, some of these traps have gained like a card or more in value on their own, which is incredible.
You know, this has been an interesting match to talk about value, just looking at how many times we've had IP penalties and keeping cards in hand. It seems like maybe we're not looking so much for turn-by-turn value as we are almost like
cyclical
card,
value. Yeah,
cyclical. Like we need to be very careful not to be spending cards out of our deck.
Yeah. And that's another thing about these 2-card 7s is that in a similar way that Guardian would to other decks, your 1 card to the opponent's 2 blocking cards, slowly over time, those cards will add up.
Absolutely. So Chris Iaali pitching a yellow, coming in with the Centauri Saber for 2, 1 floating, 1 card in hand.
He pitched a raise. Talon is going to go straight to reactions.
Trap.
Talon's probably a bit time conscious because he sees the clock is at 6 minutes.
Looks like they're speaking to the judge, just making sure they're moving at a good pace.
Talon will load, present the 6-card hand, and pass to Chris.
And there's a possibility because they're on stream, they started a little bit late. They may have a little time extension at the end.
Yeah, Kano might be lenient. And
here comes the third playing of a Spoils of War. He grabbed 2, but so we expect 5 total this game. This is 4, go again, make 2 copper on hit.
Oh,
here we see
collapsing.
Another legendary collapsing trap, one of the Riptide specializations. This card says, when this defends an attack with go again, the attacking hero discards their hand, then draws that many cards -1. Huge timing on this.
This is 1 card for 3.
Yep, and it looks like he is covering up the rest of that with another defense reaction.
Oh, another pitfall.
Pitfall trap.
So Chris is actually going to pay for this one.
Yep. Saying, I can't really afford to take any more damage, and 3 is certainly a lot. This pitfall trap's potentially putting a lot of offensive damage on a defensive card. Covering up 6.
Chris finally using Tunic? I don't even remember how many turns that sat there.
It's been a couple. So activating Kassai, saying, I really want...
Oh, okay.
So no on hit here, well, besides the one printed on the card. Kassai's ability only cares about weapons, as does the Spoils of War, so he won't be getting any gold.
This is still... Okay, so Chris has managed to catch Talon
Yep.
by baiting out the 2 reactions on one chain link and then sent his nourish.
Very smart play from Chris. So pushing 3
Goes to
and
5 cards.
drawing up to 5, yep. As we see Enlightened Strike bottoming a card, choosing go, choosing
No.
+2 power.
He could always go for go again, but he has no resources to fire.
Yeah.
So
Used a lot of cards to block that turn. So Chris is going to block 6, take 1 damage with 3 cards in hand for his offensive turn coming up.
So he's still sitting okay.
And we see him pitching. Now, this is interesting, pitching a Blade Flurry. I actually really like this for the second cycle. One of his power cards, one of his game closers, just says 2 Centauri Saber damage, and I'll pass.
Okay. Chris setting up in his own way. Talon gets to retort with the Sikkim that was put in Arsenal.
Yep.
Here's 4.
For
Go again. Do you have a trap that can ping me because I'm sending a go again attack?
Probably not. Let's see what Chris does here. Looking at his hand, I think I saw a hold the line. No, maybe it was an overpower that I was looking at.
This is a little awkward because now he's to his pitch stack, and just look how many cards are missing.
So few cards left in Chris Iaali's deck.
It might not even matter about the life totals, and a Command and Conquer on top of that. It might not even matter about these life totals because Chris is just out of cards.
Yep.
He has been fatigued.
You can see him start to, he's not so happy about giving 2 cards here. Still, not very useful to him, so he's going to block with them. But the not to mention the Command and Conquer on hit, you don't want to...
Well, Chad is telling me that he only drew 4 to Nourishing, so maybe Chris...
Could be inactive.
Yeah.
Could be missed. Either way, I don't know how much it'll matter. Just, oh, wow, both of these decks are incredibly thin. And Connor's got his watch maybe set to the correct time.
Yeah.
Our judge there, keeping track of the game state, making sure that these players get as much time as they are allowed. No more, no less to finish this game up.
Here we go. Is it another
strike
70 strike?
Coming in
Yeah.
for 7. Just throwing those breakpoints, saying, here's 1 card from me. I'll take 2 cards from you, and let's just do it again, over and over. Really coming down to the wire. Has blood on her hands. Pretty useless when you have no copper.
That's true.
Goes in front of that. Only blocking
It's Kassai ability fodder
1
at this
card.
point.
It looks like Chris is starting to think he needs...
He's got all 3 glints in hand.
Yeah, 2 glints, and it looks like a blue... maybe slice and dice. Going up to his 3rd tunic counter. Not a lot of offensive threat, but I think it looks like he just needs to be able to push damage. All of a sudden, Talon 3 life in the lead. Possibly a lead in his deck as well.
I mean, Chris has no choice but to take it because the deck damage is too much that he needs to find just some damage.
He needs every card that he can to be threatening damage.
Oh, but that's really unfortunate.
What is that one? A boulder trap?
Another boulder trap. So, yep. Talon would put that on his crown of... Oh, no, on his dynamos.
Okay. Just says, I don't want you to use those anymore.
Yeah, you need 2 solid turns of not blocking with them and swinging 2 weapons.
So when it defends, you put a -1 counter on, and it pings him, I believe, for 1.
Talon came prepared.
So
pay 1, Mr. Iaali, or face ye 2 damage.
Yeah. So it looks like our life totals haven't been updated live yet, but he should have taken 2 damage from that, actually. And it looks like he's giving up the...
No, Chris did pay the 1 because he drew to glint.
Right, but the Talon ability, I think, triggers on both of those.
Oh, true.
So I think Chris should be at 4. Not sure about that. I saw him. There it is. Getting
we've
updated.
got a time extension here.
Okay.
There's no time... Pardon me.
Oh.
I misspoke.
Okay, no time extension here.
Ugh.
A little bit of a mistake on our end. We'll get that corrected as he plays out a Codex of Frailty. Trying to find...
I wonder if he has a Heat Seeker to send.
Yep.
I think he just passed one. He doesn't want Heat Seeker. He wants like Headshot or something.
Okay, so this is the final 2 turns. Okay, if it's not here, it will be soon. So looking like a potential
Virulent Touch
draw
because...
if they
Okay.
can't find lethal.
It's just a shame, I guess.
Yep. Well, that can happen sometimes when you have 2 sort of Fabtcg decks going up against each other. We'll see. Yeah, just waiting to kind of hear from our producer about, and it looks like yes. So those were the last 2 turns, and that will be a draw. Don't play Fatigue, kids. Bagel TCG. And I will say, back during the Oldhim meta, I loved playing that hero until I played the Oldhim Mirror, and it was enough to get me off that hero. I hated drawing so much.
I disagree. It's so funny you say that,
We've got
Michael.
a Guardian
Oldhim
player
Mirrors
here.
are fantastic.
They're fantastic if you can both play fast and get to the end.
I mean, that was me versus Craig. That was me versus other Oldims.
And
Like,
how
it was
often
really fun.
would you draw in the Oldhim Mirror?
I never drew in an Oldhim
Never
Mirror.
drew. Amazing. I couldn't say that.
I've only ever drawn to a Riptide.
Yep.
When I was Oldhim.
Okay.
And I've only ever drawn to a Bravo when I was Oldhim. They just threw so much go again at me first cycle.
Yes.
I just did a bunch of defending.
Looks like we've got some opinions in the chat. Hate to see a draw. Fatigue will always be a draw. It looks like you disagree with that, having never drawn as Oldhim, but in this case it was. We'll see. Perhaps these 2 players can submarine their way to the finals. Otherwise,
Perhaps.
a draw is tough for them, counting as essentially a loss for each player in the standings. I think we'll move to break.
Okay.
As we get ready for the next
Yeah. A break in just
break
a
in 2
second.
minutes. Okay, well maybe we've got a card we could talk about. I don't know how to use. Yeah, click some buttons until it shows up. We're new at this little. We've got a stream deck here that we're learning how to use. Let's try. Is it standings?
No, don't hit a random
Let's look
button,
at the
Michael.
standings.
Okay.
Those are those. Oh, well, we can talk about this. Charles Dunn looking like our first place in the Players' Championship here.
He's
we
still
mentioned
sitting
earlier,
strong,
yeah, that we were going to be having the Players' Championship, I believe, in the Battle Hardened. San Diego will be our
Still earn points down there, yeah.
Yep. 30 points awarded to the winner today, as well as some other number for the top 16, maybe 32.
Everyone that's top, yeah.
Top 16 get points, participation points. We love that. I do wish we could find these cards. I want to talk about them so bad.
There's the points. It's up here.
There it is. Thank you.
25 to runner-up.
Yep.
20 to third and fourth. The rest of the top 8, 15.
And 12 through
9 through 12,
and then
12.
And 1 for participation. So everybody gets points here.
I've got a bunch of participation ones.
As well as these beautiful prizes. The winner getting $400, 200 to second, 100 for third through fourth, and fifth through eighth get 50, just enough to break even on your entry. So I think maybe this is a good time. Feels like a break time,
okay.
and we'll see you
guys
all
in a bit.
shortly when round 2 gets paired.
See you in a bit, bud.
Welcome back, everybody. Jinx. Welcome back, everybody. We're going to do a quick meta breakdown before we get into this next match. We've got a good one lined up for you. Looks like a Victor versus Kayo and teammates. So someone's going to get knocked out who likes the other person, hopefully. We have 5 Kassai, 5 Kayo, and 5 Victor. Very clean spread of some decks that I think we all expected. Kassai maybe coming in a little more than we would think. Kayo a little less. Followed by 4 Azalea and 3 Kano. This guy keeps showing up and trying to sneak wins. I know that he's got some pretty good matchups. He's got some pretty disgusting game plans as well with his second
actually,
cycle.
interesting to me is as many Rhinar as there are Kano.
Wow,
3
3
Rhinar.
Rhinar. That's incredible. And 2 -IO as well. Is that I saw a couple -IEs on the table. I don't see them right now. And is this possible that maybe we got the wrong dash up there? I don't know. Okay, well, we've got 2 Dorinthea, 2 Katsu, 2 Prism.
Okay.
Yes, okay, so not 2 -IO, it's 2 -IEs out there, as well as a smattering of ones here. Arcane, Levia, Riptide, Azuri, and Vincent. All very kind of cool dark horse picks. Levia is actually one of the interesting ones. I consider her to be quite powerful. Only seeing 1 today is interesting. So, yeah, what do you think about this meta breakdown?
Well, I'm rooting for that lone Azuri still.
Lone Azuri, awesome. Love it. Yeah. So
Okay.
we'll bring you into our match here now. The players are set up. Looks like they're having a fun time. Teammates, I'm not sure which team they're on. They were telling me they're teammates.
It's the Vegas boys.
The Vegas boys, is that?
Is over from Vegas, yeah.
All right. 100 Thieves shirt and the Metal Fab. Oh, the Metal Fab tokens. For those of you who don't know Metal Fab tokens, they've got some awesome Metal Fab tokens. Pick them up.
Yeah, they're really nice. Really, really good finger feel.
Getting that shuffle nice and clean. So tell me a little bit about, I know that you like to play Victor.
I do.
Have you ever played into a Kayo before?
Hundreds of times.
How does that feel? How do you feel about this matchup in general, Victor versus Kayo?
I'm never delighted to see it, but at least I know what I'm in for.
Okay.
The clashes get far worse because Kayo's hero power means that every 5 is a 6. So you draw on a lot of clashes, and then you always risk like losing if they flip a swing big or something pretty powerful like that, because that's a 9.
So Victor, the guy who likes to kind of cheat, pay to win, if you will, golden boy, always paying his way to victory, doesn't get to do that so easily against this Kayo.
Yeah.
Maybe a fair match instead of a cheating one. And of course, I'm kidding. It's not really cheating. It's how the hero's designed, but very flavorful. Drawing cards each time he makes a gold, winning clashes, showing his superior might through the power of his attack action.
He wants to be the victor, and it's
absolutely.
It's a little contested against KO, but it's not a buy. It's a matchup that you have a few percentage stacked up on top of you.
It looks
like
45
to 55.
Peter may have gone and picked himself a KO Armory deck recently because it looks like he's running the new chess piece. Do you remember the name of that chess piece?
It is called Savage Sash.
Savage Sash.
And
this chess piece is powerful, isn't it?
Yeah, it gives a cost reduction of 1 for your brute attack action cards.
Each brute attack action card. It says destroy this attack action cards with 6 or more power.
It's not even brute.
That's true. Any attack action. So this counts for a command and conquer. That's pretty incredible. Cost 1 less to play this turn. Go again and temper 2. So it can even block more than the tunic that that Kayo was traditionally running. Pretty awesome to have a tunic replacement for this class here. As we start things off, Peter pitching, or I'm sorry, creating an agility token with the... I
think Peter won the die roll, and Dalton simply Arsenal passed and drew a card.
Okay.
And then Peter got to Agile Wind Up.
So the Agile Wind Up was on Dalton's turn. Now he's playing a runner, recreating that agility. 6 go again as Dalton chooses to take 2 damage with a defense reaction, Fate Foreseen, right?
Taking a peek. He left it on top as well, so maybe he likes the clash
Yep.
here.
And, ooh, cast bones.
He
Great
denies
start
him that value, though.
for
He just cast bones
Peter.
instead.
Well, we'll see what he hits here. Oops, as we get a
There's
drop
one
on the
blood
table.
rush. Oh, a cast
Ooh,
bones.
so only 4 on this.
Interesting.
So, but he already has the agility, and not terrible. He would have liked to see those extra 2, but knowing that he's going to draw into probably either a cast bones, a blood rush, or both, we'll see how he navigates this coming turn.
It could be an awkward hand if he has both of them in hand to draw up next.
Yes, very possible that this is an extremely awkward hand. He does not want to have a blood rush and a cast bones in the same hand. That'll clog things up a bit for him, especially if he needs to discard cards from hand that care about 6 power.
There's also no blue in this hand.
True. A couple yellows, but he will be struggling a little bit for resources. Maybe.
It could just be just a giant E-strike.
Sure. I was going to say we might see him decide to block with the chest and use it early to get him out of a pickle if his hand does not cooperate. See what the players decide to do here as Dalton cuts, and they put those cards back on top of the deck for Peter to draw up.
Though fortunately, Dalton has 3 cards in arsenal to work with, so let's see what he makes of this hand.
4-card hand, which Victor...
Okay, so he holds red. That's a debilitate. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what he arsenal though. He quickly put it there on his opening turn.
And it looks like
E-strike.
he sends the E-strike coming in for... Let's see what he chose.
It's got to be go again, yeah.
5, go again. Putting a card on the bottom. Probably one of those blues.
He definitely wants to snag the debilitate red.
Yeah.
This is nice because this is a matchup that I'm very familiar with and heroes that I'm very familiar with.
Yes, 2 very popular heroes at the moment. As Peter decides no blocks. Not very surprising coming from the aggressive Brute. Dalton pitching a blue, coming in for 4 more using Titan's Fist, which says that if he pitches a card with cost 3 or greater, gets +1 on that base 3.
So I think Peter holds the blood rush because he blocked with the cast bones instead.
Yeah, I didn't see. Yeah, he did draw it up. So blocks with the cast bones, just getting the value and getting that miss out of his hand. He does not want to discard that and end his turn.
Dalton also presenting balance of justice. So he's prepared for a blood rush here.
Looks like he's got a Sink Below and a Golden Sun in hand. See how he uses those. Peter playing Blood Rush. Discards Send Packing. 1 floating resource.
Drew an E-strike and a wild ride. So not incredible.
Well, while the E-strike doesn't get the bonus attack from the Blood Rush, it does...
Drawing a card to the agility
exactly allow him to choose to draw a card and possibly fish for some better options. 1 card, 9 go again is nothing to scoff at.
Golden Sun in hand. I think 2 blue machos and a sink. Dalton wants to keep at least 1 blue to send that debilitate next turn.
He's got that Tunic counter like you mentioned, so that clean 2-card 8. Guardian's Bread and Butter. Thinking about how to block. It's vanilla damage, but I think it's also, you know, you've got a limited, you've got 40 life to work with. You can't just be taking 9.
You could just fish for a better card with this sink on this chain link.
Without the gold, the Golden Sun may be something that he'd rather bottom and save for later.
Yeah, Golden Sun isn't the be-all, end-all in this matchup, but like it's a good closer, just like it is in generally a lot of matchups.
Giving the shield.
Okay.
So perhaps thinking about sending the Golden Sun. We'll see what he's
So
saying.
he doesn't want to bleed any damage on this chain link. That's fine.
Probably put that Golden Sun on the bottom, and he did.
Ooh.
Send Packing. This is tough. He'll probably need to use armor to cover this up, and
Bit of a pain.
possibly a lot of it. 2 cards in hand, showing the debilitate, and this is coming in for 8, thanks to the Blood Rush Bellows. Very difficult to cover that up.
This was kind of a read by Peter saying that depending on how many cards he gives me, Dalton just Chalking up his
Wow.
losses.
Just says, okay, you get me. No debilitate.
Pummy. Interesting.
And just swings the hammer instead.
Fist for
Looks
4.
like he may have forgotten
Look, another
the
blood
tunic
rush.
counter, unless his opponent is kind on the back end of this.
Nah, that's unfortunate.
Something that I do pretty much exclusively. For me, tunic is not much more than an iron wrought chest.
I could not say the same. Tunic has saved my bacon in so many games.
Yep. So we've got another Blood Rush Bellow. Peter coming in hot with the draws, discarding a Bare Fangs, creating a Might off the back of Kayo's hero ability, and drawing 2 cards, 2 floating resources. Looks like he's got a Command and Conquer and an Assault and Battery, as well as a Agile Wind-Up in hand. So not the greatest, nothing too. I think he would have preferred to keep that Bare Fangs in hand, but coming in with the Claw for 5. I'm sorry, for 6, thanks to the Might token. 6 go again on a weapon. It's a lot of damage.
A lot of damage, but it's just raw.
Yep. Dalton looking at this, thinking about it.
Looks like he just has a hand of blues. It's not incredible for him either.
Yeah. Maybe looking to get his 13 value out of this. Oh, and he decides this is the turn to block with Balance of Justice.
He's probably fishing for a red or something impactful.
Yeah. Maybe needs to, see the top of his deck for something better. Just a yellow Agile Wind-Up coming in for 8. Decides to choose to play that over the Command and Conquer, which would
balance
not
in
have buff.
response. What do you find?
Yep, draws a card.
I think it's just. Oh, is that spinal?
I didn't see it. Maybe we can switch the hand cam and get a better look. Yeah, Red Thunderquake.
Oh, T-Quake. That's oh Palmy.
Oh, so he's got a Spinal and a Thunderquake. So much better looking hand here. He could block with one of those reds if he wants to and send the other one.
Thing is, neither one of them really squarely lines up with this hand because he's already spent one of his blues to block. He does have Tunic, but Tunic only just helps him in that he can send Spinal with Thunderquake and the Tunic.
Yeah. So he's really debating here about preserving life versus sending, and he chooses to send that Thunderquake next turn rather than dawdle around and keep his life high. I mean, 27 to 30, they're still, this is a, they're trading blows here.
Yeah, Peter's been through 2 Blood Rush, so like a lot of power has already been spent in just a few turns, so that's not the worst.
Really great spot, I think.
Oh, pardon me. Oh, okay, it was his 4th card. Well, this is perfectly serviceable.
Yep, 10 damage coming through. Peter with a 5-card hand, thinking about whether he wants to stop any of this or some of it. Shuffling through very quickly.
I think he was afraid of Arsenal disruption, so he just chose to send it now as opposed to leaving it.
That makes sense to me.
Also, you're a bit more vulnerable when you heave when you don't have Crown of Providence.
Right. Heads up, the opponent can see that you're doing it.
Peter's hand looks very blue heavy, so less power to be seen, but he's still going to throw some okay damage.
Here comes the Command and Conquer. So there's that Arsenal Disruption, 7 damage, but Dalton did an Arsenal.
Yeah, that would have been an annoying break point.
Really smart play line there from Dalton, deciding to keep that Arsenal clear.
And he still has Tunic to send a 2-card.
Yeah, he's been sitting on that Tunic for a bit here.
He has a Golden Sun in hand. I wonder if he pops Shield now to cash in some Tunic value, or he stays a bit patient.
I haven't seen any blocking cards, rather block cards that will create gold from Dalton yet if you clash. Those can be real make or break cards in this matchup, whether you win or lose that and create the gold. I do know that Victor can be, it can be difficult to give up your only gold when you have yet to get through all of those blocking cards. Because
absolutely.
Sometimes you want to keep that gold around too.
I think, considering this hand, I think it's keep the choke slam and send it with Tunic.
Sure. Huh? Maybe thinking he'd rather push the damage. Really having to think about it, the choke slam is a very valuable card in this matchup. If it's able to crush, it prevents attack action cards from gaining power, which, as we all know, those might tokens do exactly that. Blocking
Okay.
4, or I'm sorry, taking 4, blocking 3.
Perhaps
down to
pocketing the
23.
Golden Sun instead?
Aha. So, wants to save one of these cards for later. Currently no might token on the field, so Chokeslam just a vanilla 8 unless something happens to change that. And he sends the Golden Sun, valuing the immediate damage, saving the Chokeslam for maybe a...
Yeah, Peter points out, like, yeah, you need Tunic to cast this.
Yeah.
So he did rip Shield just to send 10.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So maybe just getting the value while he can, treating those future block cards, which we actually don't know if he's running. He could have made the choice to cut them, knowing that clashes are difficult to run into a KO. Unlikely, but possible.
I would still argue that Test of Strength is a safer bet because at the very least, even if you lose or draw that clash, you block 4.
Yeah.
Trounce is a mixed bag.
Sure. Yeah, we've
Or-
had this conversation
or a
late at night in the past.
A very big risk if you play it into KO that, yes, you could draw on one of them and no one will win, but you only block 3 and you got nothing else out of that card.
So blocks 5 using one of the counters on his Apex Bonebreaker to create a Might token. And now he's
Exactly.
coming
Ian in the chat. Trounce is good, but Test of Strength is better.
There it is. You heard it here first. So pulping, discarding a, believe it or not, it's a 6 power. So this will get Dominate, and
Make the Might. Yep.
as long as it's not blocked with 2 or more cards, it will have Go again.
Non-equipment cards.
Non-equipment cards, thank you for the clarification. So Peter with no arsenal, not much of a risk of putting a defense react and then and stopping the Go again. So Mandible Claw now coming in for 3 power, 2 floating resources. 21 life to 21 life. This is neck and neck. 2 of the new heavy hitters heroes really battling it out, showing what these kind of slugfests look like as a Command and Conquer now comes onto the chain. 6 power, threatening that arsenal. No Tunic counter means he can't play that now. We know that it's a Choke Slam, a 4-cost attack.
No, it's just going to be a hammer this turn
So
cycle.
just a hammer. And we see the exchange of blows once again.
He's still healthy enough. I'm sure he's fine with it. The thing that really changes this matchup is that KO can have 3 more health in Savage Sash.
Yep.
It's pretty ridiculous.
Looking at the armor here, the life totals look the same, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 potential block on Dalton's side, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 left on Peter's. So the armor suite much healthier on Peter's side of the board. Kind of scary for Dalton when you put it in that perspective. Sending another pulping.
CNC goes to the bin.
Yep, discarding that 6. So this has 7 and Dominate, pushing some damage. And it has Go again unless he arsenaled a defensive card, which...
Unfortunately, we know that answer. He did not.
Yep.
Yeah, these pulpings really are ripping through some of the life total.
Yeah, one of the better cards from Kayo at getting damage dealt unblockable, well, blockable with 1 card from hand. Using the Civic Steps here to stop 5 of it, taking 2, and a Pack Hunt, another card that's fantastic for pushing damage as it will intimidate a card from Dalton's hand, and it might be a card that he was hoping to block with. No longer available.
I think they were all blue, so I don't think he cares what he's going to put in front.
So probably just going to lay these 2 down and come back with another hammer swing. Very methodical play from Dalton as he just keeps utilizing that Titan's Fist. as a clapback.
It's unfortunate that he's been basically beaten in so consistently by Kayo, but I guess that is what Kayo was built to do as a deck.
And I think the real difference maker here is just the amount of armor that Peter has left. You'd think the Guardian player was the one with more armor, but not in this case. The Tunic sort of coming in and cutting back. While it does provide value throughout the game, it sort of takes away from the overall blocking potential.
Hey Clark, when you're on the receiving end of everything KO has, like, you do have to just block 9 and send 4 sometimes.
Yeah, it's a good point.
They're busy beating your face in. You can't keep all the cards.
I can say when I play Victor, I'm playing a lot of Go Again, 15 power turns. So not always the sit back and swing for 4 gameplay. But against KO, I'll admit I do this as well. He just has so much offensive power. You have to, you know, take your lickings and hopefully get value on the other end from cards like Hold the Line, Balance of Justice, and maybe some disruption in the form of Pummel and or Tear Asunder if you have that.
Taking a look at these lists.
Yeah.
Dalton does have Pummel, but I have no clue as to whether he's actually sided it into this matchup or not.
It looks like he's also running Tear Asunder, a card that I really like in this matchup because, like I said, KO's kind of presenting more damage than Victor can handle. Even with block with 3 cards and send hammer, you just kind of fall behind with that game plan. But if you're able to disrupt what KO is trying to do...
Peter taking a calculated gamble because he decided to rip Wild Ride while still holding a Cast Bones. Is that the one? No, he
wins the gamble.
He's absolutely never punished.
Yeah.
And will go up a card instead.
Absolutely. This is actually, you know, this could have been a game-changing play here if he... yeah.
Dalton says, Judge.
Uh-huh.
Is he allowed to do that? Is he allowed to get this lucky?
Putting the Enlightened Strike into his hand, showing it face up since that is known information. And
oh, maybe there was a serious judge call.
Oh, okay.
Peter is meant to banish the card and then put it into.
Uh-huh. So he takes 1 damage from that, going down to 12. Looks like everybody's happy with the way things resolved.
Brutes get the luck earlier, it makes the devastating brick later funnier. Yes, but you have to survive that onslaught.
Yes.
You don't always get there.
7, Go Again. No opportunity to blow this out with a defense reaction like with the pulping. As Dalton thinks about his blocks. Seems...
Everyone is lost at this table. Okay. Is that a red choke slam? He's probably debating, like, this is worth keeping.
Trying to read his lips here. Something. KO's overpowered. I can't believe this hero's legal.
Well, not for much longer.
I still think that KO is going to have a bit of a lull in the coming larger tournaments.
I think it's going to do with new. Because if a bunch of KOs turn up to a tournament, like a Battle Hardened, and they meet the, like, handful of news, or maybe even giant wave equal to the KOs, like, that matchup does not seem good.
We've got the Enlightened Strike, bottoming a card. I think he chose to draw so that he can just arsenal that last card and have another 5-card hand going into next turn.
Yeah.
Asking Dalton, you just took 4. How would you like to take 5 more? Dalton sitting with 3 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal. Giving the Civic, so maybe he did give Go Again to the Enlightened Strike.
Oh, does he want to chip in with Claw?
Possibly chip in with Claw, possibly... Whoa, what is going on over there?
There's a custom Quicken token.
That's a Quicken? It looks even faster than a Quicken. It's a very fast-looking Quicken token, just flying down that highway. It looks like it's from, what's the name of the mechanologist city?
Metrics.
Yeah,
it does look like it's from Bright Lights.
Looks like he's speeding through the subway in Metrics. Beautiful art there.
Oh, so he still gets his
There's the
agility
Cast
anyway.
Bones.
It doesn't matter because he's got a Quicken, because they both pop together.
So perhaps that was some of the reasoning. He didn't know he was playing Cast Bones, but he knew he was going to play something. And whether it was a Cast Bones or another card, that Quicken would have been used. So 6 mites, a quicken, an agility, 12 to 11. This is not looking great for Dalton in this spot.
He's also drawn not a single test of strength.
True.
And I've had games like this.
Not a single test of strength so far. Really, really important for Victor. If he wants to win, he needs to get that card advantage that he was designed to get through the hero power. Whenever he makes a gold token, he gets to draw a card, and test of strength is exactly what he wants to be doing.
Oh, welcome in, Mr. Steelfur. Kayo actually had really low conversion today at Warsaw. I did see that.
That's kind of what I'm saying. You know, we'll see, but I think the bigger tournaments might have... The thing about him is that he doesn't block well. Great offensive power, but the heroes that can, you know, take advantage of his cards like Pulping, like Wild Ride, they don't have a block value printed on them.
Yeah.
So those on-hits can be devastating.
The way I define Kayo when I explain him to people that don't otherwise already know is like he's kind of boilerplate brute.
Sure. Yeah.
He's very face up.
Sure.
He's just a lot of raw damage and good numbers, but you know, that being your forte means that you don't have on hits that wrest away control from your opponent.
Sure. Yep, no real. I mean, he does have a lot of arsenal disruption, so there's some threatening on hits, but it's not the same as
they're the
like
few
an
and far
Azalea,
between
right?
from what the main of the deck
Exactly.
does. Yeah, exactly.
So, looks like pass to Dalton here. Did he block any of that 5 damage? I think maybe, yeah, it looks like he gave a card, right? And the armor, I remember now. And he's
the 2-card
cashing that, cashing that tunic counter in finally. No floating, 8 damage. And this is really important for Peter to block, because if this hits, it will negate all 6 of those might tokens. So Peter must give at least some armor, maybe a card.
I mean, he's got his selection of what 2 block armor piece and 1 card he can
really
give, so
not a lot of issues for him to block this out. He could give just armor if he wanted the 4-card hand. It looks like he's opting to give the Savage Sash, indicating maybe looking to use that soon. So I do like that block. Blocking 5, taking 3. Crush says it must deal 4 damage to be active. So no crush on this. Therefore, no on-hit effect.
Arsenal pass, says Dalton. Okay.
Yep, are active for the following turn. Here they come. 6 power.
That's
Agility
a bunch of
pops.
numbers.
Go again, and there it is, the Savage Sash. So Peter's looking to blow this game wide open. Ooh, and a runner remaking the agility, just on an absolute roll here.
1 card, 12, go again, producing agility.
Yep. Coming in for 12.
Big exhale from
Go
Dalton.
again. It looks like
I know, man. I know.
Dalton, he can't cry on camera, so he's laughing. Just look at that. Such a funny number, 12. Usually I have to spend 4 cards to make that number happen. So funny.
Okay, a sink below. Some other stuff.
Looking to the sky for help.
I think he's just really assessing, like, is this damage I'm staring down gonna kill me?
Well,
do I have to fold the entire hand?
There's a lot of cards. And it's tough, too, because, you know, you don't know if there's arsenal disruption following this up, and if there is, which send packing as a 3 cost unless you've popped that chess piece. He's got 2 floating, so he's representing a send packing. He's representing a Command and Conquer.
Oh, yeah. That's
possibly representing a Wild Ride into something. So there's a lot of potential damage coming off the back of this turn.
Dalton looking up and asking why him. That's every time I match into KO at a bigger tournament.
Yep. And so there's the blocking 6 with a sink below, totaling 10, taking 2.
I don't know, maybe I'll be changing my tune by the time I grapple with New, saying, oh, just feed me all the KO.
Yeah.
I'll take him on the chin.
Ooh, and there's a send packing just saying, I will do all the damage. I'm sorry, pack hunt, not a send packing. I saw it.
It's got pack in the name.
That's exactly what
you're half right.
So he won't be able to block with that card as it was intimidated out of his hand, banished for the remainder of this turn.
I'm going to have to hope it was the blue that he swings fist with, otherwise...
Going down to 3
Peter just
life.
gave him
Tough
intellect
spot.
penalty.
Tough spot for Dalton. Peter creating the agility on the back of that turn from the runner is a pretty big deal here. As
Here is
Dalton.
4, good sir.
Yep.
Oh, look, it's another blood rush.
Ooh. There's Blood Rush, Swing Big, Send Packing. A lot of power cards in Peter's hand. I can't imagine he wants to give anything from his hand, possibly some armor as the game gets closer. Can sometimes be a good idea to get the Battle Worn value rolling, but he says no blocks. 5 health is plenty to work with outside of any kind of pummel shenanigans.
Me name
range.
brute, me no block.
Yep. And he pitches that Send Packing for a Swing Big, 2 cards in hand. So interesting choice not to block if he doesn't use either of those cards.
Actually, I just did the dumb brew impression, but this is actually a smarter play by Peter because he's operating with more hidden information.
I see.
He's saying, look, I've got a bunch here. Let's see how much you block. And then he's going to probably send the Swing Big on the other chain link. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. 4 cards.
Because Dalton
16.
Has to give... It needs to be a... Yeah,
And
that's
it.
game.
Absolutely.
Doesn't even need the Blood Rush.
Crazy turn at the end there. Peter closing it out with 2 Swing Bigs, 4 card 16. Good game.
I mean, seeing that much early game, like you're guaranteed to chip a bunch of the damage in. So it's no surprise that like he got to close it fairly swiftly.
Yep.
I don't even think we hit like 10 turns total. So
Sure. I'm curious to know, maybe I'll talk to Dalton after the game and see if he brought any of those test of strengths in, or if it was a choice not to, thinking, I'm going to lose the clash anyway. So it could have been just a little bit of bad luck on his side, or
Could
a
be.
choice. I think, are we doing an interview on this one? We could. We've got time.
we've got plenty of time with that round.
Okay. So maybe we'll come back to you with a little bit of an interview from the winner. Why don't we go to break and sort that out? And we'll be back shortly.
Okay. Ta-ra.
Welcome back, everyone. Here I've got Peter Buddensiek, winner of round 2, playing Kayo against his teammate Dalton.
Yeah.
How are you doing today, Peter?
Good. Finally did not start AGE03 like I
Hey.
had, the last couple times, but yeah, no, it's been a good day. Playing something different today, but
Yeah.
it was pretty fun.
Right. Speaking of, it looks like people in chat, and you and I were just chatting about, you don't usually play Kayo. Normally you, one letter different. Kano main. Why'd you decide to play Kayo today?
Yeah, usually play Kano. I've been loving that deck for the last a long time. But I don't know. Sometimes I've been looking at a lot of the spoilers, and
Sure.
as everybody there, and also the Sash came out, and I
Right.
wanted to try it, and after looking at Enigma and what Enigma does, and Copium for the last 2 weeks here,
Yeah.
after we got Blue Illusionist coming out,
That's tough.
I was like, what's the likeliness of Kano being good at all,
Mhm.
in the next set?
Mhm.
And, we already got Prism, which is a terrible matchup.
True.
Ward Blue Illusionist.
Yeah.
Surely that's a bad matchup too. So I was kind of coping this week, and I decided
Got
that, hey, if I'm not going to be able to play him for, next set, I should probably start playing
Sure.
more characters. And I used to be playing, Chain, Briar, 5 primarily, and
Okay.
aggro decks like that. For the longest time before I started playing Kano,
Yeah.
and so I was like, I'm just gonna go back to the tried and true. Pick
Gotcha.
Kayo. I know he's broken. Everybody knows he's broken.
Yeah. Well, it's really interesting you say that. We had a little segment about Kayo starting the stream off about, how is Kayo doing right now? And personally, and I seem to be in the minority, I think that Kayo is actually quite targetable. And so while he's clearly winning some of the smaller tournaments, I don't think he's going to do so well when it comes to the bigger ones, especially things like Worlds. And of course, we've got Part the Mistveil coming out. It looks like maybe New could target him. So what do you think about Kayo's future moving forward and his ability to take these larger events?
Yeah, I think it's pretty interesting. As we saw in LA, 4 out of 8 were KO, and I think we saw his dominance there as well. Obviously we didn't see one in the finals near say, but he just has a lot of power and innate consistency. He has a little bit of inconsistency because you have to do all these draw discards and you have 6 misses in your deck. And but if you can get through that, the percentage is so high that you should be able to get through that in a normal tournament.
Gotcha.
He has all these power cards Cast Bones, Bloodrush Bellow to get you through there. He does struggle a little bit versus the warriors of the meta that can, and he is pretty targetable.
Yeah.
He's being pulled in so many ways, but his main game plan is just so consistent, so good.
Sure.
That it even though he is targetable, and his percentage has not been super good at a lot of these conversion rates. There's a reason why he's had 561 points so far in coming out on heavy hitters. Why he's maybe not the definitive best deck, but he's the most consistent deck putting up numbers this season, and I think he'll continue to do that even through Mistveil probably.
Awesome. So you think he's here to stay? Maybe not for long.
Yeah, I would. He's 50-50 if he's even at Pro Tour to Amsterdam, I would say.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. 50-50 Pro Tour to Amsterdam. You heard it here. I also have some questions just about you. I heard we were talking, you have a YouTube channel, you got some Twitter handles. Tell us about yourself.
Yeah, so I do my YouTube content and my Twitter content are both at Mask of Momentum. Usually I kind of troll on Twitter a little bit or give my opinions from time to time.
Always fun to troll on Twitter, especially in Flesh and Blood.
Always fun. I always reading what everybody else says and just being damn, these people are really dumb, and I can't believe they're putting this on the internet. A lot of the time,
That sounds like the Twitter I know.
Sounds like the Runaways.
Yeah.
And then so we're looking at and then for my YouTube content, I do a lot of top 8 analysis. So I go over top 8s, watch the game, the quarterfinals, the semis, and the finals.
Sure.
Give what I see during the game, what I would do, some playlines that I think that are pretty interesting.
Sure.
Give more of analysis, state of the point of view.
Awesome. So if people are looking for top 8 analysis, where can they go on YouTube to find that content?
At Mask of Momentum.
Mask of Momentum. So you just type into the search bar Mask of Momentum.
Yeah, it should. It should
awesome.
come up,
So
I
we're
hope.
looking for the channel called Mask of Momentum. Maybe if I had to guess, has a Mask of Momentum icon.
It actually doesn't.
It doesn't.
And, I should probably get that fixed. It's just
Maybe.
my face.
What is it?
Actually,
it's just your face. I mean, your
Listen,
face currently has a lot of momentum as you're 2-0. You've got the Mask of Momentum, possibly taking this entire tournament. We'll have to see how you do in the following rounds. If your
100%.
roll into KO is the right choice. Anything else? You said your Twitter handle that you like to troll on. Any other content or anything that you want to shout out to the rest of the internet here?
Shout out Metal Fab tokens. For sponsoring me, obviously.
Sure.
For all your Metal Fab token needs, go to metalfabtokens.com.
And you said you were Team Runaways, right?
No. No. They're good guys.
But tell us about your team, because your teammate Dalton was somebody that you played against just now.
Yeah. Dalton's one of my best friends since high school. Actually, he's not near on the Mask Momentum on the Metal Fab Tokens team, but he's from Team Vegas. We got to represent out here. But the Metal Fab Tokens team. Some names like Caleb, Patrick, Caleb, Bermodjan Bay.
And this is all team. You could say Team Mask of Momentum, or you're just Mask.
No, Team Metal Fab.
Team Metal Fab Tokens.
Metal
I'm
Fab
so sorry.
You're
I got confused with your YouTube channel.
Yeah. So Majin, me, there's a whole bunch of us. Acro, Patrick.
And Majin Bay is the other infamous Kano player, right?
Yes.
So we've got. You really should just rename to Team Kano, Team Wizard.
At one point, it was really funny, especially testing for the latest PT, where we just kind of went to the testing house, and me and Majin were like, all right, so we're just playing Kano at the PT, but we'll test all these other decks with everybody else and make sure we know draft. But we're probably just playing Kano for the entire time. So
sounds like a blast. I love playing Kano.
Sounds great.
My three decks right now are Victor, Kano, and Dash.io. Actually,
ooh, Dash.io is really cool.
It's so fun.
Tyler Horseport ain't here, which is one of the Dash.io goats.
He's ripped his deck list right off of the internet, and shout outs to Tyler, man.
He's a great guy. He's a great guy.
It's a work of art. That deck is amazing. I still don't know how to sideboard with it. I just pile, but one of the coolest things is the pile is really good.
Yeah. I test with
works.
I test with Horsepole a decent amount. He's a friend of the team, and it's just he comes up with these wacky ideas and wacky decks, and it's just really cool to see the innovation on a hero that it's traditionally super hard to play, and also a lot of people put in when you look at tier lists, a lot of put Dash.io at towards the bottom. But I actually don't think it's because the deck is bad. It's because the amount of skill and the amount of time that you have to put into that deck to make it into that A tier is so much that it's so underexplored for the massive amount of player base that there is. We saw a little bit of glimpse when it came out. The calling in. I want to say Auckland, but I don't know if it was actually Auckland, but the Dash.io went XO into the finals, losing the finals there.
I see.
And that really put Dash.io on the map, and then it kind of fizzled out after a while, people figuring it out before Worlds. But I think that deck is a lot better than what people think, and I can't wait to see it more often. Hopefully it's better in the next set, but Boost, mech knowledge isn't as good these days, with all the warriors running around.
Right, a little vulnerable to fatigue, unfortunately, but I think that will wrap things up for us here. Thank you so much for the interview. I wish you luck in the rest of your tournament.
Thank you.
And we'll see you all in round 3 when we start up next here at AGE May Open. Welcome back, everybody, to AGE May Open. We're coming up with round 3 here, looking like a, what was it, Rhinar versus
Azalea
matchup. John Zapata on the left, John Kim playing Rhinar on the right. Looks like the Rhinar deck might be a little more fatigue-oriented, as John Zapata's Azalea, pretty traditional from what I saw. Death Dealer possibly coming in, getting the value off of that, and trying to disrupt and push those dominated attacks to try to close the game out. What are your first thoughts on this matchup before we start?
I mean, Rhinar is not KO, so Azalea doesn't immediately hose this brute on hits alone. Like, John will have to find pockets where he's given armor or reactions or cards just to sneak it in and pray that, you know, he can find dominate at awkward times where John number 2 does not have defense reactions in arsenal to cover it up.
Yeah, so a very defensive list, lots of defense reactions to be expected on the side of Rhinar.
And John's also packing Dreadbore, so I wonder if he actually sides it into this matchup, knowing ahead of time that Rhinar, if he's brought with reactions. So
sure. So if he does bring Dreadbore in, that could be tricky and very clunky for John to try to navigate. Dreadbore, of course, saying that defense reactions cannot be played from hand.
Yep.
Very difficult.
We saw round 1 how difficult that can be to play around if you have multiple in hand that you have to pitch away.
Setting up, he's bringing the Tunic. No new chess piece, which makes a lot of sense. Although it does block more, I think the value that Tunic provides is a little bit better for a defensive deck.
Incredibly, yeah. Presenting club. No claws.
Oh, Romping Club, yep.
Because this is not an aggressive deck, as word has traveled down the grapevine.
Yep, Romping Club, one of the most efficient weapons in Flesh and Blood. 2 cost, 4 power, possibly going up to 5 if he's discarded a card that turn. So one of the reasons that people like to play this Rhinar deck is because of that weapon. Very, very efficient. Good for fatiguing.
It is, actually. People don't usually think of it that way. They usually look at claws and go, why on earth would I play club?
Sure. Well, the 2 Guardian mains here know exactly why you would play that.
I love club. I really wanted a mid-range club-oriented build to be a bit more viable with heavy hitters, but LSS said, oh, meet Kayo, mate.
Rhinar got kind of swept under the rug on that.
He did get a spec, but
John Kim going ahead and just starting the game with 3 action points, hitting the 6 right off the bat.
There we go.
Really good turn to kind of do that play, because if you miss, you just Arsenal pass. No big deal.
Oh, and he's starting off by stacking.
Ah, what is that card? We see the
We've got Barraging Blue, and we've got Alpha Rampage.
Oh, very great game enders. So really smart play here. Turn 0, just getting the bottom of his deck to look really great for that second cycle if he manages to get there. Another likely thing to happen when you're playing a defensive deck with lots of defense reactions.
He also gets to chip John if he sends something on the follow-up, because John's probably going to give 2 cards to his 4.
Yep. And it looks like his follow-up is he's got a Sink Blow, and what is that other card? Is that a Warmonger's?
That's a Warmonger's, definitely.
Okay, so the action points really great here. Warmonger's is one of the most difficult cards for Azalea to play around. Most of what she wants to do is play a bunch of non-attacks.
Might just buy himself a whole turn if John doesn't redraw something like E-Strike. But from what I see in his list, I don't see Enlightened Strike. Oh, Endless Arrow, not Enlightened Strike. Okay.
So gets the Warmongers out. I'm assuming John chose War, but it's possible that he chose Peace just to kind of cycle some stuff out if he doesn't have a good hand for War. Amplifying Arrow, not very useful. Yep, look at that. He's got 3 non-attacks and an attack. So no matter what he does, he's kind of stuffed on this turn.
And actually, he did get chipped the 1 damage because he only gave his Spire Sniping to block. So He kept one of these his cards from his opening hand.
Yep. Really great opener from John Kim on the Rhinar. And he just loads up an arrow and passes the turn. Little time walk there. Oh, just kidding. He chose war. Sending the amplifying arrow. I think this is just for 2. And he will... Rain Razors. Not an attack or a non-attack, so an instant is able to be played even while Warmonger's Diplomacy is on the field, pumping it up to 5, pushing just a little bit of damage.
So he's fortunate that he gets to use his cards this way.
Yeah.
But it's still not incredible.
No,
And
I mean, better than nothing, but certainly, not the turn that he would have liked to have turn 1. He wants to push more than that, I believe. As it gets passed over back to John Kim, and he drops a Command and Conquer. Another very disruptive card into Ranger. Ranger tends to have a lot of 2 blocks, which makes it tough to cover this up, and they rely so heavily on their arsenal.
All these pumps.
And just to answer that question you asked earlier about whether he would bring in the Dreadbar, it looks like the answer is no, as we see Death Dealer on the table. Just the classic Azalea list.
That makes me think, did he feel as though Rhinar was going to play the standard claws plan into him? And he just thought, okay, this is a bit of a... this is a hedge. Like, I like having a card when I load in an arrow.
So Command and Conquer coming in 4/6. John Zapata thinking in the tank a little bit about this block. Doesn't want to lose that card from Arsenal, but doesn't want to give 2 cards. Ranger rarely wants to block if they can get away with it. And John Kim is also holding a card in hand and in Arsenal, threatening a potential pummel. Doesn't have it.
It's our favorite, the Schrodinger's pummel.
Exactly. So
Not
John
real.
just decides to go ahead and take that damage.
Ooh. Losing the pre-med.
Yep. Losing the pre-med from Arsenal. He must not have had enough 3 blocks. He would have had to give 3 cards, and he just said, forget it. I need these. I need at least 4 to come back on offense. So takes the damage, loses the card, and the turn passes over. Goes ahead and loads an arrow using
that's good.
Dreadbore.
That's good that he gets to use a 0-cost arrow by pitching red.
Yeah.
Doesn't require 2 cards to send a 1-cost.
We are looking at, looks like John's got a lot of defensive capabilities in his hand there with the Fate Foreseen in hand, and I think a Sync below an Arsenal. So no matter what John does, it's unlikely to connect here. Doing a little math. Shuffle the cards.
I wonder if he tries that blind Azalea, but
it's possible.
Already spent his Death Dealer activation. It would
right. If he misses, that would be the end of his
turn. He
turn.
does have a knock in hand, so
okay.
He could try his luck early, but
maybe that's what he's thinking about here. As he goes ahead and plays the Read the Glide Path, allowing him to opt 1 and giving the next arrow +3 damage.
I wonder what he got.
Did you see? I think he left it on top, right?
Yeah, he's still thinking about.
Sure.
Okay, he didn't truly like it. He'll send it to the bottom.
Okay. And there's the knock. Really wants to have Dominate, thinking about how he's going to push the damage that he needs to deal to close this game out. Dominate is one of the ways to do that, hopefully, for John, not into a defense react in Arsenal. In this case, we know there is one.
I wonder if he takes something like Drill Shot because of the armor suite that John has presented into him. If he knows he's going to be long gaming him with defense reactions and club.
Good call. As he sets the Drill Shot down on the table, it looks like he will be putting that on top of his deck. Loading it in. So far, pumped up to 7 with that Read the Glide Path.
I believe he has another pump in hand, so he might put it up to 10.
Okay.
But maybe he'll fish.
There's the Azalea activation. And there's
Lace with Blood
a
Roar.
Lace
A big old 10 dominate.
10 Dominate, which will require a piece of armor if John Kim wants to cover this up,
Yeah.
which I imagine he would.
I think this works out okay from the way John fielded this arrow in setting up the 10 dominate breakpoint versus just 7, because 7 is easy. It's a 3 block and a defense reaction in Arsenal.
Right.
10, a little more awkward of a number.
Looks like John Kim is hovering over a 3 block in hand, considering using that over the Fate Foreseen. Maybe valuing putting that Fate Foreseen in Arsenal more. And it looks like he'll just go ahead and take 3 on that.
Interesting.
Getting the Blood Rot and the counter on his armor. Huh.
I see a potential line for him. He might just swing club, play into the Blood Rot. Accept the fact that he got a -1 placed on his Bonebreaker.
Sure. So, just thinking about his play here. I didn't see what that was. So this is... Do you know the name of this card?
Oh, yes. This is Show No Mercy.
Show No Mercy. Oh, this is one of the new ones from
Yeah, this is a new
Heavy
Rhinar spec.
Hitters. Rhinar specialization. This one says, when this attacks a hero, intimidate them. If the defending hero has no cards in hand, this gets +3. So this can be very strong if you're able to strip a bunch of cards from the opposing hero. It's coming in for 6.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's no more than like a red pack hunt at this point, because John isn't in a position where he wants to give any cards. Like, maybe he gives the one arrow that Azalea likes a turn to give as a block, but you got it. John Z.
Yep. We've got the Azalea player thinking about blocks. Unlikely to block, like you mentioned. 6 vanilla damage. Makes me question the play from John Kim on the other side of the table. I kind of wish he just used that Fate Foreseen along with the Sink Below to cover the whole thing up, because he took some damage to his armor. He took a Blood Rot. And I understand using your life as a resource, but it doesn't look to me like he was able to do anything impressive on the back end of that. So, I'll let him continue to play what he thinks is best, and perhaps it's just valuing the Arsenal D-React so highly that he's willing to take a little bit of damage up front to get it in there.
I think it's not a bad plan, because if you're caught without a reaction on a turn where the Azalea player will field something huge with Dominate, like, that's so much of your life total that you don't get back as a long game deck that, the game could be over far shorter than you ever predicted with your pitch stack. So I don't think it's a bad play.
All right. As the turn gets passed back over to Azalea, 4-card hand.
What are we going to do, Mr. Zapata?
He's thinking about what to pitch here.
Yeah, he has another knock in hand.
Yeah, so
he's being wise and putting arrows to the bottom, because he recognizes this matchup can go longer.
Loading up the red in the ledger. This card can be very threatening against decks that want to go wide, as it prevents doing more than one action if it hits. However, the Rhinar is unlikely to want to do more than one action, so this may not be all that threatening.
So John says I will knock instead.
Oh. Might just eat my words as he possibly just pulls out another copy of it.
I mean, it did just land an on-hit for him, and he took 2 life, arguably, off the board from John Kim.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like that will be the choice. He's still sort of thinking on it. Is that maybe a Remorseless? Or is his deck just upside down? Yeah.
I think he tutored up another copy of Red in the Ledger.
Yeah, I did see him place that. Okay, so maybe he goes for the Remorseless instead.
I think choosing Remorseless here is actually good, because of it's a very relevant line of text.
Yep.
Can't play defense reactions from Arsenal if it's put in face up.
Right.
And you put it in face up to dominate it with Azalea, so it's ticking all the boxes.
Sure. And so now we see John Kim possibly get a little bit punished for trying to save that defense reaction, putting it in Arsenal, but now Remorseless does not allow him to utilize that, and it has Dominate, so only one card from hand. No option to block from Arsenal here.
Big, a pack hunt, and the 2 dig up dinners.
Yep. And Remorseless also does...
Oh, this is extra hurtful because John Zapata has put down...
Ooh, I see that. Is that...
Seek and Destroy.
Seek and Destroy. So this will destroy the arsenal of John Kim at the end of his turn.
So that D-Reactor is going to waste either way, which is really unfortunate for John Kim.
So what seemed like a really good play seems to have now... He got caught. And you can see him looking at it, shaking his head. He's disappointed in the way that this is unfolding here. Only able to block 5, or only willing, I should say, to block 5. Doesn't want to commit the rest of his armor there.
And Mr. Zapata gets to ponder as well.
Yep. Huge turn from the Azalea player here, getting the ponder, getting the Seek and Destroy activation, and the Remorseless will continue to do damage as long as Rhinar plays cards.
It will.
And so here he goes and plays a Dig Up Dinner, which will allow him to put a few cards from his graveyard back into his deck, gain some life, very importantly.
Yeah.
But as you just saw, take 1 damage from the active Remorseless ability.
So he needs to hit at least 1 here to actually go neutral on life. Or 2, I guess, because he's about to use the swing big.
Sure. So 3 random cards going back into the deck. All of them have 6 powers, which means he will gain 1 life for each of those, 3 total life gained. Really big hit there, allowing John Kim to gain some more of that life back.
Yeah, don't you love it when your Sigil of Solace is blue and it blocks 3 if you need to?
It sure feels
Incredible.
nice. Yeah. So part of the game plan of John Kim here on Rhinar is going to be to fatigue out the Azalea. Hopefully just get through as many of those threats as possible to the point where John Kim can't really threaten enough damage to kill. And part of the way you do that is by putting cards back in your deck and gaining life. So really good part of this game plan.
Yeah, not so,
the Dig Up Dinner.
Not so much Reckless Rampage as Rhinar considered. Rhinar considered. We'll just leave it at that. Taking the evasive damage versus a deck that looks like it wants to fatigue you is big. Correct, Grey TCG. Very correct. People that were familiar with Azalea post Outsiders during Oldhim's reign before he left the format, a lot of Azaleas were packing Dreadbore and New Horizons specifically for Oldhim, because if you play a Rainbow Staunch response and your opponent flips over something that says, bingo, you get no D-reacts from hand.
Yeah.
Dead cards. Dead cards in hand.
Yeah, we were a little bit surprised to see no Dreadbore into this, but it's very likely that John Zapata couldn't afford to make that decision without knowing what kind of Rhinar he was sitting in front of, and just went for the more likely to be fine in either direction Death Dealer. Very good bow for Azalea.
I mean, it's working out thus far. He is staring at a hand that has multiple Bolton shots, though.
Yep. Multiple Bolton shots, and I can't see if there's any pumps. I sure hope for his sake that there are.
I think there's one. If we peek at it, I think that's a release attention.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's connective tissue for the turn.
Sure. It'll at least get him to be able to fire 2 arrows off.
But I don't know if he's too comfortable. Oh, he has a Death Dealer activation he can still use.
Oh, goes for the
Azalea. What do we find? Another Bolton
shot. So he wants the Dominate so that he can get the reload, possibly trying to go 3 wide this turn.
Okay.
As he gives
7 Dominate on
Bolton
hit
shot.
reload, please.
Yep. 7 coming in. This feels like a flashback turn to me. What do you think?
A little bit. Yeah, it's insanely huge because we just came off that turn where John Kim lost that reaction in Arsenal. It would have paid to have it here.
Yep. Rhinar may want to wait until another card is expended before trying to cash that flashback. And it's always very important for Brute players to get as much possible value from that flashback. It's such a game-changing card when you're able to snipe something and end a turn on the spot that was otherwise going to keep going wider, and dealing more damage.
I call it the Ice React helmet because it does nearly the same thing as Ice React.
Yep. Freezes them in place. Intimidated.
Frozen in intimidation.
Yeah. The fight, flight, or freeze response.
John says, I have a show no mercy. What do you have, if anything else? Mr. Zapata. There's a Rain Razors.
Wow, so he had everything to make sure that this hits. I believe that's 9.
Yes, it is.
Flipped over for...
A possible reload, should he take it.
Is that a reload on hit from the Bolton?
Yeah, because its power is better than its base, so it's allowed to do that.
So
John wanted the card,
Yep.
and he activated Death
Death
Dealer.
instead.
We've already spent our Azalea activation. He's just trying to squeeze as much out of this Rain Razor's turn as he possibly can. He still has Bullseyes, but...
Looks like Seek and Destroy into Bolton.
This is still pretty mean.
Blocking 6. Taking 1.
Seek and Destroy will be active, but I presume John Kim will just make a club swing.
Yep, the value of this club showing through here, just converting that last card in.
And he's still at a higher life total, but another turn without an Arsenal.
Oh,
Oh, Warmongers. Okay.
even better than 4 damage.
That's not a bad one-card hand.
Assuming John chose War, we'll have to see how his turn plays out.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. He's got a Codex in hand.
Yep, not going to be able to play that. Or the...
So yeah, pitch the pump, find a new card, ensure it's there for the late game if we get there. I mean, of all the arrows to shoot when it's your only activation, you could do worse than Infecting Shot.
It's not a bad one. Comes in for base 5. And if it hits, you'll create a Blood Rot. So potential 1 cost 7.
If
assuming it
unblocked,
hits.
yeah.
Right. John Kim with the Sink Below in hand.
Carlo Negriti in the chat saying the upgraded setup looks amazing. Thank you.
Awesome. Yes, this is our first time with the hand cams, able to see the hands a little bit easier over the shoulder of these players. And of course, the lighting, fantastic. It really helps us to be able to tell what cards we're seeing here.
Yeah, we've got a fairly lovely day out here in Redondo Beach.
Threatening that Blood Rot, just vanilla 5 damage. Well, I guess it's not vanilla because it's threatening the Blood Rot, but 5 damage coming in. John will give a Sink Below and the boots blocking a total of 5.
Yeah, this armor's starting to run out now.
Yep. Down to 3 armor block on the side of John Kim.
Interesting. I'm pretty sure he holds Strength Rules All in his hand.
Strength Rules All, huh?
It's one of the new cards from the Kayo Armory deck. Yeah, and he's going to send it.
Showing us, yep, one of these new cards.
Even John needs to read it as well.
Yeah, picking it up. What is that? It says, when this hits a hero, turn a card in their arsenal face up. Then banish an attack action card in their arsenal with attack less than the damage dealt this way.
Look what we see there.
So another
up.
arsenal disruption coming in. Absolutely not what you want to see as a ranger, the only way you can shoot your arrows off is if they're in arsenal. So this
Yeah.
is particularly disruptive, possibly demanding 2 to 3 cards.
This might be another big swing from the other
Unless,
end
of course, he
table.
decides to give it up like he did last time. Just saying, I can't afford to give you 3 cards from hand, so you get the 6 damage in the 1.
Do you mind if I read
from
that
Arsenal.
real quick? Because I'm thinking...
It was an
So-
endless arrow, right?
So the good thing about this interaction for
Mhm.
John Kim is that because he holds pummel, if the attack connects, Strength Rules All doesn't check for 6 and lower, it checks for 10 and lower because he's pummeling it to 10.
Oh, yeah.
So it's a really cute interaction.
Sure. So I see what you're saying. If John only blocks 3 here, he's thinking he's safe if he's got a 4 damage attack in the arsenal, but not if it's pummeled.
Exactly.
Very, very interesting. And he's got the tunic counter and the card in hand. Did you see that it was a pummel?
Yeah, we did.
Oh, good.
I think I know a pummel when I see one. Mike.
Yeah, I think I was busy reading this card when it flashed up on the screen.
Okay.
So here it is, blocking 6,
Here we
but
go. Here we go. He's hitting the button.
unfortunately for him, red
Oh.
pummel deals 4 damage, but this actually says with attack less than the damage dealt this way. So this
Oh,
will
pardon me.
only deal 4.
Okay, I needed to read further in the card
So
before
it,
getting
yep,
too excited.
if this is an endless arrow like I think it was, it will not be destroyed.
Yeah, because they equal each other. It's like a clash on here in a way, but just for Arsenal.
Yeah, yeah. And then John just isn't thrilled about needing to discard a card. I'm sure he planned his turn around having everything that he's got
Absolutely.
in hand. So
However, even if he does lose this Arsenal...
well, he
And the
won't lose
card.
the arsenal,
Oh, that's true.
right? I mean, again, I think I saw an endless arrow. So if it's an endless arrow, it has power 4. This is dealing 4, and 4 is not less than 4. It is equal.
He still has his codex, so he can make a snaps play here.
Yeah.
But it is subject to flashback from John Kim.
Right, so he'll have to flip that. Once this damage resolves, it seems like he's having a think before the damage resolves so that he
Ooh.
can...
Actually, Fat Frog 13 in the chat says, still turns it face up and you cannot skullbone. That is correct.
Yep. That's an important
It's very important, actually.
thing that John will lose, the inability to know whether or not he has an arrow on top to dominate.
So I don't know if I would call this like fatigue Rhinar so much as like mid-range Rhinar.
Sure. Showing us that he's got disruption. And
He's like, yeah, your endless arrow is good.
yep. So the endless arrow stays. John keeps a 2-card hand, 1 in arsenal, 1 in hand.
This is still very much all to play for.
Tunic goes to 3. And if I had to guess, I'm thinking this is an endless arrow with the potential snapdragons if this hits. You know, a little sneaky extra 4 damage at the end of the turn.
So maybe he actually doesn't use...
And here we see
Oh,
maybe some respect, glancing over at the Apex Bonebreaker, putting that in front along with another 3 blocks, so 4 total, creating the might on the back end of that, thanks to the
interesting.
Apex Bonebreaker, and still using the Snapdragons for the Codex.
Snaps to Codex.
There's the Ponder, there's the Frailty. Let's see what John Zapata decides to grab. Looking at
Oh, yeah.
Infecting Shot, because
That
he
blood
has
roll.
the Tunic counter, will allow him to push the most possible damage off of the back of this.
Yeah, probably the most meaningful one-cost arrow he can send.
Sure.
Because he knows going into this codex that John Kim did not have anything in Arsenal, so doesn't need to send a Remorseless face-up to... well, I guess he wouldn't send it face-up with codex, but...
Yep.
These are considerations you make when you think about the arrow you want to send this turn.
Yeah, looking like he just wants to push as much possible damage or strip the most possible cards.
Oh, discarding Beast Within.
Ooh.
Oh, no!
While taking an extra damage for that, banishing. Getting a Send Packing. Very good card in concept if he's able to play it, as we were talking about how important arsenal disruption is against rangers.
That's not too bad, and he would send it with a breakpoint, but unfortunately he doesn't have a blue in hand. He gave his yellow to, I guess, he was looking for the blue?
Yeah.
So that he could unmovable, maybe.
So goes ahead and blocks, puts 3 in front of that, just takes the rest. So
Takes 2, takes the blood
fine
rot.
with the blood rot.
Mm.
John Zapata making a good choice, sending that infecting shot, just pushing a lot of extra damage at the back end of that turn.
Yeah.
As Rhinar, John Kim did not want to sacrifice his entire turn to stop that.
A good time to spend snaps, definitely.
Yeah.
And just a swing big for 8 because it's boosted by his might. Was out the
right,
frailty.
yep. +1, -1. All evens out here. Now, if John covers all this up, he will get a quicken token. Unlikely that he will want to do that, but he's thinking about it.
Knowing the game this had into our field today makes me want to play Club Rhinar.
Yeah, it's looking efficient. You know, able to stop some of these really bad on hits if you want to, and then on the back end, just throw some really nasty on hits of your own.
Throw swing big, throw sand packing.
Yeah, big damage coming from the brute.
Not wild flailing, just considered haymakers.
Yes, very, I think considered is a good word. We're not gambling here. I don't think he's rolled scab skins once other than his turn 0 where it didn't really matter. So, not here to take any risks.
No, I think no die rolls have been done apart from the one that decided the turn order.
Mm-hmm. Seems like John Zapata on Azalea is able to choose a block 3 there.
Lets the amp arrow go. John Kim takes 2 to blood rot.
Yep.
Life totals still fairly even to each other.
15 to 10.
Mm.
John Zapata holding 3 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal. And he flips up the Bolton shot, looking at the top of his deck, thinking about whether he wants to put that on the bottom or not. And it looks like he will not, choosing to activate Azalea.
Ooh,
Bolton
another
shot
Bolton
red, now getting dominate. Pumping that up twice, wow. Inertia and blood rot. This is a big Bolton shot with go again and dominate. 10 damage, threatening a lot here.
But I think knowing what John Kim pocketed for Arsenal, I don't think this is going to connect.
Yep.
Because he's got that unmovable and he's got a 3 block.
Timed it very well. So it looks like he's probably just holding the blue card, thinking, making sure. Oh, unless he wants to cover the whole thing with 2 cards. That's actually a pretty good option as well.
It's some of the awkward things you have to do with Azalea into a react heavy pile is that you have to ask yourself the question, like, what does this hand do? Do I go 2 chain links wide, or do I just do the tall dominated arrow and risk being blown out?
And there it is, blocking 11. Unmovable, coming in for 8 because it was from Arsenal. It gets +1. As well as the, is that a show no mercy?
Yeah, so we've got a total block for 11, because unmovable came from Arsenal, so it's 1 above.
So, no reload on that. And it doesn't matter because it's a codex. This is a turn where, you know, I didn't know that he had a codex, but I was thinking the cleaner math was unmovable plus the flesh bag. I haven't seen him, you know, and maybe he's just waiting for the perfect moment, but he could have slowed that turn down. Now, of course, that would put the codex in Arsenal, but that could end up clogging the turn up a little bit. So
I think he's waiting. He's probably had some of his judgment this game coloured by the fact that John took away 2 whole block from Bonebreaker. So he's being very, very conservative with armor because he knows
maybe he wants to
need
save
it
it for
at some point.
the lethal.
Yeah,
rather
I need
than
it for the pivot, the
that's
true
a good
pivot.
point. That's a good point. So Rather than looking at the value, he's looking at, like, what if a dominated arrow comes up that I can't cover? I need this armor available.
Because the armor is your lifeline. You have other cards, you don't get more armor. Unless you are Olympia.
Yeah. Another really cool card that we might talk about later. Visit the Golden Anvil.
And actually, yeah, there we go. Just a sync below.
And as we were talking about how valuable that armor is, John Zapata makes that same choice by choosing the drill shot, saying, I will take some of that armor, please. John Kim says, no, you won't. And he covers it all the way up with the rest of the cards from his hand.
I mean, that was a pretty incredible turn as well from John Zapata, because he took it from, I just got blown out by Dominate, to I'm going to Codex and you're forced to discard, and I'll go get something meaningful, and basically bring this back into my domain. Yeah.
And one of the really great things, too, is that I'm sure that John Kim would have liked to put that D-React into Arsenal, but the Codex basically says, nope, it will be an attack.
Turning a sync below into a sync, oh no.
Here we're just looking at the graveyards, seeing what we've got.
Doing our best Brody Spurlock impression.
Yeah, looking
we got
through.
20 minutes on the clock? Oh, that's fine then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Plenty of time.
John's in like this mid-game where he has sent a bunch of arrows and he has to consider...
Which John?
Pardon me, John Zapata needs to...
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you for catching me on that. Needs to consider what Codex targets remain and what actual arrows still remain in the deck. Along with pumps. Because you can run out of pumps in Azalea if you go long enough.
Sure. I mean, that is one of the dangers of running a class with no quote-unquote real weapon, right? Is that we don't have the fallback of just swinging that club for 4, swinging that hammer for 4. Once you're out of arrows, once you're out of pumps, you can't win the game anymore.
No, you
with
cannot.
Azalea.
Oh, red in the ledger.
So...
Oh my god, just laying 3 pumps down in unison. Like,
red in the ledger.
Can you deal with this tall number?
I think that's 4 pumps. We've got the pre-med.
He put the pre-med down first.
Uh-huh.
He wanted to know what he would be codexing.
I see.
But he decided, no, I'll dig for another pump instead.
Sure, sure. So this is a huge red in the ledger. Basically forcing the whole hand. How much is that? 12, 13? Is that?
A 17.
17 damage arrow. Absolutely brutal. So the on-hit here obviously doesn't matter at all. But the on-hit of 17 damage matters a whole lot, as John Kim's just kind of like, I mean, I'll block some of it. I was kind of surprised to only see 2 cards in front of it. Seeing a pummel in hand.
Interesting.
Maybe.
He might still be considering the rest of the blocks.
Yeah, he does have a tunic counter. I wonder if he's thinking about... Oh, well, he just showed... Well, not the pummel, but maybe he's thinking about playing the pummel.
Yeah, the thing is...
It's a lot of damage.
He held onto that swing big because it had frailty and he was forced onto it.
Mm-hmm.
At least I think it's still swing big in his arsenal.
Yeah, I believe so.
He's staring down 2 frailty. Like, there's just so much damage shaved off it. Even if you just clubbed with 1 card, that's 1 card for 2 damage. Don't do that.
Not great. Not great. Yeah, 2 frailty, so that will push the swing big from 8 to 6 with these on hits. But I think he's also considering the... oh, wait. I'm sorry. Is that a take aim? Never mind. So no arsenal destruction here. And he goes all the way down to 4.
The chat is pointing out, Clark Moore, swing big pummel is lethal even through 2 frailty. That's true.
Okay.
However, I think John is wise, and
yeah.
he's seen 1 pummel out of this deck. He's not going to give just no card.
Yeah, you're probably not keeping 3 cards and then, you know, only sending this.
You know, the famous British rock band The Who wrote a song about this. It's called "Won't Get Fooled Again."
Aha! Is that I had a feeling that song was about flesh and blood.
No blocks
So,
equals death. That is
Let's
true.
see if John Zapata can figure it out. Sitting there, thinking.
Oh, I've got
Got the
another.
rain razors in hand. Really tempting to try to send all this back.
That's true. Samo burn. Sink below into sink. Oh no, is gold. LMAO. I've
Yep.
got one better, Sam. We've turned a swing big with frailties into a swing mid.
Okay, I actually
This
like
is
that
only-
one.
it's
I
only
thought Sam was
6.
being pretty generous with the gold. I would give you maybe bronze on that last one, but that one made me laugh for reals. Didn't even have to fake it. Well done.
I should go to the LA Comedy Club. I'm doing great at this.
Yeah, we got the ice house you could roll up in. So, still haven't put anything down. We're just looking through these graveyards. Still gold.
Thanks, Sam.
Amazing. Yeah, Sam's a big fan of these puns. Very funny guy, Sam O'Byrne.
We have to spice up the cast somehow.
Yeah. Keep it spicy, keep it interesting. Of course, Flesh and Blood, standalone, very spicy, interesting game. But you know, it's always nice. You get a little like this, throw out your puns, all the stuff you cooked up in the morning.
I wonder if John Zapata gives cross wrap at this point, because he only holds the one arrow, and it's really awkward because he holds rain razors as well. Oh no, no, no! He said no. Oh no,
John, what are you doing, buddy?
that's game. That's
Oh
it.
my gosh!
That's all she wrote.
So excellent poker face from John Kim. Just, you know, probably sitting there going, man, like, this is the best I can. Those two frailties. What am I gonna? Psych! Comes through with the pummel. 10 damage right to the face. John Zapata looked like he was in the driver's seat there after a huge 17 damage turn, but John Kim sneaking in with the pummel. Absolutely brutal. Yes, on purpose. Play there. Although that pun's overused. I can't. Maybe we're going in the Iron League there for those League of Legends players.
Maybe we go for no puns for the next round.
That's
and then
fair.
We recuperate, we
Sure.
regenerate our puns,
Yep.
and then we bring another one back in.
Absolutely. I like
That was really well played by John Kim.
Yeah, very well played. And I just have to credit. I think sometimes when another player sees like the tunic and the one floating, they're like, it's always obvious that it's a pummel. So John Kim,
the pummel alarms go off.
exactly.
Certain
John
people.
Kim must have kept his cool to not give that away. I'm sure, you know, John Zapata was thinking about what it could be and trying to hedge, and just was like, you know what, his face, he looks. I can see there's pain behind those eyes. He just doesn't have it. Doesn't have it. There's no
Show
way.
it to me, and he's like, all right.
Yeah. Very good sell.
But that was
Very good
still
win.
that was still a really good back and forth match.
Absolutely.
Like there were turns where John Zapata took life and just carved it away from Mr. Kim.
Yeah.
And then on the other end, John Kim threw a pummel on was the Strength Rules All.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't get the card turned over to destroy, but like it's still a discard at the end of the day. It's still damage that went through.
Yep. Yeah, a very good back and forth, like you said. You know, I was kind of expecting to see just a lot of blocking and maybe trying to fatigue, but this Rhinar, not really a fatigue deck like we expected, really just actually won with damage. So good job to John Kim for taking it.
Okay.
And we are going to take a break while we get
will.
ready for the interviewing the winner here. See you all in a bit.
we are back with the winner of this round, John Kim. Nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you too.
So we showcased a bit of a different kind of brute on stream today.
Yeah.
You brought Rhinar Reckless Rampage, but you're packing pummels, you're packing fates and sinks, and other stuff like a full play set of dig up dinners. Just two, pardon me. But like, there's a lot in there. Like, you play more of a mid range and grind people out.
Yeah.
But you know when to like sink the knife in and throw the pummel as well.
Yeah, I mean, I pretty much net decked this, right? I'm actually blanking on his name, but he 8-0'd and he was on Savage Land News.
Oh, okay.
And I put in I think he was thinking about putting in the new brute card.
Okay, yeah.
But I've always been more of a defensive brute player,
Mm-hmm.
and I think that's and I've always liked club, but so seeing it work now is pretty good.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, so did you put in strength rules all as your inclusion, where he sort of like wavered on the inclusion?
I think he didn't have that available to him. He did mention on the video.
Okay,
that
so he didn't have the armory deck at the time. Okay, that
yeah,
makes sense.
yeah. But I mean, I think it makes sense, right? It's a 2 for 6 with the pummel. Yeah.
I mean, it was relevant because John Z gave you 2 cards, and
Yeah.
then you went with the pummel as well on top.
Yeah.
But even, we were talking about it just as the game ended, is that even though you didn't net a card to the discard from Arsenal, you got to see that information, and you got a card out from him in hand as well. So you put him down 3 cards, which, it's good in all respects.
Yeah, it's crazy with Azalea. Even then, you feel like they can still just turn it around a little.
Yeah, we saw a lot of that as well.
Yeah.
Because like he sent that giant Ren the Ledger for 17, and your face, and you just comb back your hair like, what? How do I work this?
Yeah, yeah.
But it was still good. You held your own. There were like a couple turns where he denied you a defense reaction in Arsenal because of the Seek and Destroy. That was pretty brutal. But you found an unmovable on a later turn. And even then, like he caught you with Codex, and we thought, oh, he just turned it around again.
Yeah.
We thought he'd just been completely blown out by your unmovable and block from hand.
Yeah, Codex is disgusting.
Codex can be really nasty.
Yeah. But it's fun, I guess.
I mean, any reason you brought Rhinar in particular? Were you trying to target anything this meta?
No, I'm just bullheaded, and I'm a Rhinar main.
Okay, fair enough.
I play assassin when I get frustrated with Rhinar, but
I've been playing some Azuri because I've been frustrated with Bravo's performance in this later heavy meta game, because I play some Victor, but I like the smaller on hits that are a bit more nasty for being like a 1-card play.
Yeah.
So I feel you there.
Yeah.
But you're a Rhinar main. You just thought, screw it, I'll force this list and see how well it does. And now you're 3-0, so that's pretty good.
Yeah. It's I think every dog has his day, right? And I'm just lucky streak right now, so it's great.
Yeah, let's take the luck. Team 0. There we go. Everyone's rooting for you.
Yeah, we actually have a joke that whenever someone from Turn 0 streams, they'll lose. So I think we're breaking that curse today.
You already broke it. No need to worry about it.
Yeah.
You got a 3-0 start into the Swiss, so you're looking strong. Anything you want to say before we cut to another break? Any shout-outs?
I mean, shout-outs to the guys at Turn 0. I feel like they're fun to play with. They're very happy to teach you how to play, and just, so if you're in the Koreatown area, come swing by on Sundays.
I actually need to ask my wife, like, hey, I'm going to play a Sunday Armory. I'm going to go to K-Town. She's like, what? You're going to LA without me?
Yeah.
But I'll try to swing by and check out the shop and play an Armory. Okay. Nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you too.
Rest of the day, good luck on Swiss. And we'll cut to another break.
welcome back to round 4 of AGE May Open. Up next, we've got a Kano versus Dash Inventor Extraordinaire for you. This will be a bit of a difficult match for the Kano player, but I've been itching to cast a Kano ever since I got on the desk here, so I pushed a little bit for this one. Hopefully everyone at home likes it, and hopefully I don't mess up the order of these spells. One of the more difficult matches to cast, as all of these cards come out at instant speed.
Hey,
sometimes you can lose track.
The stack is so much better organized on like a digital client. When you're doing it in paper, you gotta be concise and represent your game state well. But don't worry about that.
Anthony,
whose turn is it anyway?
Exactly. So we've got Anthony here on the Dash, Eric on Kano. Anthony Pham came in, I think it was 4th place last month, playing his favorite hero, Dash Inventor Extraordinaire, the original Dash to come out in, I think it was Arcane Rising.
Yeah. Both these heroes are from Arcane Rising.
Showing us Arcane Barrier 3 on this side of Dash, and the standard equipment suite, Tunic, on the side of Kano.
Just a standard induction chamber as well as the starting item. Wondering who won the die roll here.
Yep.
Because they have not started quite yet.
Just doing the classic stare down before the game, making sure to intimidate the opponent.
All clear to play.
And it looks like Anthony is going first. And he's got a lot of boost cards.
Does indeed.
But he also has an induction chamber out. No Teklo Pounder, which sometimes the Dash players like to start with when they're going especially aggressive.
Yeah, because you can just boost down Kano and basically race him.
Yep. So it looks like Anthony is kind of splitting the difference here, putting a counter on the induction chamber and the pistol and passing it over to Eric after arsenaling a card.
Keeping a twin drive in hand.
And we see
Oh,
3 reds and a yellow. So not a lot of options to barrier. Eric running one of those beautiful new cold foil E-pots that were available at the Pro Tour Los Angeles. Sending over a wildfire. Just coming in, this is his turn, so the wildfire text is not active, just 5 damage once you account for the weapon there, and plays out his energy potion and arsenals his last card.
Honestly, not a bad turn. Just like do a bit of chip with a tall arcane spell and just play a potion. Pass.
Yeah. Ooh, high octane. Really good if you have the resources to support it. I don't know that Anthony does. He has a...
See, I just saw a smirk from him as if like, do I have everything I need to pull this?
I think he wishes he had a blue, so goes ahead and boosts, hits his second copy of high octane. Coming with a throttle. 5 go again.
I suppose he's glad he didn't draw a high octane to a high octane, because that's not very good.
No, you don't want to see that.
And like chipping pistol damage, you know, every point that you can get an action point to is 2 damage. So that's like a good rate even into Kano.
Yeah. Now that he's pulled 2 cards out of Eric's hand, he feels a lot safer to send the rest of his hand. Doesn't need to hold that blue back.
Goes with a pistol shot first. Interesting. Maybe he's keeping the cards in hand to use that spark. But we'll see. Techlo Foundry. Oh. Unfortunate that this is going to be the only high octane from Anthony. I would not be happy with the cut of that deck, but he's got to make the most of it.
4 resources now. A lot more to work with than he had before. And he goes ahead and boosts twice.
Ooh.
Losing a maximum velocity, a card that he may have liked to see this turn if he could. But gaining up to 3 action points here, which makes it very likely that we will see him try to use that Spark of Genius to tutor up an item. And there it is. So this will use an action point to allow him to search his deck for an item and draw a card since he has boosted this turn. A very, very efficient card for Dash, searching up those items.
Yeah, he's contemplating the Teklo core
Buying the
versus...
Teklo core. Resources being very, very important against Kano. You don't want to be caught without resources. And it looks like, yep, Teklo core is the choice. 2 counters on that. That'll allow him to start each turn with 2 resources addition to anything that he pitches.
And he's done the maths perfectly because he's got 2 pistol shots, 2 action points. So another 4 that he can chip here on Eric.
That was a very, very good turn from him. Just very efficient, pushing a lot of damage and building up a board.
Wonder if that arsenal will be helpful to him. Pistol for 2, sir.
And Eric takes it down to 20. Kano, of course, starting at 30 life instead of the typical 40. One of the drawbacks of playing a wizard is that you don't get as much health to work with throughout the game.
What did that? Draw here. Oh, 0 to 60 yellow. That's not the worst. It's still a 0.
Yep. So he's choosing to arsenal that rather than play it this turn, probably for 2 reasons. The first, that he could potentially stop any arcane damage, and the second is that he can still use it next turn. Swell Tidings coming out now, boosted by 1 damage thanks to the Aether Conduit.
I think Anthony is so relaxed seeing this because he's got an entire blue that he can give to this card.
Yeah.
Eric just gets a bit of chip out of him, but he's got a Teklo core that's popping for 2 resources. Like, he's golden.
Yeah, I think the chip is very, very important for Eric's game plan since Anthony has so much arcane barrier. He needs to get him lower than he typically would another opponent in order to guarantee lethal.
Yeah, the thing is, it's like a similar amount of blues comparable to like Guardian, except that Dash has like a far greater damage output and has like spike turns, like we just saw with I've forgotten the card already. Not max.
The high octane.
High octane.
Yeah, it's a tough one. So yellow 0 to 60 coming out, coming in for 3 boosted. So it has go again, and he's blocking with the Blazing Aether. So once again, whenever we see Eric give a card up early like this, he's basically saying, I will not go this turn. And those are 2 very powerful cards.
Yeah, Blazing Aether.
Probably seeing them in the same hand is what causes Eric to decide to block with them.
Yeah, two good reds, but
Yep.
you know, they're not worth all that much when they're in hand and not ripped off the top of the library.
Yep. And so his plan is to just play that Swell Tidings and chip in again at the end of this turn, taking 2 from the pistol. And looks like
What else can Anthony rock here?
just looking.
He's still operating on a completely pitchless hand because he's still got 1 floating resource.
And 0 to 60 boosting. This is 4 go again.
Screw 'em boost, as we say.
And Eric takes the 4. Last card in hand from Anthony is a blue. And he chooses to use the Teklo Foundry Heart.
Probably for a reload and a re-equip on
So he gets
induction.
to shoot that pistol 1 more time.
Maybe not the one-sided that you might expect when you hear Kano versus Dash, but if you know the matchup, you know that this isn't a thing to be a stranger to.
Yep, 6 more damage coming in. Anthony's got the blues in hand. He's just going to cover 3 of that, go down to 29. 29 to 10. This is starting to feel a little rough for Eric. If Eric gets put in a spot where he's forced to give up cards in hand to survive before he's ready to go, he's in a little bit of trouble. I'm not sure what is in his arsenal at the moment, but this hand here, 3 blues and a tome, could be something worth holding. As he gives a piece of armor, thinks about blocking, and says no blocks. Taking 2.
Well, he's not going to give his tunic. Yeah, that thing's got 3 counters on it.
Yep. There's another T-bone. Given up. Blocking with another 0 block. So both of these pieces of armor will not break as they don't have any block value or
Very
blade break.
true.
You just get to cover these up. Well, not cover anything, but take up the trigger without really any damage being done to the armor suite.
But Eric is really losing and like running out of life to bargain with, so he's going to block on top of it
Okay,
instead.
gives 3 block here, saying, I don't think I've got what it takes to go just yet.
Tech low Foundry Heart.
Yep. Going up to 2 resources.
Payload's pretty nasty in this match.
Shooting the gun. Giving it go again.
Oh. Anthony thinking, do I spark for 0 or do I spark for more? Because he holds the blue, that sprocket rocket.
Yeah.
Reloads.
And there's the spark.
And then he's passing priority over because Eric does get a window here. So Anthony isn't probably... He'd like to Arsenal the blue, or he'd like to Arsenal whatever he draws to the draw from Spark after tutoring, but
Yeah.
he's holding back a blue. Like, he's giving a lot of respect and playing relatively conservatively.
I think he really understands this matchup quite well.
Yeah.
Not only is he holding a blue here, but he's also...
Oh, Signal Jammer.
Signal Jammer. This card is not what Eric wants to see. So now for the next 2 turns, Eric is only allowed to play 1 non-attack action per turn, including on his opponent's turn. So even though he's playing these non-attack actions at, quote, instant speed,
They are
they're
still non-attack actions.
Exactly,
at the end of the
non-attack
day.
action. So you can't just Kano ability to get out of this. And you can see Eric sitting here thinking, uh-oh, this could spell the end of it. He needs to somehow survive for 2 turns while that Signal Jammer jams his signal, keeps him from doing what he wants to do.
Does he Kano just before end phase to see?
And
if
you
he
can
chip
see
it?
already this really, I think he's wishing he blocked with more cards because he's not going to be able to do much. Even with this Sonic Boom, even if this hits, you see that little shake of his head. Even if this hits him, he won't be able to play the card that it
That's
looks
true.
at the top. It's absolutely backbreaking. Signal Jammer, one of the best cards you can bring into this matchup. One of the reasons I think Mechanologist is the toolbox deck is that they've got tools like this to just absolutely shut you down.
Interesting. He values his Potion of Deja Vu far more than like just a bit of chip that
Just 4, right?
he's basically chancing for with the Sonic Boom. So
Mhm.
he left it in banished and went, no, I will leave it there.
And so now he just needs to make sure to take as little damage as possible on this turn.
Anthony leads with pistol,
Yep.
which is interesting.
I think just hiding information.
Absolutely, actually.
Blocking 3.
A little awkward now because Anthony has hit a bunch of blues and is boosting some
Yeah.
reds, but
That Signal Jammer still stays around until the start of Anthony's next turn, which is pretty difficult. Eric has to deal with this for 2 turns in a row.
oh, the zipper hit that he got from the Spark draw.
Yeah. Eric taking 2. Down to 2. I'm sorry, taking... Yeah, 2. Ugh.
This threatens lethal if he goes with popping Achilles because he's got 2 resources.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is a real pain in the backside for Eric.
Yeah.
Signal Jammer is like a clear hate card in this matchup.
Yeah, he's can't imagine much of a worse spot for a Kano to be in than 2 life and a Signal Jammer on the board.
And it's not even just a 1 copy, it's 2 for Anthony.
Down to 1.
Oof.
Oh,
And
and then he gets 1 more pistol attack.
Achilles,
So
yeah, that's
he just
all she
ends him
wrote.
right there. Okay, good game. Well played. Unfortunate that, it seemed like everything went the way Anthony wanted it and nothing in the way that Eric did. overall, still a great match. Well played by both of them.
Jaw on the floor. Wow, what a way for the game to end. You're right, chat, yeah. Oh, pardon me, maybe that was the last game.
Oh, yeah, true.
I made the error.
It was a quick one.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll come up in a minute once we get the interview squared away. Listen to how Anthony Pham's doing today. And then, yeah, we'll get back to you shortly.
See you in just a bit. have here? We're back.
Oh, high quality. I like this. Hey, hey, I'm back.
How's it going, man?
Going great. I'm 4-0 right now, so I'm ecstatic to be doing well. I didn't play too many pro quests, so I'm glad I still got it.
You got it. No, you definitely got it. I mean, I hadn't seen that matchup before because I don't get to spectate all of these Kano games. I usually get just blown out because I play slow heroes only, apparently.
Decks that innately do bad into Kano.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, talk us through some of the matchup and what we saw in that game right there. Like,
yeah, for sure. So originally, dash into Kano has always been kind of dash favored. It still, I think, is. But with the introduction of pitch stack Kano, with testing with my team and everything, we found that pitch stack Kano does can fatigue dash if they're just full boosting. So because he gave me the option to go first, I elected to go first and use induction chamber to kind of combat fatigue if he's playing sync below, favor scene, oasis even. But he wasn't on that. But I was still able to get a technical core out early and just negate the resource deficit and just still use the induction chamber well. It's just basically try to get there before they get you. Just full boosting. I do have some cards in the sideboard to help with that. Signal Jammer being like a great card because
that really stood out in that game.
Yes. So I run 2. It's good into Azalea because it doesn't let her pump, but it also has side hit into Kano to prevent them from comboing. And if you get it off Spark, they have to respond to the Spark, or else once the tutor finishes and it comes into the field, you can't respond anymore. So you can't combat that if you let Spark resolve.
Yeah. And hence why you were stopped from the Spark tutor, waiting to draw your card because he has that window.
Exactly, yes. So the first Spark I did Techlocore because it was a little too early to get Signal Jammer.
Yeah.
You want to kind of get it when they're around 10 health or below just because you want 2 turns of freedom to just go at them. So the first one was Techlocore. It allowed me to get extra resources and to keep swinging.
Yeah.
And then the second one, I had a blue in hand, so I just sparked with a blue for backup if he decided to go off.
Yeah.
He didn't know that I had Signal Jammer, so he let it resolve, and then I was able to put it out. Now he cannot go off anymore, and I get 2 free turns to kill.
It was pretty amazing, and you were still playing like rather conservative by leading with pistol with core resources.
Yeah.
So you're basically like fishing for what he has in his hand and what he'll work with.
Yes.
Which is really efficient.
Yeah, you always want to lead with pistol if you can, especially if you have induction, just because it's 2 damage. If they don't block it, they just took 2. If they do block it, you get 1 card out of hand. It's just that's good.
And we saw the high octane like early, but then it on the boosts, it banished the other 2. So
yeah, I think my first 3 boosts were high octane, pulse wave harpoon.
Max
so
V.
yeah, so when I'm keeping these cards in hand, I'm keeping them and playing reserve just to be able to combo more with Max V, combo more with high octane. And the fact that both high octanes were gone, and I only ran 1 Max V just because you don't want too many in your deck against Kano. It'll clump.
Interesting.
So I took 2 out. So knowing that I didn't have Max V, I didn't have high octane anymore, I could just boost freely without having to wait or like play slower to try to find the combo pieces.
Okay.
So it was bad. Obviously, I want those cards to be able to kill Kano, but
You still got there in the end.
yeah, it allowed me to play more freely and just like go boost instead of like having to worry whether or not I want to arsenal this 0 to 60 or get this 4 damage in now.
What, you had like 4 pistol shots from that high octane, so it still paid dividends.
Yes, it did. It was good stuff.
Okay, maybe we have a chat about the case tournament that you're putting on at the
Yes,
store.
for sure. So Kingstar Games in Fountain Valley, we are hosting a case tournament for Part the Mistveil the weekend that it comes out. So on June 1st, we'll be able to go to Kingstar Games in Fountain Valley. That's a Saturday. You'll be able to get out there. So it's going to be classic constructed for Swiss. So you get to play your favorite CEC hero, possibly the new Part the Mistveil heroes. They will be legal since they come out that Friday. And then in top 8, you'll abandon your CC deck and you're going to play Part the Mistveil Draft.
Interesting.
So that's going to be very fun. A lot on the line. You can get a lot of the new cards that weekend. So feel free to come through. It's going to be a lot of fun.
I can guarantee I won't get all of my cards that I want for new for that weekend, so I'll probably play, I don't know, Azuri.
Hey,
Or
you
something.
never know.
And
you
then
know?
play new in the draft.
If
sure.
you're able to open like 10 cases and get your new deck all ready to go for Saturday, you'll probably have an edge up. And then you'll win a case and you're like, why did I just buy 10? I just got 1 for free.
I just pulled all the legendaries that I would have, opened in this case anyway.
Yes. So yeah, come through. It's going to be a big display of who can play draft, who can play CC. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, mixed format is fun.
Yeah.
And skill intensive.
Oh yeah.
Anything else you want to say? Any shout-outs today?
Yeah, shout out to Chris Iaali. That was a really well-fought round 1. I told him in the car that he said he was going to play Kassai, and I told him he was going to play Talon round 1, and somehow Justin made that happen. So we're age team down tremendous, but I'm up tremendous because he lost to Riptide, and he talked so much into it.
I mean, Chris is going to remember to have his ducks in a row.
Oh, yeah.
And to bring his medal next time.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that, well, I think he needs to win out to stay on the medal.
Oh, yeah. He's out there somewhere. He's right there, playing right there. Look at him go. He was so focused. I came up to talk to him, and he said, just basically get out of my face. So.
Very, very good teammates.
Yeah.
Right there.
We love each other, yeah.
Okay. Well, with that said.
Thank
luck
you.
on that.
Yeah, always a pleasure being on the cast with you guys.
Yeah, well done on Undefeated. And,
Come to locals. Come
take
to
a little break.
locals.
See you, everybody, in a bit.
Welcome back, everyone, to round 5 of AGE Open. We've got another game lined up for you today. Azalea versus Kano. 2 Kano matches back to back.
Going to be interesting.
Yeah, we're trying to make Kano look bad, giving him the worst possible matchups on camera. So all you people at home, stay off of this wizard, this toxic wizard, doing all his combo stuff. We don't know how he works.
Total psyops.
Yeah.
Interesting. We've actually got another Arcane Rising hero matchup here.
Yeah, true. Yeah, some old school heroes here. You got the Dash, the Azalea, the
Kano.
the Kano. Yep. And I believe, what table are they at right now? Do you know? I don't know if we remember that.
Oh.
But they're high up there. So one of these, table 5. So
Table 5.
the winner of this has a shot of getting into top 8.
We've taken one of the 3-1 matchups.
Right. Of course, the last round will still matter. But we're looking at some of the best players here at AGE today.
Cream of the crop of California.
Exactly. So I think the players are just setting up, and we'll get into that match soon. One of the things that makes this a tough matchup for Kano is the fact that Azalea, like Dash, has a lot of natural arcane barrier on her equipment. So has the defenses packed into her kit to block that arcane damage. Not every hero has that, which makes it sort of difficult. And at the same time, you also need the blues to support it. So one of the things that Dash has that Azalea doesn't as much is a suite of blues. So hopefully maybe a little bit easier to sneak some stuff in. Ryan Brown. Oh, we have a player profile here for Bryce. Good friend of mine, plays at my locals. He's typically playing on Azalea. Just had a child. Wonderful, beautiful,
Congrats to Mr.
daughter.
Platz.
I hope I didn't get that wrong. But I haven't seen him around as much since he's a new father. But he still makes time to play Flesh and Blood. I know he loves this game. Really great guy, too. If he was doing worse, we might have seen him on the desk today, but he's opting to play today.
It's good for his sake that
Yes.
he's doing really well.
Oh, yeah, we're
Decently
happy
well
for him.
Because we'll see how far he can
Yep,
take it.
yep.
Hopefully a top 8 for him.
And just
set up.
chatting away.
Interesting that you mentioned the robust blue base that Dash has over Azalea because as of late, following suit to Brody Spurlock, a lot of blues were cut from Azalea lists.
Interesting.
So Bryce is playing just Knock the Death Whistle as a 3-of, and that's it. That's all she wrote for blue.
Wow. So despite having a lot of natural arcane barrier, maybe not a lot of ways to actually use it in this list. We'll have to see how things line up. Now, the difference, of course, is that Dash doesn't have any on-hits, whereas Azalea can dominate a bunch of on-hits.
True.
I say no on-hits, but then, of course, we saw the Signal Jammer, so that's as good as an on-hit.
That's
Still
worse than
very
an on-hit.
disruptive,
You have no agency. It's out in the battlefield.
Exactly.
Play by my tempo, please.
Yep. So, looking forward to this one. We'll see what the Kano can do. See what the Azalea can do.
Yeah, Ryan won the die roll there after a quick re-roll, so
right.
I'm pretty sure.
So typically the Kano will want to go first here because you don't want to get hit by a huge dominated arrow on turn 0. And we start off with a tunic counter, a hand with a couple of blues, and is that a Tome of Fjendal? Fantastic card to put in the
Let's
arsenal.
use this incredible technology.
can we-
Let's peek at his hand. Blue Emeteris.
A yellow something. I think it was a Tome.
3 blues. This is good for digging.
Yes,
and
very good
shipping.
turn 0, depending on what we see on the top. Hoping for some good. Yep, and there's the tome. So he'll want to put that in the arsenal, get the full value. Ooh, love to see that. Sonic Boom. If this deals damage, he will be able to banish the top card of his deck. Play it as an instant. 4 Arcane. And looking at the side of Bryce, he has Arcane Barrier 2, 1 on the helmet and 1 on the
He
gloves.
does have a couple yellows in hand, so shrinks this to just 2.
Covers 2 of it, and oh, good start so far. If he can push a lot more arcane damage, that could be a lot coming out here, turn 0. Taking 2 from the Sonic Boom, so far 2 damages hit. Oh, well, this isn't, it's 4 damage. And he decides to just send it, saying, yeah, let's push the damage here.
It's still Ryan's turn, so he won't get the boost, but it's still...
Yeah.
It's still some damage and some chip on...
Pitching a yellow in, and then he just sends this Blazing Aether for 4, because 4 Arcane has connected. And there's the rest of his hand, taking a total of 6 damage on turn 0.
Yeah,
Great start for Ryan.
Bryce is playing Azalea IO with that life total now.
Yep,
So
34.
he's feeling great about that.
Uh-huh. Ryan Brown opting to deal the extra damage rather than keeping an arsenal.
I think that's absolutely correct,
Yep.
though.
You want to push as much as you can. Get him into lethal range as soon as possible.
Okay, starting with Tunic from Bryce. Thinking over this hand. Let's see if we can get behind the driving wheel.
Yep.
A take aim.
Saw Remorseless.
Oh, I think I saw
like
a
a
barbed
Bolton shot.
undertow.
Oh.
A Bolton shot. I think his hand is
So
all red.
just all
though.
arrows here.
Mm,
Not what he wants to see.
yeah, kind of awkward. Although he does get to play pitchless if he uses the take aim, but he'll elect to use Death Dealer.
Yeah. Trying to hopefully get some kind of...
That looked like another red to
Pumps.
me.
And there's a pump and yeah, take aim. So a couple pumps into this Bolton shot. Coming in,
Just a
Or-
solid 10.
go again 10 with a reload on hit.
Blood Rot isn't nothing.
One
against
card in
Kano.
hand. See how Ryan wants to approach this.
He's got his Potion of Deja Vu, and all of these cards otherwise block, so he's got that option of laying down the entire hand. Or might like to do it another way.
Blocking for 3,
Take a Grand
taking
Soul of
7.
Yep.
Going down to 23 life here. And getting that Blood Rot Pox. This will deal 2 damage at the end of his turn if he does not pitch 3 resources into it.
Ooh, Bryce will reload and then cross wraps.
Looks at the top.
Mm.
Looks like he's leaving it there. Thinking about the Azalea trigger. Doesn't have the resources to play the Remorseless.
It's unfortunate he didn't have a yellow to pitch here, otherwise the Remorseless would end
Yeah.
up on this chain, I think.
He's going to Azalea, which
hitting the
means-
button.
Oh,
Mhm.
just a
Just nets him a pump for
Yep.
next turn.
Yep, he'd rather have that pump in the arsenal so that he can have something that he can, with go again, that he can get out.
Now, to the untrained eye, it might look a bit like a whiff here, but honestly, Azalea as of late isn't too phased with like finding a pump in that way.
Yeah.
Because it's just another card that you get.
Ryan Brown playing out the Sonic Boom, pumping it up with the Crucible of Aether Weave for coming in for 4 arcane damage, and on hit, banish the top card of your deck, reduce its cost, and allow you to play it as an instant.
At least from Bryce's end. We're looking at another yellow. I saw a Codex.
Yep. Yeah, this is exactly what we were talking about at the start of the game. No blues in the deck. Well, a suite of 3, you said. Knock the death whistle. So he's not going to have the resources to block.
He's taking
He
it
just
all.
takes it all. And a tome off the top. That is a fantastic hit for Ryan Brown.
Draw
Going
two.
to allow him to draw 2 or pump 2 if he so chooses. Usually the Kano players like the draw, and it looks like he hits 2 blues, 2 blue prognosticates. This is fantastic, allowing him to dig even deeper into the deck. This time hitting an Aether Flare blue. This one says if it deals arcane damage, the next spell you play gains X, where X is the damage dealt by Arcane Flare or Aether Flare.
Yeah, now even though this is just a blue, it might tempt Bryce away from some of his cards to avoid.
And he just sends it out.
Yeah.
Have 2 floating resources and potential buff to the next arcane spell coming out. Bryce does not like that.
No, I completely understand after staring at the past 2 hands he
Yep.
had to deal with. Ooh, we're taking more on the chin here.
And it looks like he paid for it, which may have been a mistake. Unsure about that. Since it would have been reduced by the Sonic Boom. Ooh, and look at that. That's a lesson and a Blazing Aether. Or a Wildfire, rather.
No, I think the Sonic Boom targeted Tome.
You're right, of course. So he did. He Kano'd for that.
Yeah,
Correct.
you get that free cast.
Thank you for that correction.
Mm.
I didn't see what he put in his arsenal. Did you catch that?
No.
Okay. So
got a wild little.
whatever it was, he will probably want to replace it with that wildfire at the end of this turn. So we'll see how he plays this out to navigate setting up lethal.
Yeah, Bryce is ever closer after taking a bunch of Arcane on the chin here.
Yeah, he really needs to threaten a lot here.
Leading with Seek and Destroy.
Pitching his Codex.
Mm-hmm.
Nice to have those extra resources, but there goes one of his more powerful cards.
Priority passes. Merc my grapnel.
Yep. Drawing a card off of the Death Dealer as he puzzles this turn together.
How many grapnel does he play in this list? Does he have a full play set? He does. Of reds. Just to hate on Prism.
Yep, really good card against Prism and other decks that may want to run things like Oasis, although really Prism has the most consistent ability to prevent damage using the wards from her angels.
Well, come Mistveil, another illusionist with ward all over the place in
Stonks
Enigma.
going up on the Murkmire Grapnel. And it looks like an Enlightened Strike. Coming in 5, go again.
Very interesting.
Looks like maybe they were talking about something there, making sure everything was done correctly. Both nodded in agreement as this comes out. 5 damage being threatened. 21 life Ryan Brown sits at as he says, oh, did he choose draw? Oh, yes, of course. So he's using his snaps. He's really going as hard as he can here. It looks like he knows that he doesn't have long to live, and he just needs to push every point of damage that he can here. So opts to draw the card just to gain a little bit of extra width on this turn.
Send another 10.
Double pump into this Murkmire. Yep, 10 damage showing up. Blood Rot threatened on hit. Ryan Brown with 4 cards in hand. Bryce with 1 and 1 floating. So really well played with Bryce, kind of pushing as much damage as possible while still leaving as many resources as possible to cover up a potential combo.
Yeah.
Well played.
Quite a different way to approach it, because it would be fairly easy to just save Snapdragons and not value like a bonus card in other matchups, but this is Kano.
Yep.
So given that Bryce has seen a couple hands where it was only 1 yellow or no yellow,
yep,
he knows that if he doesn't hold something back, he's at risk of dying incredibly fast.
This is a very important turn for Ryan. He needs to think about, he has the pieces, but I would say doesn't quite have what he needs to send it, and
he says, I fold.
Just blocks all of it right here. 12 block in front. So his arsenal must be an important combo piece in order for him to make a decision like that, because otherwise he would really probably want to save that wildfire and get it into arsenal. Instead, just opting to preserve the life total.
And if I'm Bryce, I'm very happy to see all of that, because I get a free turn without giving up any cards.
Yeah, able to push some damage and
peer at what he's dealing with.
Go again.
Okay, another Seek and Destroy. There's at least 2 pumps in this hand. A Spire sniping. So he's got his bases covered with the yellow for the turn. He's just ruminating over the top card of the library. And having already spent Snapdragons, he's really got to make the 1 arrow count, unless it's bolt and shot.
True.
Because he's only got 1 access. He's only got access to 1 action point, really.
So he puts that top card on the bottom. Doesn't like what he sees with the Skullbone Cross Wrap opt.
Oh, he holds 1 blue. He's got 1 copy of his knock in
He
there.
found the Knock the Death Whistle. That's a fantastic blue to have, because you can hold on to it for the Arcane Barrier, but it's also not a bad arsenal target, so you don't mind holding on to it as a little bit of a shield at the end of the turn.
You also have to be really careful when you pop Bullseye's, if at all, into Kano, because that's one of your arcane barrier sources.
Yeah, probably not something you do unless you have to.
Yeah. It's the push comes to shove when you activate it.
Yeah. You might be able to get away with it if the Kano has already blocked that turn and you're threatening lethal.
Stephen Cookus in the chat, give me Kindle already. Well, you're going to have it soon enough.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fire emojis. That's pretty hot.
It's getting hot in here. And Kano will singe off all your clothes. Ooh,
And we see
up.
ooh,
Blind
that's-
Azalea.
That's a good hit, and you see Ryan Brown kind of looking up at the camera, maybe
Ooh.
thinking, okay, it doesn't get much better than this for the Azalea player, as he then does a Seek and Destroy. Ryan Brown might have to pull the trigger right now,
Ooh.
whether he's ready or not. And knowing that we have the Knock the Death Whistle in hand, really interesting play. Bryce could have... Bryce could have played that knock to guarantee the sleep dart, but instead took the risk so that he could hold the blue back. This is a really tough spot for Ryan Brown to be in. He doesn't know that Bryce has the blue, but he does know that he's going to lose that arsenal if this hits, and he has no way to stop 8 dominate.
I wonder if it's a case of he'll play the arsenal out on his turn.
An Eye of Ophidia is a great thing. Let's see if we can catch what he's looking at here. Oh no, he has, yeah, so that's an Emeritus Scalding Blue. And
Swell Tidings?
No, I think that is it's a 1 for 4 Aether Quickening.
Oh, Quickening.
Yep, so he'll definitely want to put that on top for his hit, and he's got 3 more blues in hand, so he definitely has gas to go off here if he wants to. The question is, how... Is he going to use his equipment or just send everything, take the 8? Very critical spot in this game as he plays the Aether Quickening, or at least banishes it, showing that he will likely play it in a moment. Ryan Brown.
Very tense here.
Doing the math, figuring things out. Uses that.
Both players are operating with a lot of unknowns right now as well.
Uses the weapon. 1 floating, 5 arcane damage coming through. Bryce looking at his hand. Does he want to block this damage? Give up the blue now for 5 vanilla, and he pitches a yellow.
He's going to
instead.
keep that blue as hidden information.
Very, very heads up
Stop
play.
all the arcane that he can.
So, stops 2, takes 3.
Oh, blue
And we've got a
Voltic.
blue Voltic. Is that?
Oh, pardon me, that's blocking probably.
Okay, blocking that. Yep.
He'll take 5
Okay.
under a sleep dart.
And then I think in his hand he has an energy potion. Really interesting that he's going to allow the arsenal to get destroyed here. I'm not
That
sure.
is if he doesn't play it out.
True. Well, he has, I think his last card is an energy potion, so something's going away. And it looks like, yep, it's the Blazing Aether.
A big smile from Mr. Platz there.
Yep, but 11 health is quite a lot to work with until you see a 14 Dominate come through, and suddenly it's not. Knock the Death Whistle being revealed off the Skullbone Crosswraps as Bryce takes a peek at
What has
his...
Bryce got? Look, he's got a Bolton shot, he's got a pre-med. He's got a good turn that he could string together.
Yeah.
He will consult the arrow gods.
So he kept
Going for the
the card
Azalea.
on top. Yep.
Ho.
Hits that infecting shot.
Will he pay? Will he pay?
Looking at the quiver.
Because you can just add 1 damage here. He has access to Tunic, so it's definitely within like the resources. It's just... He's still staring down Kano. Not another hero, so
Yep.
he has to be very mindful of keeping the cards back.
Yep. Feeling relatively safe with only 4 cards in hand, but the energy potion does add a little bit of extra question mark to that. It's possible for Kano to go off as long as he has enough resources and the right spread of cards in hand. We do know that he's already seen a Wildfire and blocked with it, as well as now his Blazing Aether has been put in the bin off of that Seek and Destroy.
I think two wildfires have gone because one was on the first turn.
It's actually a very sort of dangerous spot to be in if his last wildfire is at the bottom of his deck.
Double premeditate. Ooh. That means a choice of 2 pondered cards to put in Arsenal.
Oh, did I? Let me see his hand. No, blue flare. Okay. Thought I saw the wildfire there. 11, dominate, blood rot on hit. That's exactly how much life Ryan Brown has. He does not like to see that, right?
No, this is really tough.
And knowing that his out is wildfire and that he only has 1 left in his deck, things are suddenly looking pretty grim for Ryan. Really needs to see his combo cards in the next hand or 2.
Yeah, he was having a really good time in the early game, especially with the turn 0 chip.
Yep.
With Sonic Boom. But a lot more of the middling hands where you don't have a truly good target for Striders and you have no Arsenal.
No Arsenal's tough. He does need to get something rolling here as he thinks about which card to block with to stay alive.
Actually, knowing his list and that he's also on a stack Kano, I had no idea if he'd bring in defense reactions knowing it's Azalea, but I guess the best thing to do in the matchup is just blow him up.
Yeah, I can tell you this right now. I have tried stack Kano into Azalea, and I have never succeeded. It's very difficult with the amount of dominate.
I was going to say, they go
Azalea
wide
can
enough
present.
with Bolton Shot that it's not worth it.
Yeah, it's just, you can't guarantee getting there. And so he blocks 3, goes down to 3 with a Blood Rot Pox token, and then 2 Ponders on the side of Bryce.
Ooh.
I'm not sure if he has an Arsenal target that he's happy with here either. I think he's probably not thrilled. Is that a...
And that's Bryce cleaning up. We will see what Ryan retorts with.
Yeah, he's got the Tome of Female.
Lessons?
Is that a lesson? I think that's a Tome.
There's Tome and Lessons.
Lessons. Okay, great. So a Lessons is a phenomenal target. As he just plays the Tome, drawing 2 cards, hopefully 2 blues for his sake, and it looks like that is the case.
I saw Spindle. I don't know if that's a red.
Oh yeah, red Spindle, not really what you want to see. Pitches to Kano, and a red Aether Flare is great. He really, really wants to strip cards here. The more cards he can strip from Bryce on this turn, the less cards Bryce has to block into combo on the following turn.
Yeah.
If he's able to get there.
The good thing is that he went to the magic number of 3.
Yep.
So the Blood Rot won't kill him. He'll barely be alive at 1.
Yeah. So he plays out the Aether Flare for 4, and I have to imagine Bryce doesn't want to take 4, possibly 8, if this connects all the way. But I know he knows that any card he gives here is a card that he can't block into Wildfire.
No, absolutely.
And it looks like his hand may also be a lot of reds. I can't quite see from here, but shields look to be fairly down for Bryce. Very tense moment here.
I think his hand is, if not all red, 3 red, 1 yellow.
Okay. And it looks like Bryce just takes 4. That's
I think he's playing to the
a
out.
lot of damage.
Ooh.
And Ryan?
He Arsenal's Lessons. Goes to 1. Still has Potion and Tunic to work with.
So very good call. Bryce recognizing that Ryan didn't have the resources to play another spell that turn. Blue, 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 and a blue. That is a fantastic combination. It's not a Wildfire, but it is cards that can do damage. And I think Ryan might have to go here.
Yeah, he still has Lessons as connective tissue to find another damage spell.
Yep. But
Bolton Shot making this turn wide.
Yeah, this is...
The awkward breakpoint means that he either has to rip it now or he's working with less cards.
Yeah, I think he has to rip it now. He's at 1 life. If he commits to blocking with 3 cards here, he's just dead. So Ryan's got to go. It's time. And he doesn't quite have what he wants, but
just
he's
gonna have to
almost
rock it,
there.
yeah.
He's almost there. He really wishes that Blazing Aether in his hand was a wildfire, and he would just have exactly what he wants. But he's thinking about what he could rip, what his options are. Maybe he's thinking about sending a Lessons into some other card.
I usually don't get on the edge of my seat with Kano games because I'm usually on the receiving end and I think, oh,
Yeah, I know it's
Hold
funny.
back a
As the
blue.
opponent, you don't have any information, so you just kind of feel like they always have it. But being able to see the Kano's hand, you really understand that the pieces need to be there, and they aren't always there.
yeah. Today's feature matches have been a lot of back and forths and a lot of big swings of tempo.
Ryan in the tank, probably going to be there for a while.
We have all the time in the world, man.
The only thing that I can think of, and obviously I don't have the ability to do all the math right now, but possibly a Lessons into a Flare,
Mm.
and then hope for something good off the top that Flare can pump up. Because otherwise, you're just blind Kanoing. I mean, if he blind Kanos into a wildfire, we're done, right? Game over. But
I mean, the maximum he can shoot it off of Lessons is if he crucibles. Well, I guess
he doesn't need to Crucible because Bryce only has Arcane Barrier too.
That's
So
true.
I mean, if he wants to find the wildfire, he does. But maybe, that might not be enough because the wildfire would then, if he pumped it with the Crucible, then the wildfire is only for 5. I don't think that does it with the wildfire into the Blazing.
No, I think you're right because Flare would be a cheaper option
Yeah.
that bridges it to the next one, and then you've got Blazing Aether.
Yeah, if it is possible to find lethal here, I don't see it. But Ryan Brown has 30 minutes. Hopefully he doesn't use all of it to think of a way out of this situation.
And Bryce has still got Tunic, so
Yep,
there's
Tunic
that part
is
of the
huge.
equation. Here we go.
Goes for the blind Kano. And it's a tome. This is huge. This is massive for Ryan. So if he draws 2 blues off of this, which is really what he wants to see, that can extend. Oh, he has a red in his hand too.
He also has Gaze.
Yeah. This is he doesn't have the resources he wants, even with this tome. I mean, the tome is helpful. I think he just has to pitch that Gaze. Okay, he goes for pitching the Cindering
Foresight.
and a Lesson. This is looking bad. This is looking bad. He does not have the resources that he needs to send things. I mean, you can see he's thinking Cindering Foresight, +1, opt 3, +1 damage, that is.
Take a peek at what we can do with the next 3 cards.
And we see,
That's a Flare.
yep,
That's a potion.
a Flare is helpful. And a blue could be good off the use of the Ragamuffins.
That's very true, actually.
We're
He put a
digging.
potion, and then immediately pitch it.
My intuition is still saying no, we don't have it. But we haven't seen everything yet.
He didn't like those.
He put them all to the bottom. Did I see that correctly?
Yeah, he put all 3 there.
All 3. So I think he's calculated that his only out is Wildfire. But even then, I don't think he has the resources to get there. Does he go blind Kano again?
I think that's probably the next best thing. Because if he didn't like the top of the library, doesn't like what's in hand.
Yep. It's got to be the only out. One copy left in his deck. Aether Wildfire. You know it, you love it, or you don't.
He's still got potion and tunic resources to play with, but even then, it's not a lot when you need to do the most.
Yeah. It's tough on the turn that you need to go. Having so many reds in hand just makes the math basically impossible. You need so many resources to get a good Wildfire turn off. You can see Ryan's looking kind of defeated, just praying. Oh my gosh. A
Ooh.
tome off the top.
I guess we'll keep digging.
He needs some blues. He needs
We need this hand cam.
blue.
That's a blue.
Blue.
That's a blue.
good. Okay, he has 4 cards in hand now. A lesson in arsenal and a lesson. Oh, so yeah, 2 blues, a blazing, and a lesson.
So he went from the depths to
He
the.
still needs to blind Kano into something, I think.
Mm.
Now he could potentially do a lesson, but I think if he plays the lesson first, it's not getting pumped by the wildfire. You know, if he's doing his math and he's being a diligent Kano player, he's probably taking these lines knowing that even if he used the lesson in lava and was able to search for the card that he wants, it's probably not enough.
He also gets to use the foresight boost.
Yeah,
if he
yeah, he's got the
wishes.
cindering on the stack, so that's going to help a lot with, you know, whatever he's playing next. He's counting the cards in his deck.
I wonder if nodes plays into this calculation as well.
I'm sure it's something that he's thinking about. There's so much math that Ryan has to do. If he wants to be diligent here and make sure that he's playing to his outs, he has to do so many calculations. This is what Wizard players love to do, though. It's just kind of like pulling a rabbit out of the hat, literally, right? The magician's secret is this math. Behind the scenes, he's doing his calculations, figuring out what possible outs he has.
We also got reigning US national champion Charles Dunn in the back there.
Yeah.
But I think he's viewing product on the shelf.
Maybe he wants to buy a board game. And there we go. Blind Kano into Sonic Boom. These Kano hits have been insane.
I think all 3 Sonic Booms have come
So
out.
this is making the Blazing Aether look pretty good. The one in his hand. He has a blue. He has a Lessons in Arsenal, a Lessons in hand. I wonder if he goes for Lessons now to get an Aether Flare on the top. He has 3 resources available on the board. 1 from the Tunic, 2 from the Energy Potion.
It still holds 2 blues in hand.
I think 1 blue now. He just pitched 1 to see the
Oh,
player.
pardon
So
me,
he has
yeah.
a lesson in hand as well as, and he pitches.
Oh, yeah,
one of
he
the
has a
lessons.
second lesson in
Yep.
hand, pardon me. We give Striders.
A little bit of an earthquake.
Was there a real quake here in Cali?
It looks like chat thinks there's a line. Lesson, lesson, blazing, blazing. We'll see if Ryan sees it. Starting off with a pumped lesson. Coming in for 4 arcane damage. And Bryce probably knows that he can't really do anything other than prevent some damage here. It won't stop him from searching for anything that he wants in his deck. No floating resources on this side of Ryan, and we know that in his hand is a blue. Lesson, Wildfire, random damage into Blazing 2.
So it's good that he's just sending this lesson from Arsenal with the foresight boost.
Yeah, if I was sitting here doing math, I couldn't speak at the same time. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to rely on chat and Ryan to do the calculations. But I think there is hope for the Kano here. Chat, if you can do the math and be confident and let us know, maybe you can solve this puzzle for us before Ryan gets there. Otherwise, we're just going to have to wait and see how this
Bryce
unfolds.
gets 2 reds to shrink this to a 2.
And he finds the wildfire. We all know how dangerous this is. And I said there was a blue in hand, but did I see there's a blazing aether in his hand
he has
earlier.
blazing aether in hand as well.
So okay, so there's we know there's a blazing aether there actually. So not the blue that I said earlier, which is great for dealing damage. Oh, he has 2 cards.
Yeah.
There we go. So a blue and a blazing. No mistakes on our end. And he pitches that blue. Shows the wildfire. Ragamuffins. Do we know? Let's peek. It's a blue.
Yep, so he put the blazing
This
on
is fantastic. Ryan may have found it. Bryce still has the Tunic counter, so he can block some damage. Pumping with the Crucible. He sends the Wildfire over.
He used Tunic for nodes.
And Tunic for nodes, so he still has 2 resources available.
This is 6.
Coming in for 6 damage.
So we have 2, 6. If Bryce doesn't stop any,
This
that's
is looking
8. Then it's 14 off of Blazing because it's 6
Okay.
boosted by
Yep.
8 done
So-
total.
He blocks 2 of it. Tunic
4.
and a red.
So Blazing
Goes to 16.
I think
4,
He-
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 is what the
Nodes?
Blazing will come in for. Oh, but he has the
Oh.
Sonic Boom! That's got to be it. Wow. Sitting there right in plain sight.
he put
Coming
it
in
his
for
soul.
7 damage. Absolutely going to end the game here. I forgot about that card.
And
it was
there's
just
Blazing.
sitting there. Well
Ugh.
played from Ryan. What a combo. Amazing. Tome into tome. The blind Kano coming in clutch. He got a little lucky there, but man, Bryce.
This might just be the reason why people hate Kano. You know what? I can't disagree with that, chat.
I think that this is truly, you know, who's the Marvel here? Is that Doctor Strange? Can
Yeah.
see into the future. That's just what Kano does, right? And we saw it. Ryan Brown was sitting there figuring out what
What is my out?
are my outs, and he
Yeah.
played to them perfectly. And in this case, his outs were 3 perfect Kano draws off the top. Really,
Tome of Fjendell,
yep,
Tome of Aetherwind.
amazing.
The 2 blues I want.
Yep, he did not have the resources to pull off what he needed to do, and then he drew into them. Well played from Ryan. Not sending that lesson too early.
Nope,
Not ruining that perfect top of his deck that he had
not at all.
prepared.
No,
And he gets there. Wow, what a game.
that was intense.
Yep.
And I usually don't like Kano games, but I
think
saw
they're
both sides,
fantastic.
so that was fine. Very tense.
Yeah, they're great to cast if you kind of understand the wizard, you
Yeah.
know, what they're trying to do there. And chat, of course, well done with the math. You guys helped us out a
Yeah,
lot.
we're backseating
Yep,
gaming
yep,
chat.
yep.
Very good, very good.
I didn't see anyone in chat talking about sending that Sonic Boom, so I think everybody forgot they had pitched and set that aside. Fantastic ending to the game. Huge combo from Kano.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well done, Ryan.
yeah,
Okay.
we'll get that Kano, Ryan Brown, in for an interview and find out
Take a very
how he's feeling.
do now.
Yeah, we'll go to a
We'll
quick
cut
break
to a quick
and we'll
break.
be
Okay.
right back. And we're back. What a fantastic game. That ending
Yeah.
had us on the edge of our seats there.
Me as well. Yep.
Can you just walk us through what you were thinking when you saw 7 damage coming? And I think it was 2 reds, a yellow, and a blue in your hand.
Yeah, I knew that he had to go again. I had to go for something. I wasn't going to be able to block out the second attack. And started doing the math, and the lessons in my arsenal wasn't going to get me there without taking some risks.
Yep.
And yeah, I woke up this morning. I said I was going to just go for the blind Kanos
Yeah.
and trust in it.
I
So
mean, it's the only way to play him from what
Yeah,
I've learned,
that's right.
especially in a spot like that. Was there a moment when you were like at the end there where you realized that, oh, like I have it? Was it only by the third blind Kano that you kind of
When I
figured
hit
it out?
the Sonic Boom, I was
Mhm.
like, okay, that's how I get the third attack.
Yeah,
That's how I get through the AB. Knew I could get the blazing on top, and that was it. So
yeah.
yeah, that was pretty
Wow.
good. Yeah.
How I feel like that game was pretty back and forth up until the end. A couple times I felt like you were in the lead, and then it felt like you fell behind. Can you just walk us through that entire game and kind of where you felt good and where you didn't feel good?
Yeah, I was happy with my turn 0.
Mhm.
Getting the 6 damage in was great. And then from there, I felt like I didn't have great turns. I set up an E-Pod on one turn. I was happy that I faded some Arsenal Disruption at one point, but I wanted to go earlier in the game, and I had the blazing. I saw he was going to try and seek and destroy me, and then I just drew a bunch of reds and yellows,
Yeah.
and so I had to full block. And from there, I was kind of on the back foot.
Yeah, I saw you blocked with a wildfire and I think a lessons, which sitting where I am, I was thinking like, uh-oh, there goes his second copy of wildfire. That's
Sure.
a dangerous spot to be in.
Yeah, I was really, and I'd already gone down to lessons or 2. I'm not sure, yeah, that was
Yeah.
I knew that I had to probably use that lessons to find the last
Mhm.
wildfire or get
Yep.
find it there.
Really, really fortunate ending to
Oh
that
my
game.
God. I mean, he's a great player, and
Yeah.
like last time we played at a ProQuest a couple weeks ago, he just completely destroyed me. Turn 0, 14 dominate, infecting shot, 2 blood rots. I was
Yeah, as far as
yeah.
I can tell, as far as my memory goes, I've played him on Kano as I was the Kano. I've played him probably like 5 or 6 times. I don't think I've ever taken a game off of him.
Yep.
It's just so difficult when they hit you with that dominated seek and destroy or lace with inertia, and you're like, well, I can't go yet.
I know you just really
So-
gotta flip the game at a certain
Yeah,
point.
yeah.
And I think that was a little more than I'd
Yep.
like to flip it, but
True,
we got
true.
there. So
yeah, not what you want to have to
I wanna
rely
take it,
on, but
yeah.
the Kano gods smiled upon you today.
I feel it. I feel the Kano gods.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, that was a fantastic game. Is there anything else, like, I don't know if you do any content creation or on any teams that you want to talk about?
No. If you want to play some sealed on Wednesdays, I play at Hidden Fortress, and
Hidden Fortress, okay.
it's good. Good.
Show up at your locals, right?
Yep.
Anthony was talking about that earlier. Come play Flesh and Blood. You don't have to come to a tournament like this to enjoy the game.
No.
You can just show up at your local game store and get a couple games in, play
Yep.
with some people. We all love our new players, and especially with Mist coming out,
Mhm.
hopefully we get some more new people showing up.
That's right. Just gotta hit off the top. Pot agreed. Draw 2. It's
There
all
you
good.
go. Exactly. Love that card. Never played Yu-Gi-Oh before, but
Me neither, but
I heard that one was
I like drawing cards though. so.
exactly. Well, I think that one technically has go again, whereas our tome only if you hit it off the top. So it's a little bit
I was pretty lucky.
better.
There. Yeah. So.
awesome. Well, it was really great to have you. Congratulations. I don't know if this seals you into the top 8, but it certainly gets you close if you aren't already.
I'm happy with the day
Looking
so far.
forward,
so,
yeah. Good stuff.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah,
Yep.
we will cut to a break here and see everyone shortly for our final round of Swiss before we cut to top 8.
Great.
See you in a minute. And we're back. We have a couple quick reminders and announcements before we get into the game. Coming up, we have the June Open, June 29th. Just a reminder to get your tickets.
Get 'em now.
This is a missed draft, not classic constructed. So 2 rounds of draft, and you know, there's going to be typical AGE pricing and points awarded for that final tournament coming up in August 25th. We also have the Battle Hardened in San Diego, hosted by Arcane Games and Events on Saturday, August 24th, followed by the final Arcane Games and Events
Of the year.
AGE. So this has the large prize pool. I want to say it was the $1,000 prize, $2,000 prize for the winner, plus more cash prizes, and a PTI and a gold foil awarded for that event, as well as the Battle Hardened. So very exciting for the players who make it, and I think we saw flashed on our screen earlier the point totals so far. Of course, there's a lot of room for cutting into the top 16 as these players currently are battling for top 8 seeding.
It's doable. It's doable.
Yep. And today's prize, 30 AGE points, 25, 20, 15, and 12 as you go down the list, as well as $400 for the winner, $200 for second, $100 for third, fourth, and fifth through eighth get 50 each. Very exciting. So we will move into our game. We have Charles Dunn against Anthony Pham. Both of these people 4-1. I believe they're locked into top 8 already, so they're just playing for seeding. But that doesn't mean this game isn't important, because you want to lock in the highest seed for the best chance at winning the tournament. Sneak your way in through the top bracket rather than needing to come in through the bottom.
Exactly. Now we've got Charles's profile up here.
Yep, and he is looking forward to Part the Mistveil, as the rest of us are. We see that he was hoping for some Bravo expansion slot cards, so this may have been a little bit dated. And also some Betsy cards, but we didn't see that either. I don't think there's hope for that. I haven't really looked at the spreadsheet, but
I'm still clutching my pearls.
yeah, what we have seen so far looks extremely exciting for those who did get expansion slot cards, as well as the new heroes. Very much looking forward to that. And the draft, I think, will be a very exciting play experience. A little bit different than what we've seen recently with the new heroes and classes.
Okay, taking a look at the lists we have here. Charles presenting Decimator Great Axe for Dorinthea.
Yep. So
and that's the only weapon in the list. So
yep. Charles just leaning in. He is such a fatigue-heavy player. He loves playing these fatigue decks. And when we say fatigue, what we sort of mean is blocking out efficiently and coming back for 4. Whether you decide to take that damage or not is up to you. So you might die from damage, or you might die from running out of cards. But either way, Charles is just trying to play an efficient Great Axe build.
Now, Charles lost the die roll, so I guess Anthony opted to go first. He'll do his favorite thing, Spark on turn 1, get a Purifier.
Looks like he's going for the pistol plan. So we can see he has an Induction Chamber and a Purifier out on the board. Once he builds up enough of these, his pistol is going to come in for a lot of damage and have a lot of go again. So they're both kind of trying to fatigue each other. Anthony's plan relies more on building up over time those items, whereas Charles kind of gets to start with fatigue right away. Coming in with a sharpened steel blade, pumping that axe up to 7 and swinging it. The Decimator Great Axe says the first time it is defended each turn, it can reduce the defense of a blocking card by half, rounded up. So 3s become 2s, 2s become 1s, and if he decides to try to use a defense reaction like a Sink Below, a 4 becomes a 2. So that axe can get a lot of value when you are forced to block it.
Also in the later game, when you decide to try and give armor, it also counts armor as a defending card. So you can, if you give temper can be halved, and then when it comes off the chain, that 1 block it got, that's all you got.
And
So
Anthony coming in with a yellow zipper hit. This is a 1 for 4 boosting for go again. Interesting choice to see him boosting. There's a little bit of a danger that he could hit an item off the top when he plays these cards. So Opting for a little bit more of an aggressive plan despite having the items out in the field right now.
I think it also makes sense to use most of your cards offensively so that you can chip the fatigue deck in addition to chipping with pistol value.
And boosting here makes a lot more sense when you see that he is playing a Spark of Genius for X = 4, finding another 2-cost item to put out in the field. So Anthony
Probably, yeah, the second Purifier.
getting 2 items out extremely quickly. This is great news for him, as his pistol now comes in for 4 damage when he decides to use those items.
Yeah, this might spell some trouble for Charles because 2 Purifiers in as many turns is a lot of damage on the board to pistol, and that's not what he wants to see.
Yep. He's going to be facing a very efficient pistol from here on out throughout the rest of this game. Sending an Enlightened Strike, putting a Command and Conquer on the bottom. Nope. Thinking about it?
He's thinking it over because it could be a 2-card 7 or it could be the 3-card 9 with Axe, but then he has to tuck away the CNC.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
he's committed, I think.
puts the CNC on the bottom and deciding he needs to put his pedal to the gas right now, or his foot on the gas.
Well,
as-
he'll do as much as he can, probably.
Exactly. I think he sees those items and is thinking he needs to put pressure on. He does not want this game to go longer, if possible. Anthony just blocking efficiently, and here we see 2 counters on the Purifier.
Pistol
He
for
uses
4.
them immediately. Yep, and pistol for 4. All with 1 blue.
Okay. Charles, let's take a peer at his hand. What's he working with? A blue shunt. Ooh, last-ditch effort.
And it looks like he's got one of the new cards from Heavy Hitters.
A standing order. Actually, a very efficient blocker in this matchup because you just send an arsenal away and you block 5, but where and when he'll be able to do that, I'm not too sure.
So we see the first pistol coming in. Oh, sorry, no, he took the first pistol. Anthony gave it go again with the induction chamber, and now he's sending the second one. Charles decides to block 3 of it, taking 1. Now sending a felling swing. So this says your next axe attack gets +6, sending in that great axe for 10. So they're really exchanging blows here, sending a lot of damage back and forth.
Yeah, this isn't the greatest matchup for Decimator because, as we see out here, the pistol's engine is far more efficient than a weapon can be on its own.
Yep.
So Charles has to present a bit more and use his cards to actually start chipping Anthony more. But Anthony, it's probably okay to like give 2-3 cards as blockers.
And he gives the whole
thing.
hand. I don't see any blues, so he may have just, not been able to do much with that.
Yeah, he was just going to say this hand does nothing.
Save his life, go back. And I think Decimator likely has trouble spending all 4 cards in hand, so we'll see if Charles Dunn can have another efficient turn. Of course, with the Refraction Bolters, he has the ability to give go again if needed, assuming that axe hits. We see
Warmongers.
4 cards in hand. Felling Swing, followed by Great Axe. This one is a blue, only coming in for 8. So we see Anthony block with 2 cards from hand, both 3 blocks, but one of them gets cut down to 2, so he blocks 5 of the 8.
Take 3.
Taken 3. Yep. Anthony, 2 blues means you get to fill everything up and fire that pistol. 2 floating.
If you think about this, the rate that you're able to cash in with 2 Purifiers and just 1 chamber, 2 blues and no cards spent at all, just 2 cards pitched to do 8. Insane.
Yep. Very, very strong. 2 card 8, very consistent damage. And I think he may even get to keep a counter on something at the end of all this.
Yeah, he will. He'll probably either put it on chamber or
Yep.
a pistol.
So building his way up to a 1-card 8 as he slowly builds those counters. Coming in for 4 more. Charles Dunn just takes it.
What's the hand Charles is working with that he wants to make? He wants to use everything. Ups Tunic. Okay.
The Warmongers could be
Interesting.
a pretty important card.
He's going to Tunic for Cleave.
Uh-huh.
This is fairly large.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage coming in for 11 on the axe. I wonder if he decides... No, I think if he wanted to use the Refraction Bolters,
You would have
seen
locked
him
with
block
them
it.
prior, yeah.
Yep, so...
I think he's just threatening like an Iron Song response or something like that.
Sure. Oh, it was a sigil.
There we go. Use
Oh,
every card in hand.
Yep, he pitched it. I didn't see that. So, wow, good swing there. 28 to 23 now. Kind of coming back there. Very good turn for Charles.
You're not going
It
too
looks like
badly.
Anthony just loads everything up, passes the turn, and Charles gets another opportunity to
Yeah,
swing.
because Anthony knows that there's like a floor or a ceiling to the damage here,
Yep.
and he can't always use every card in his hand, but that's the reason that you play both a red and a blue
Yeah.
of Felling Swing, because, you know, it mirrors one of my favorite Oldhim cards in Glacial Footsteps. Like, the blue one is blue glacial, the red one is red glacial.
Yep.
It's the same damage, it just has no dominate on fuse, it has evasion on what it can shred to block half the printed value.
And Charles decides to use the bolters, so did miss his opportunity to block with those. Hopefully that one damage doesn't come to bite him. But he doesn't want to IP himself, opting to use the boots there rather than waste that card in hand.
No, absolutely.
So-
Well, I guess he didn't get given an opportunity to block with it because
Yeah.
Anthony just passed.
Yeah, it's one of the things about passing into a fatigue deck is they really do want to use their cards on defense. So,
So here we go. Another use of High Octane today on coverage.
ooh, high octane in this spot could be pretty strong depending on the number of blues he has to fuel that. I see 2 yellows in hand. 3 yellows maybe? There's one of those a blue. He's going way too fast. Zipping.
Everybody
through
slow
his
down.
I don't know. How is it that every single Flesh and Blood player has this, like, flicking through their cards during their turn thing? I never did that.
I'll give you the source, Michael. It's because most of them are Magic carryovers.
Ah. Is that something they teach you in Magic?
It's just a thing where, like, to provide as little information as possible about
Right.
what your draw dictates about your
Yep.
turn, a bit like poker.
Sure, you just shuffle
riffle
it
the
up
shuffle,
so that
yeah.
they can't know what you're doing. But yeah, I did see 3 yellows there, which is, you know, those are resources. Maybe not blues, but they're still good.
Now, what's interesting is that because of boosting to Spark of Genius, Hold the Line is active for Charles, and he has it in hand right now.
Really?
Yeah, because he high octane.
Yeah, drew a card, and then, yeah, he drew a card off of the spark. So,
So he's going to get 5 value from that block.
Yep.
And depending how he organizes it, he can spread that 3 block because it's damage prevention across the chain links from pistols.
Yeah.
So that's pretty good.
yep. Using the 2 purifiers, pumping that pistol up, plus 2 damage, bringing it to 4 for the turn, then just sending another zipper hit, getting a few more action points, getting as much value as possible out of that pistol this turn. And I didn't see what he drew. It is a blue. That is fantastic for Anthony. He's going to send a lot of damage here. Hopefully even that life total out a little bit as Charles decides he's going to hold the line here, stopping 4 and floating 1 of that damage prevention onto
Exactly.
the next attack. Because hold the line says it's a defense react, blocks for 2, and prevents the next 3 damage.
So it's a really solid use of this card, and even more so in Dash, because if it was just the pistol coming in with an induction chamber and not purifiers, 2 damage is really hard to cover up.
Yep.
It's similar to like the Kadachi lock problem. Your
Yes.
cards block 3 on average. It's hard to cover up.
Sends another zipper hit here. This is a lot of damage. He has 3 action points and a blue in hand, meaning he can I think send 4 more gunshots after this, 4 each, 16 more damage waiting to come through. I think I did that math right, because he already has the counter on the pistol, and he has the go again on the induction chamber.
He does.
Wow, this is a crazy turn from Anthony. He's gonna do a lot here.
Hmm.
Very fortunate hold the line timing, but he's still going to take a lot.
Here's the pistol for 4.
Yep. Anthony holding that card back. Charles praying it's not a blue. Unfortunately, it is.
Charles holds glint and Easter egg. Probably the 1 card 4. Or he still has that he still has Warmongers in Arsenal, so
True.
now that he's seen Anthony expend everything.
I did see him pitch one. Did
Yeah.
he have 2?
Yeah, he
Okay, okay.
put 1 into Arsenal, I believe.
Okay. We need the Arsenal cam next. The clear table. I know they do that in poker.
Or you just have 1. You have the Arsenal slot clear, and everything else is like solid felt, so
Right.
it looks more like a masseuse's table, but for
Exactly.
trading cards.
There you go. So taking the 4. You can see he's down to 15 now, thinking about this 3rd pistol swing.
Yeah, 1 big.
With a potential 4th coming in, just absolutely brutal how much damage Anthony is pushing forward as Charles decides to block 3 of it, take 1, and there's the go again in the final resource, putting that counter on the pistol. Oh my gosh,
Boundary
just
hole.
kidding. He's got 2 resources. So he
So
decides.
he can shoot exactly for another 4
Yep.
because he can always pop Achilles here.
Yep, that's true. Wow. And I think he might just do that.
Or he gets to save the resource to just reload it instead of shoot.
True. I imagine since he's already got the damage on it from the purifiers, he's just every single pistol shot he does is just gravy after this. So
Okay, yeah, there's Achilles and
the
there's
Achilles. Yep.
there's another shot.
Going down to 9. So wow, that life lead that Charles built up just going down to next to nothing.
And here's what? Warmongers.
Yep. Really good timing from this. Definitely going to stem the bleeding a little bit here, but you know, I think Anthony's probably happy to just load everything up and pass. I mean, I'm sure he would rather keep the pressure on and do both.
He holds another high octane, so maybe that's exactly what he's doing.
Oh wow. Well, no, he can't. I mean, he can't play it.
No, but
Right.
what I mean is that he'll reload everything here.
Yeah.
And arsenal it for
Yeah,
next
that's
turn.
true. Yep. So getting 2 resources. Just gonna.
Unless he proves us wrong by saying screw it, we boost.
Yeah, there he
No,
goes,
here's all the
loading
reload.
everything up. Choosing peace. The peaceful mechanologist. All they want to do is build. They don't want to fight.
They're out here playing Minecraft
Exactly.
or Metcraft.
Metcraft. Coming in from metrics. Loading up everything. Thinking about the arsenal.
Teklevossen has his own private,
Yep.
exclusive Metcraft
He
server.
hasn't put a counter on the pistol as he goes to...
So there's an interesting distinction here with mech because
Oh, it's a weapon.
it's
so
a
you
weapon
can't-
action.
Very
so
interesting.
you cannot reload
Okay.
a pistol.
Good call on that. And I was here thinking Anthony was making mistakes. The man makes no mistakes, especially not bringing -IO
No,
to
not on-
these AGE tournaments. Showing us exactly how powerful the mechanologist, the original mechanologist from
See
Arcane
here,
Rising is.
Charles was only able to retort with a
Just
1
a
card 4.
4 damage.
He
Oh.
holds on to an Oasis Respite. That's pretty good.
Okay.
So he gets a 1 card 5 in Oasis because he's lower life. Because he has Tunic
Right, he has
up.
the tunic as well, but that's not really what you want to see. As
Anthony
the
already
second high
spent.
octane comes through.
Okay, Tekla Call banished. Anthony already spent Achilles, so
That's true. I mean,
Charles might live through this yet.
he's got a lot of blues and he's got a lot of boosts.
And he still
So-
has both blocks on Brave Forge and Crown, so
That is true as well. He'll live through this, but I can't imagine he's going to make it through unscathed on this turn.
no, he's bleeding something,
Yep.
but it won't be true lethal.
Really putting him on the back foot as he does another zipper hit
The
coming.
third
through
high
for
octane
2.
goes though.
3 action points. Yep, I'm sure Charles is happy to see that high octane go. This means this is the last one he'll see this game,
Mm.
but it may just be enough to widen that gap.
Anthony has a Techlo Pounder as well.
I imagine that's just a blue he pitches into the rest of his items.
I have to wonder because he holds 2 other blues, but he'll send the boost.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
So he just wants to get as many action points as possible and then use the resources on the pistol. Jeez, looking at 4 action points plus the induction chamber, 5 pistol shots coming through after this. Just a casual 20.
Pretty good, pretty good.
So he does have some armor block to help him out here, but
Yep,
he's not
there's
going
one
to have
shot.
anything to do after this. He's going to have to commit the whole hand.
Yeah, there's no doubt he had to give the whole hand, but
Yep.
Oasis puts him up to 10. He might even crown away his arsenal to get a 3 block or something.
True.
What do we find,
That's
Charles?
a smart play there.
Is it a sink below? Is it something really good?
Could be a blue. I think I saw
Even
it.
a blue 3 block would do him good here.
He takes it. Going down to 4. One more resource. After this, use it to load the gun one more time and the induction chamber and fire it off. Giving up the tunic,
Tunic,
saying I ain't
go
gonna
to
get another
1.
counter here. Out of armor, 1
Ooh.
card in hand, 11 to 1. Things are looking grim for Charles Dunn.
Living on a prayer here.
Luckily for him, he's got that top 8 locked in already, but
Oh, that all you got? The annoying thing about that all you got is that he can't get value out of that from pistol.
Yeah.
Because it's coming in for 4.
yep, he will not be drawing any cards.
But Fate is pretty good. Says no, I don't want that. I think it was Glint the Quicksilver.
And loading up a little bit here.
Mm.
1 on the gun, 1 on the purifier.
Ah.
Boosting.
Yeah, Anthony has a red
3.
in hand.
Sending 4 more.
We'll probably pocket that.
Oh, wow. Shunt.
Paying for shunt. Does 1 damage still.
So Charles just hanging on by a thread. I'm not sure what he arsenaled there. Unless it was a 4 block D-react, I don't think it matters all that much.
I mean, the next break point is really going to do it.
Yep.
Which, honestly, is still just pistol.
And here we just wait until Anthony pushes enough to get over. I think there's not a whole lot Charles can do. Aha! Standing order proves me wrong. Shows you can get value out of that arsenal even if it's not a D-react.
Let all these up again.
And, yep. Bunch of yellows. Charles thinking, why couldn't you have drawn those earlier?
Give me 1 equipment, please.
As he blocks everything, and here we are, just kind of he's in the spin cycle now.
Yeah.
Can't keep a hand. Anthony just needs to piece together lethal.
A lot of these are blues, but it's in the pistol shots that
Yep.
it's going to get him.
Well, the pistol shots at this point are demanding 2 cards or a defense react.
Ooh, a sigil in hand might help.
Sigil's helpful, yep. It helps with those breakpoints.
Hold the line, however.
Yep.
No. Hold the line is not good right now.
Hold the line. Not very good anymore, you're right. Just a 2 block.
I think it's a really awkward hand of, yeah, hold the line and blue shunt. So
Ooh,
the best Charles has got.
well, chipping away. If only he had 10 more shunts in his deck, he might have a chance. Anthony just loading back up, using those resources.
Yeah, he's been conscious of what he pitches and boosts here.
Yeah, he's
But
trying to find those break points.
Okay, oh, he banished a red though.
Yeah. He would have.
Charles has said, I'm good taking one.
Yeah. Takes that there. Says, what else do you have? Another one. Says, I'll
Interesting.
take it as well.
Yeah.
You need to do better than that.
Mr. Pham, if you want to spend a card to do a Kadachi swing, I'm
2
totally fine
resources.
for it.
And he sends the Pulse Wave Harpoon. So this is going to do it, as Charles
That's
only
game.
has one blocking card in his hand, or one defense react that costs resources. Good game. Well played by Anthony Pham. I just read that.
Anthony Pham.
Anthony Pham coming blam blam with his pistols. Finishing the game. Well played by him.
Two high octanes. Doing the work.
And oh, look at that. I must have misread it. It does say Pham after all.
Wow. That's amazing.
Yep. All right. So we'll take a quick break here. And then I guess a bit of a longer break as we cut to top 8. We're going to have a little dinner break for the players and for ourselves. And we will, we can do a quick interview actually. And then I'll talk about that other stuff. So quick break here. We'll do our interview. We'll see you all in a minute.
Don't go away. So we've got 5 horse.
Oh,
Oh, we're back. Hello, everyone.
I was looking at a graphic.
I've got 2-time winner on showcase matches here, Anthony Pham. Hello again.
I'm beyond blessed.
You can't stay away.
Beyond blessed to be on stream twice and win twice.
Avoiding that curse of not bringing your medal or your ducks.
Yes.
And losing round 1.
No, yeah. I played a hero I actually practiced this time, so I'm doing a little bit better. But how are you, Marcus, for the second time?
I'm doing just as well as the first time.
Okay. Seeing that 4 rounds of casting hasn't changed much, you're doing okay?
No, I'm staying pretty alert, pretty good.
Okay.
Not as much thinking, but a different kind of thinking.
Yeah.
You know, to playing Swiss myself. I get to perceive it just as much and do all the additions and maths, but
Yeah.
none of the sweating bullets because it's me on the line
Yeah.
and my standings. But enough of that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I guess
That
we
was
can,
that game.
yeah, that was quite the game. I knew he was on Decimated Great Axe, so I knew there's not going to be a lot of on hits. He's just playing, the most he could do in one turn is probably 7, maybe 9 on a good turn with Felling Swing.
Yeah.
So I knew that priority was get the items out, get high octane, and just boost, shoot. And that was exactly what I did. There was a turn where we played Warmongers, and I had all these boost cards in my hand. And I was like, it is actually better to choose Peace. And I just chose Peace and passed. And then his turn, he swung his axe and passed, and then I was able to high octane again. So yeah, it works out.
It was definitely a lesson of patience of you only play around high octane because that's the most bang for your buck with pistols and chambers. So really just
Empty
wait.
boosting will definitely lead you to fatigue.
Yeah.
So in Charles' deck, he's very he's the fatigue master. Say easy to put it, and he knows how to block. So like if you're just empty boosting without like a kind of a goal in mind, you're definitely gonna get fatigued. So the entire game I was just trying to boost when it makes sense, and then play towards high octane like you said. And in the end, it's tough to block when on average you block around probably 12, 16 maybe if you have a defense reaction in Arsenal.
Yeah.
And high octane is just pistol 6, 7 times. That's tough to block out.
Yeah, and especially because he loses a lot of block value because you got 2 purifiers out in as many turns after going first. So
I won the die roll, so I chose to go first. It was unfortunate, and it always feels good. Dash is probably the best hero to get side selection, just because you are able to go first when you want to, and playing down a second item just feels super unfair.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, maybe we talk about the Age Pro team a little bit.
Yeah, that could be good.
Sweet. Yeah, we Age Pro team right here. We got official shirts and everything. Some of our members out there don't have shirts yet, but we're working on that. So basically we used to be the Experience. Chris, led by Chris Iaali, we still are. He's an amazing player. He got second at Worlds that one year.
Yes, he did.
Where we played in the tent. And
The Big Tent.
yes, the big tent, the big grandiose Everfest tent. And we still are led by Chris. He's an amazing leader. We picked up a lot of different members, Colin, Moises, a lot of people that play in this Age Pro Team circuit, and we're always just bouncing ideas off each other. We're really lucky to have a good testing team. We definitely engage in a lot of banter, but in the end, results is what matters, and we try our best to get there. And we're always having the next best ideas.
There's a lot of banter out of the brothers named Vor.
The Brothers of War, yes, the Brothers of War.
You should have done this line. You should have
Yes,
done that one.
keep an eye out for some more stuff coming up. You might see the Vor brothers in some sort of spotlight, so that should be a lot of fun in terms of content.
That's cool.
But yeah, we're just blessed to have an amazing team of players in SoCal. We're all super good here. And it's really just a blast to get on Discord with these guys every day and just grind out games, find out the new techs.
It's also been nice to see new players come out organically from SoCal and our scene and see them do really well at local tournaments and bigger ones.
Yes, it definitely helps that we're all so good. We're all very welcoming, which is the most important part. But in the end, we're all really great players. And I hate to say sometimes Flesh and Blood, it's a very hard game. So when you first get into it, you're going to lose, and that's okay. If you stick with it and you really like how the game's played, you're going to learn. All the players around you are very good. They're always more than happy to help, and you're going to become a great player if you really put your head to it. So
it's definitely worth the time investment with Fab.
Exactly.
Whatever hero you play, there will be a time in the sun for all of them.
That's how you get good. Come
come
to
to
locals. Play at armories. That's how you do it.
Come to your armories and earn a bit of experience.
Exactly. Both on the app and off the app.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Sometimes get a cold foil.
Yes.
Rainbow extended our
And
promos.
a playmat.
Playmats for free.
Playmats are good.
But Anything else you want to...
I was about to talk about the meta share, but
sure, we
the
can go to
graphic
that.
it went crazy on
that's
us.
fine. We've got a metagame breakdown here.
Oh my god.
We've got 5 Horsies, 5 Kassai, 5 Kayo, 3 Kano, 4 Azalea, 3 Rhinar, 2 -IE.
Yes,
We
no
fixed that
dash
one.
IOs. No Tyler today, so no dash IO.
Unfortunate.
Yes, this is a very cool meta. I think it's pretty. Kassai, KO, and Victor are very top heavy, but it's cool to see so many heroes, and the top 8 even too looks like to be pretty diverse as well. We got I think 2 Rhinars in top 8 maybe.
Yep.
That's not good for me because I'm playing dash IE.
And you
but
hate Intimidate.
yes, I do hate Intimidate. I do hate item destruction. But it looks to be a very... I always think this is a healthy meta. I know everyone thinks Savage Sash is the next, broken thing.
I mean, it just came out, so
yeah.
the data will follow, and then the proof will be in the pudding.
Yeah. I think it's good. It's very good for the best deck in the meta. But I think... KO, obviously being the best deck in the meta, definitely has his bad matchups. There's no easy way through a tournament when you got to run through Azalea with those red and ledgers. Dash has a really good matchup too because you're racing so hard with Pulse Wave. I think not that he's overrated, but KO isn't such a kind of oppressing best deck in the format because it's no on hits for the most part. Send packing CNC maybe, but it's just raw damage.
It is raw damage. It's not quite Lexi, but people will spin it in such a way that they think, oh, this is the new Lexi.
Yeah.
I can't believe they gave so much power to this hero.
You can play exactly the right combo. You can wild ride and somehow you draw cast bones off the top and you discard it. You don't get go again.
And then you think, why did I pick this hero?
Yes, and that is the best deck in the format, my friends. Yes.
But also, as we said earlier in the cast, 517 Living Legend points, pardon me, no joke, in 4 months.
It is tough, man. When I first played this game, Living Legend was such a cool idea. I was like, no, I've never seen anything like this. If a hero's too good for too long, they're out. But as I play more and more and seeing different heroes LL during certain formats, it does kind of suck. When you're playing a hero for a long time and they, happen to win nationals or happen to win worlds, and they just get a bunch of LL points out of nowhere. Even during ProQuest seasons, the heroes pick up 100, 200 points.
Yeah,
which is kind of insane.
Yeah, and that's honestly the source of most of KO's points was ProQuest wins because they all count for 3 points each.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's a thing where too many. I love the fact that there's more tournaments. I think there should always be as many tournaments as there can be. Yeah. Maybe scale down back on the points just because maybe we're saying this only because KO's not oppressive as other heroes. But I'd rather it be less points and maybe some changes can be made if they are oppressive. That way, people that are attached to heroes, people love foiling out their decks, man. If you're attached to a hero, you don't want it to be LL'd, right? I played Icelander for the longest time. When she LL'd, those alt-art channel Frigids just sat there, and I'm still crying at it every day. When I go to grab a wizard card for my Kano deck, and I'm like, oh my god, there's the 3 channels, the 3 ice veins.
I miss my ice veins. I miss my Insidious.
Yes. Funny story. We play on the same armory, Kingslayer Games Found Valley. And
he's never going to forget this story.
He comes with Icelander literally the week before she LLs. And he's never played Icelander before.
At locals.
At locals. So I was just like, you literally built the deck when she has 10 points left, Marcus. And he's like, yep. And he played it for 1 week, and she LL'd right after.
I went 3-1 and did all right.
Yes.
I think I only lost to Zach.
Zach on Dromai.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I beat a Dromai that night. Yeah.
That was wild. You bring in a LL deck basically. So that creates feels bad moments, right?
True.
Like having a deck that you like, or maybe building a new deck because you thought it was cool, and then you didn't know that hero was going to retire. That kind of sucks. But
definitely.
I think it could be refined. Probably could be refined, but I think it's a cool system, and it's a very unique way to kind of balance the game, which I think is cool.
I think eventually, as a growing pain, they will find a nice middle ground where heroes earn enough Living Legend points to everyone in the community agrees this is enough, and it will feel better than it did in the past.
Yeah.
And you have a longer shelf life on your hero. You get to play with those cards. Like you said, you get to foil out the deck.
Yes.
You get all these things, and eventually they sunset the hero into Living Legend, and they get to fight with all the other powerful heroes there, and it feels just right.
I think once LL kind of Living Legend format kind of fleshes out, I think it will be actually not as bad and not as feel as bad to kind of have your hero retired. Just because as we have more and more Living Legend tournaments, you can still play the hero that you like. You can still play that full foil deck, and it won't just be like Starvo dominating anybody. They already made those changes to Starvo, so
Yeah, and Chain won it. It was Michael Feng that
exactly.
won LA. So
yeah, limiting one Warmongers turns out pretty good when Chain gets to play his stuff.
I'll play 5 seeds.
I never played
Chain.
Chains with seeds.
Interesting.
Yeah, I played Chain for that was my first like good hero, I guess. I played the funny enough, Boots are good now, but I played Brute back when it was not good. And I played Rhinar for the longest time and wondered why I lost so many games to RNG, to like random Intimidate not working. And then I found out about Rosetta Thorn, believe it or not. And I played Briar to start, actually. And I like Briar. I played CMH Briar a lot. And then one of our locals, Steve and Phil Vu, they both are masters of Chain, and I kept playing against them. And I was like, I can't do this. I can't win. So you can't beat them. Join them, and I picked up the Karen Husk, picked up the Chain automatic go again, and it was just so much fun. I never got to play with Seed, so I don't really know how. If I was playing Living Legend, I wouldn't know how to play it.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense.
I wouldn't know how to play it actually. Like I get that it's just play out all your 1 Arcanes and then throw a Riftbind for 9, throw a Riftbind for 8, but I never played with that, so I always got used to pitch stacking with like Howls and Art of Wars and that big turn at the end with Time Snap Potion stuff. So
Howl is a really good target in Chain.
Yeah, I like to think that I kind of worked for it rather than just barfing out seeds. But Chain was fun. If you guys notice, every game I play, I have Chain sleeves. That's because I can't let go. I miss him so much. And
I do it with Oldham sleeves as well, to be honest.
Yes, I picked up a pretty good deal for a 10-pack, so I basically will be using Chain sleeves for the rest of the year at least.
Until the end of time.
Yeah, unless I can find another deal, and maybe probably till the end of time, yeah.
So if you know a good deal on a bulk pack of sleeves,
please let me know.
Hit this man up.
Yeah, I will buy them.
All right. Pleasure talking to you, man.
Of
I think
course,
we'll go
always.
To a break.
Enjoy, guys. Hopefully,
on the next round.
See you, top 8. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we will.
We'll come back for top 8
Top
after
8, we'll come
announcements.
back.
Thank you, voice in my head.
Welcome back, everybody, to our final announcement before top 8. We're going to have a little break after this announcement.
Yes, we
But
will.
first, we want to talk a little bit about Battle Hardened San Diego. Just a reminder to get your tickets as soon as possible. This is going to be a big event taking place in San Diego. It's the Battle Hardened on day 1, Saturday, followed by the finals of Arcane Games and Events. This is going to take place August 24th and 25th in 2024. So get your tickets at Arcane. Is it Arcane.events? Arcane.events. We have our MST draft coming up June 29th. Make sure to get your tickets for that as well. MST draft looks to be a lot of fun, and there will be prizing for that, similar to the other AGE events.
Also, all the points up for grab because
Points
it's just
are up.
another open.
Get your way into that final top 16 slot in.
I mean, I'm trying.
Yeah, it's hard when you're casting. They should give us points for this.
Truly.
Yep. So we've got our top 8 graphic here.
Mm-hmm.
Peter Buddensiek came in first, up against Chris Iaali on Kassai.
It's going to be interesting.
Yep, slotting in 8th place.
A little unfortunate that both the Kanos meet
Ooh.
each other in the middle of the bracket, but
Possibly unfortunate, but that means we're guaranteed a Kano into the semis.
it's actually funny because both ends of this bracket, they have a mirror. So we have
Yep.
Jonah Overholt on Rhinar and
True.
Andrew Rudin on Rhinar as
So
well.
the double mirror.
Mm.
And then Anthony Pham on Dash coming in second against Charles Dunn. Looks like the rematch.
Yep.
We saw how that went the first time. So hopefully Charles can get a little bit more luck on his side, maybe avoid those items so early in the game.
Yeah, hope for the unluck on Anthony's part, but only time will tell.
Yep. For those of you watching at home, you can catch this top 8 in the same place, different streams. So just refresh your browsers and catch the new stream. Make sure to switch over so that you don't miss the action. I think we're coming back in about 30 minutes. Do you know production? We're not sure, but we'll put a timer up as soon as we know that.
Roughly
So
half
just
an hour,
take a
something
look
like
at the
that.
stream, and that'll tell you when we're coming up.
Mm-hmm.
We will also be joined by Bryce, for those of you who know him. He fell out of the Swiss rounds, and he's going to join us on the desk to help us get through the rest of this day. Fantastic person and caster.
Mm-hmm.
Looking forward to having him. Cool. Anything
we
else
are.
we need to cover?
No.
All
Just
right.
about everyone is hungry and wants their dinner.
Yep,
so
we're going to go on a break, a little dinner, get some food, and we'll see you on the new stream coming up in, I'll say 30 minutes.
Catch
See
you
you
at top
soon.
8.